flash of light, and immediately after it, there is impenetrable and viscous darkness, like muddy water in a pool. And then there was a powerful spasm throughout the body, as if someone unknown, for no apparent reason, suddenly began to pull the tendons, inexorably and persistently winding them around an invisible fist. And then again the light, but not bright but dim, as if in a twilight fog. Some invisible force made her jump up quite strongly as if from an electric shock, and then fall back onto the concrete floor, back into a pool of crimson blood, as if at that very moment she was just a rag doll, a puppet, the whole essence of which lies in the strings tied to her arms and legs. No, there was definitely something human about this new entity. But only on the surface, because the skin, muscles, joints, and so on, all together, as well as separately, not only did not have the warmth, pulse, and blood flow that are usual for a living organism, but also did not have the most valuable properties for a person, namely memory, reason, and soul in the very sense in which we imagine a human being, namely as a complex of interconnected conscious emotions and character traits acquired over the years, fixed in memory. No, she did not feel pain, because it is known that pain is felt only by living beings. Her body was lifeless, absolutely lifeless, irreversibly lifeless. From a medical point of view, death occurred from the moment of biological termination of life, when all metabolic processes in cells and tissues completely stopped, accompanied by irreversible destruction of protein structures and substances. This is exactly the assessment that anyone, even a novice doctor, medical student, or specialist, would give to the events if he had the chance to observe this from the outside. However, after the whole world plunged into chaos, the understanding of the signs of clinical and biological death has significantly improved among those who managed to survive, or remain alive for now. After all, the history of mankind is not over yet. Troubles continue.
Yes, we are all mortal.
This fact has become especially obvious now that history has split into two parts, before and after. Of course, people had died before, but it happened much less frequently and not so en masse, and almost never in plain sight. For example, right in the middle of the street or in a huge shopping center. Previously, a person's death occurred decorously, somewhere in a hospital ward from a serious illness or old age, or in some kind of traffic accident, information about which, even if it leaked into the news reports, was always carefully retouched so as not to horrify people busy with their daily affairs. Now death began to happen incredibly often, and in addition to everything else, it acquired features of ugly cynicism, as if the whole world had suddenly turned into a huge circus tent with mass insanity, accompanied by hysterical, grotesque buffoonery. And this cataclysm that engulfed the entire world initially had a simple and quite understandable name: Storm Pandemic. And it was not at all the same series of coronaviruses that had previously tormented the planet. It was the most powerful outbreak in the entire history of mankind of some new, or maybe old, but mutated beyond recognition, virus. This name arose in the media at an early stage when everything was still working: the internet, radio, and television, but was never replaced by anything else, more in line with reality. Since the period of the storm pandemic as such ended extremely quickly and was replaced by another next phase, the name of which was never invented, but the main sign of which was the final extinction of the human species as such, and a catastrophic and irreversible extinction. It should be noted that the period called after was, in fact, quite insignificant compared to the 1,000-year history of mankind associated with the era now called before. However, it was precisely this turning point, when the time of after arrived, that radically changed the course of human events. But overall, what was the significance of this change now? In fact, none. especially since the world was gripped by the sudden return of a very rapidly mutating virus for which there was no vaccine or antidote. Death ceased to be something unusual and became only a source of disappointment and an invariable companion of fear. But this fear was different from the old one. It was not the anxious fear of the unknown, but a real horror that was expressed by one single desire: to hide immediately and run away. To run away in order to survive at least for a while such an opportunity exists. She wasn't cold on the hard concrete floor, because the nerves and sensory endings of her body were no longer working, as was her brain, or rather the part of it that is responsible for memory, sensations, emotions, and thoughts necessary for life. Her only sensation now was an insatiable hunger, agonizing and endless, forcing her to constantly move and act only for the sake of searching for one thing: living. Warm, human flesh and blood that could satisfy this thirsty hunger. When the cramp in her body subsided, she wanted to take a deep breath and scream with all her might. Probably these were the remnants of the reflexes of a former living being, which in themselves were not a special sign of life. After all, it is known that the hair and nails of the dead continue to grow for some time. But this does not prove at all that the body is still alive. She rose slowly, straightened her shoulders, and swung her arms with force. Fingers bent, as if ready to grab and tear everything living. Then suddenly stopped and listened. All sounds now seemed completely different to her, although there was nothing to compare them with, since her memory had completely disappeared and been erased. Sounds were perceived as muffled and prolonged, as if they were coming through a water tank. Her vision had also changed greatly. The world seemed dim and blurry, probably due to her cloudy cornea, and colors were completely absent, leaving only shades of black and gray, from fairly light to the deepest dark tone. Her dead body no longer needed other colors. She could not rejoice in the blue of the sky or the free green of the grass, and she no longer needed to. To satisfy her hunger, it was enough to distinguish moving, living organisms among the dead, like herself. The room with a concrete floor was dim and relatively quiet. The ventilation grills blew air with a quiet whistle. Light seeped from somewhere in the corridor through a web of cracks and chips in the glass door, and somewhere there, behind the broken door, was the loot. She realized this from the barely noticeable rustle that suddenly reached her. She didn't know what it was, she didn't understand, but she immediately moved towards this barely audible sound. Broken glass crunched underfoot. In the hallway, she nearly tripped over an overturned broken blood transfusion machine, then slid through a jumble of hospital couches and chairs with blood-stained mattresses. One of the fluorescent lamps on the ceiling was showering sparks. The others were humming tensely. At some point, she stopped and froze to understand where exactly the sound was coming from in the long hospital corridor with many broken doors. And the sound immediately repeated itself again. Someone let out a soft sob in one of the branches of the corridor. She moved towards the sound again and, peering into the darkness of the branch, froze. It was a child. A boy wearing a puffy hooded vest over a shirt with rolled-up sleeves, jeans, and sneakers. About 9 years old, no more. He simply stood half-turned in the middle of the corridor, sobbing, shaking slightly with fear and calling, "Mom! Mom!" She did not understand human speech. She also did not understand the meaning of this word. She only heard the sound. Any words spoken by the living now had no meaning or sense for her. In addition, she would not have perceived the angry hissing of the other corpses as speech either, because the living dead are not capable of the kind of informative communication that is inherent in living people. She prepared to pounce and sink her teeth into the fresh flesh in a fit of rage. The boy didn't notice her, stood calmly, his hands lying along his body, as if he was now in front of a strict teacher who is scolding him for not doing his homework. Impatience made her let out an angry hiss. Only then did the boy turn around and widen his eyes in fear. "Mom, he said in horror. Perhaps he should have run for the exit of the corridor, but he simply retreated and hid in a room with no windows and a broken door. And then, realizing his trap, he cried out loudly in despair. She followed him and stopped at the doorway, then trembled slightly and let out another ominous, impatient hiss. "Mom, don't!" the boy cried out, pleadingly. One of his arms was bandaged around the elbow. There was nowhere for him to go in the narrow room. However, something made her delay her attack for a moment. It was like a persistent illusion, if such a comparison is at all appropriate, in relation to the inanimate, or, rather, the dead. Suddenly, she noticed in the child's body a glittering interweaving of veins, capillaries, and lymph nodes in ruby and scarlet shades. With each heartbeat they shimmered and changed color from dark burgundy to deep red and bright scarlet. At one point, she even thought she could hear the quiet rustle of blood rushing through these tiny channels and feel the warmth of its flow from a distance. This moment resembled an illusion, but it soon passed. She rushed towards the child. As soon as she took a step, the boy screamed piercingly. She was not impressed by his scream. She wanted only one thing, to grab him by the neck with clenched fingers and bite him. She was already very close to this, when suddenly a powerful force hit her sharply on the legs, throwing her to the side. The impact was accompanied by a blinding flash and a loud sound. She flew towards the wall and collided with a metal rack on which glass jars, test tubes, and medical instruments were placed. The rack wobbled and slowly fell forward, crushing her. She didn't notice how a new gunshot wound on her left knee had been added to the old, jagged, and dried wound on her chest. All that was left was to hiss angrily at the man who was now standing in the doorway, holding a gun aimed at her in one hand and an open bottle of whiskey in the other. The boy immediately hid at his feet. The man stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds, then smiled crookedly, and turning to the individual crushed by the shelf, said, "Wow." He fell silent for a moment, then pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, and with a sad expression on his red, completely alcohol-soaked face, said, "Well, it's all over. You know, I'm even glad how everything turned out. You weren't at all like all those girls who just need a reason to break down and throw a tantrum at a man. All my previous relationships were with such girls. Exceptional. They freaked out and made scandals at the slightest provocation, and also constantly demanded money. But you were different. Absolutely different." Having said this, he put the bottle to his lips and took a sip. The man had already drunk heavily, and the alcohol was immediately running down his red, unkempt beard, leaving dark stains on his t-shirt, which was visible under his jacket on his stomach. "You always stood out from everyone else," the bearded man said, waving his hand vaguely to the side, almost smashing the bottle against the door frame. Then said with contempt and slight bitterness, splashing saliva on the floor, "All these women's games like mine is mine and yours is ours never bothered you. Other women have a permanent inferiority complex due to the absence of a man nearby. They try in every way to marry at least someone, even a moral scoundrel, just so as not to be alone, or, as it is beautifully called, to be married. But not you. You always achieved everything yourself. That is why you did not really need me either. I understood and always felt it." Having said this, he angrily hit his own chest with the fist in which he was clutching the bottle. "I knew that sooner or later the day would come when we would separate for good. I was always mentally prepared for this, and now this day has come." The man was unsteady on his feet due to his intoxication, and his speech was confused. However, despite his slurred speech, he clearly wanted to speak out. "More precisely, you and I had already parted when you left me, but now," he said, "now we are saying goodbye forever. May the earth rest in peace. Or What is the customary saying at such moments? It seemed that his last phrase caused some confusion in his interlocutor, after which he fell into deep thought, frowning deeply. However, his reflections did not last long, and soon he again plunged into a gloomy state of alcoholic intoxication. Of course, I have my shortcomings, he admitted. Like everyone else, I have mood swings, jealousy. Sometimes I speak and act thoughtlessly. I understand that perfectly. But with all that, I was probably better than everyone else. You should be aware of that. True, you could before, but now, it seems, you don't notice anything. He looked at me with sadness and mystery, and then said firmly, I will definitely forget you. Trying to squeeze out tears, but failing, he added, or maybe I won't forget. Perhaps you will remain in my memory forever. It is impossible to erase it. You were so... He clenched his fingers, trying to recreate the image of the one who was now held by the metal rack. Believe me, I have tried to erase you from my memory more than once, he said. There have been many attempts, but everything turned out to be in vain. He raised the bottle to his lips again, took another sip, and then leaned the glass container against his bald head, as if trying to cool his ardor. Continuing to suppress his tears, he closed his eyes and said quite loudly with sobs, I loved you so much, Lika. With those words, the bottle fell from his shaking hand and smashed on the concrete floor, scattering wet shards across his boots and worn-out jeans. And suddenly, as if in response to this booming sound, a dull thud was heard at the far end of the corridor, as if a board or a box had fallen from the floor. The boy shuddered with fear and listened attentively to the silence. The man, still covering his eyes with his hand and overcome with tearful anxiety, seemed not to pay any attention to the noise at all. So what has your freedom led to? What do you represent now? He said bitterly, looking at the creature crushed by the shelf, and spat on the floor with contempt. A shameful sight. After these words, Lika hissed angrily and furiously drew her claws along the crossbars of the shelf. Her hands were covered in dried blood. A black t-shirt with a picture of Chubarashka and a sweater, stained with brown-black spots, were torn from an old wound on the chest, and jeans with a hole in the knee gave away traces of a shotgun blast. The creature stretched its arms towards the man and the boy, perceiving them only as a source of food, and tried unsuccessfully to free itself from under a heavy shelf that had fallen on top of it. Suddenly it made a stronger movement. The rack wobbled and almost fell on its side, but quickly returned to its place with a loud scraping of the metal corner on the concrete. The lighting in the corridor flickered due to a power surge. Uncle Vova, the generator, the boy said, taking the man's hand. The man suddenly calmed down, ignoring the child, and said, You know, everything that happens for the best. Remember how everyone used to say that, before this whole horrible pandemic? Those were the golden times. Our problems back then, mortgages, illegal layoffs, job searches, sanctions and war, now seem like small potatoes compared to that. He took a deep breath and continued, Now I am absolutely sure that you will never be with anyone else. Although at the same time, you will not be with me either. The boy tried to get his attention again by tapping his hand, while he tried to focus on the noise in the hallway. Don't worry about the boy, the man said sadly, ignoring his attempts. I'll raise him as my own. Make him a real man. Suddenly he made a sound like a burp or a sob, covered his face with his hand and said bitterly, Why am I even talking to you? You don't understand anything, not a single word of mine, and you can't answer. Because you're a zombie. You know, I communicate with you almost constantly, both day and night. More often at night, of course. But don't think that I'm crazy. I'm healthy, both in body and soul. It's just something completely different, something on the level of feelings. But you will never understand it. He remained motionless, as if in a complete stupor, continuing to stand like that for several minutes, after which he began to wipe his eyes with his fingers again. "Well, I've had enough of all this," he said firmly, and added, "It's all crystal clear. The worst thing in this world now is that after death you can turn into a wandering corpse. Instead of the long-awaited peace, find eternity to wander the streets decomposing before everyone's eyes. Personally, if I found out that I was turning into a walking corpse, I would immediately pull the trigger. I don't wish such a fate on anyone, and you especially don't deserve it." He took a deep breath, slowly loaded a cartridge into the barrel, held the shotgun at arm's length, and carefully aimed at the head of the still unsuccessfully resisting specimen, pinned down by the rack. Then he covered the boy's eyes with his free hand and pulled the trigger. "Pfft," he said, with slight irony, as if playing with soldiers, expecting to hear the sound of a shot. But there was no shot. There was a misfire. The man did not have time to be surprised by the strange situation, because immediately from the corridor, a dead man in a white coat attacked him and managed to bite him on the neck. Thanks to the fact that the bearded man was physically strong, despite being drunk, he reacted to the noise in time, and with a powerful blow from the butt of the shotgun, struck the zombie in the head from the bottom up. The boy screamed in fear and jumped away from the red-bearded man, hiding in the corner of the room. The zombie doctor, almost losing his balance from the blow that almost knocked him to the floor, still managed to stand and rushed at the man again. He was striving for living flesh, obsessed with the thirst to tear and absorb it. In response, he received another powerful blow with the butt of the shotgun to the cheekbone, this time from above, causing his jaw to shift sharply to the side with a nasty crunch. The dead man, in a fit of rage, tried to click his teeth, but nothing worked. It looked disgusting. He could not clamp his jaws, which meant that it was no longer possible to bite, but the desire to attack did not subside, and he again pounced on the man with the beard. The strong man laughed with restraint. The sadness from the drink that had recently overwhelmed his consciousness was now replaced by a strange, unnatural joy that probably occurs in people in moments of serious threat. The body, trying to survive, was rapidly producing adrenaline and other hormones, filling the muscles like steroids and doping. In the end, the outcome of the fight was already clear. The life forces were winning an inevitable victory. Redbeard jabbed the shotgun barrel into the doctor's eye with all his might, hooking his skull like a pumpkin on a stake. Gray matter mixed with intraocular fluid immediately flew out in slimy splashes in all directions. The corpse, having lost part of its brain, instantly lost the ability to attack and, like a sack of hay, sank to the floor and went limp. It must be said that he did not stop moving completely, but, apparently because his brain had not completely leaked out, continued to thrash about in small, chaotic convulsions which, however, no longer posed any danger. And in the corridor, a new sound of footsteps was already heard. "Fuck!" The red-bearded man, sensing something bad, swore harshly and jerked his hands hard, trying to remove the doctor's head from the barrel of the shotgun. But he couldn't do it. In his feverish haste, he pulled the trigger several times, but still no shot followed. Then, relying only on the strength of his arms, the red-bearded man began desperately pounding the head of the corpse, which was impaled on the barrel of the shotgun, and which continued to convulse, against the door frames, back and forth, until he smashed the doctor's skull to smithereens, staining his jeans with brains mixed with clots of rotten blood to a terrifying degree. As soon as he did so, a new corpse immediately appeared in the doorway, noticeably larger than the fallen medic. This man was dressed in a military uniform and, judging by his build, an athlete. In addition, he was almost a head taller, which did not promise any favorable outcomes for the Redbeard. "This is your mother, Major Chagrintsev," said the red-bearded man, recognizing the soldier's name from the stripe. The major bared his teeth angrily, lowered his head, thrusting forward his powerful square jaw, and rushed forward. As soon as he moved, the bearded man abruptly thrust the barrel of the shotgun into the major's face, trying to repeat his recent successful move and hit him in the eye. But he missed. Instead of the eye socket, the barrel entered the soldier's mouth, knocking out a couple of his front upper teeth and making a disgusting metallic screech. Without taking his greedy eyes off his opponent, the major immediately clenched his jaws and sank his broken teeth into the metal of the weapon. Redbeard tried to pull the barrel out of the officer's mouth, but winced unpleasantly at the next creaking sound. The soldier stubbornly held on to the living man with his hands, grabbed him by the jacket and pulled him towards himself. The dead man's teeth creaked on the metal again and began to break, as if it were old chalk crumbling into pieces.
Damn it, you bastard!
The bearded man shouted in panic as he dodged the attacking zombie and pulled the shotgun towards himself with redoubled force. As soon as he did so, a shot rang out, shaking the dead soldier's skull, splattering brains everywhere. Weakened, the soldier collapsed to the floor, dragging the weapon from the red-bearded man's hands. Having completely sobered up, the man immediately began to pull the shotgun out of his tightly clenched jaws, and even pressed his foot against the fallen soldier's muzzle to help him pull the weapon out, but he was unable to do so. The major had bitten into the metal too hard. Unable to free himself with the weapon, the red-bearded man slowly retreated into the room because two more men appeared in the doorway. They were shorter, but both were in military uniform and filled with muscles. There were no insignia on their clothes, so the red-bearded man did not understand their ranks and names at all. As if they were about to play a game of who will attack the bearded man first, both immediately pounced on him, and the man, who had no other weapon than the shotgun, could only clench his fists, put his hands forward and take a boxing stance. He no longer allowed himself to smile, realizing that this was most likely the end, so he turned as pale as a sheet. He was in no hurry to strike the first blow, because he knew that even the slightest bite or scratch could lead to infection. Trying to decide which of the zombies to strike first, the red-bearded man stepped back a little more and almost lost his balance, for the very reason that Lika almost caught him with her hand. The corpses did not notice the child hiding in the corner. All their attention was focused on the larger prey looming in front of them. Finally, one of them jumped up and rushed at the big guy, who had no choice but to hit his attacker in the cheekbone with all his might with his bare fist, even with the dangerous prospect of hitting the walking corpse's bared teeth with his knuckles. Although, of course, there was no particular sense in this blow. For the corpse, this blow was like a toy. It was impossible to stun him in this way. And yet the soldier leaned back a little from the blow, but the other dead man immediately went on the attack and, also receiving a blow to the jaw from the red-bearded man, flew to the side. Well, that's fucked up. The man grimaced from the pain in his arm and jumped on one leg, coming to an extremely disappointing conclusion for himself. The child did not hear this cry. He sat motionless in the corner, eyes closed and ears covered with his hands, in the utmost degree of horror, understanding that there was basically no point in relying on the strength of his own fists any longer. The bearded man, nevertheless, not without a certain amount of irony, told himself,
Well, Vova, you're in total trouble.
Meanwhile, the corpses went on the attack again. They pounced on the bearded man again, quickly knocking him to the floor. He was wheezing in pain, and they, with their combined efforts, pressed him against the shelf, desperately trying to bite his neck. The strong man was still trying to fight back with his weak arms. At some point, one of the attackers grabbed his hand and sank his teeth into his forearm, tearing off a chunk of flesh and causing a fountain of blood to fall. Vladimir screamed in pain and despair, but did not stop resisting. He hit the attackers in the faces with his bloody fists and tried in every way to throw them off himself. He ended up knocking one enemy off his feet with a knee strike, then slammed the other's head into the metal leg of the rack, breaking the bridge of his nose with a crunch. In a spray of blood and gray liquid, the corpse slid off and slowly fell to the side. The rack shifted, giving the bearded man's ex-lover more room to wriggle across the concrete floor, waving her arms with broken nails. The bearded man croaked at the other corpse that had attacked him, Aren't you a scumbag now? And gathering his remaining strength, kicked him in the body. After the blow, the zombie flew to the side again, and the red-bearded man, taking advantage of the pause, looked anxiously at his mangled hands, and obviously, having made extremely gloomy conclusions, jumped up in irritated rage, and again began to prepare for defense. Apparently, it was the realization of complete failure that gave him a new surge of adrenaline, which added energy and strength, although not so significantly, and apparently not for long. They gradually slipped away, like drowning smoke. The zombie winner stood up and attacked again, but received a powerful kick to the head, which, thanks to Vladimir's raging rage, was many times stronger than the previous one. The bearded man's shoe literally broke his skull in the temple area and blew it to shreds. "We're leaving," Vladimir said with irritation, examining his battered hands. "Let's go," he repeated loudly, hysterically, since the boy, still covering his ears, did not hear him. As soon as the child ran out into the corridor, Vladimir immediately followed him, stopping for a second in the doorway and turning to see Lika getting up from the floor. In that short moment, there was no longer the same drunken and ostentatious hatred in his gaze. It was replaced by sincere regret or even real, genuine sympathy for his ex. Chapter 2. The gasoline was running low, and something urgently needed to be done about it. Matya stopped. It seemed to be quiet. Only in the forest belt near the car service station, birds were chirping from time to time, most likely magpies. Overall, the sign was not very encouraging. But, as they said, there was no choice at all. Matya put his glasses on the bridge of his nose, pulled a bulky knitted hat with a large pom-pom over his head, took a folding umbrella, a plastic container, a hammer and a screwdriver, and then quietly got out of the car. He didn't even slam the door, but carefully opened it so as not to make unnecessary sounds and not to attract attention. Then, sliding slightly from tree to tree, he moved toward the parking lot. Despite all their caution, the birds immediately noticed his presence. Their chattering became more insistent and meaningful, as if they were actually exchanging warnings about an intruder. As a result, one bird suddenly descended on the guy who hid in the shelter for a couple of seconds, pecked at the pom-pom on his hat, then quickly rose up and landed on a disconnected power line lying nearby. This is where Moti's luck lies. He put on this particular knitting hat. Otherwise, he would now feel a painful blow from a beak on his head. However, it was still difficult to feel calm. Although nothing special happened overall, a chill ran down Matya's spine. He understood perfectly well that this was some kind of reconnaissance for the birds. Matya immediately stared at the huge lace-sized glasses that were sitting on the bird, perched on the wire. He had long noticed that birds react very strangely to glasses in front of people, and behave noticeably differently in such cases than usual. Matya had never used glasses before. There was no need. And these glasses had no diopters at all. They were intended only to scare away birds. Soon, the magpie took off sharply from the wire, vigorously shaking its tail, and flew a little further. However, another bird immediately appeared next to it, and both began to watch the guy closely, occasionally exchanging short, hoarse cries. To show his determination, Matya silently opened and closed his umbrella a couple of times, imagining that he was shooting at birds with a space laser blaster. He even imitated the sound of gunfire with his lips. Let them see, he thought, that he has a powerful weapon of psychological influence. He realized that birds were indeed very frightened by suddenly opening folding umbrellas, whether automatic or simply mechanical. One of the birds sitting on the wire suddenly let out a short cry when it saw the open umbrella, but it didn't seem to be very scared because it didn't move or fly away. However, it clearly became wary. After this, both birds remained silently on the wire and carefully watched the person for some time. Matya remembered how unpleasant his first interaction with birds was. Previously, he could not even imagine that he had ornithophobia, and he did not experience any fear of birds. He never paid attention to pigeons, sparrows, or other representatives of the feathered world. Various bird houses and feeders seemed useful and necessary things to him. But now, this has clearly changed. After the changes happened, for some reason there were many more birds and they became very aggressive towards people. For the first time, when a flock of impudent magpies pounced on the careless Matya and almost pecked out his eyes, he experienced real horror. It was this incident that made him understand how much these birds, with their small, evil eyes, black claws on leathery paws, sharp beaks and dirty plumage, in which various harmful microbes and parasites live, cause him deep disgust. Moreover, for some reason, magpies constantly attacked people, and not, for example, zombies, perhaps thereby taking revenge on the human race for centuries of cruel treatment of nature and inhumane destruction of animals. However, one day Matya saw a flock of large, heavy, snow-white seagulls circling over a cluster of zombies on some country road and trying to peck them. But that was a completely different story, and most likely an exception to the rule. That time, the seagulls simply acted on their carrion instinct, or there was some other reason for such behavior. Matya had often encountered seagulls before, for example at dumps in the city. In addition, he had heard from others that animals generally do not react to zombies. Even stray dogs usually avoid them, probably sensing the infection from afar. As for magpies and their attacks on people, this has become a common occurrence. However, Moat had no one to compare with, because before all this confusion, he had no contact with birds. He did not study their habits in the natural environment, and in general, showed no interest in birds. As a child in the village, Matya was attacked by a rooster, and this was an unpleasant experience. Of course, that episode was quickly forgotten and surfaced in his memory only after a long time. Otherwise, it was believed that birds do not attack people, but on the contrary, are universally afraid of them. By the way, according to rumors, some strains of flu and other diseases appeared thanks to birds, which does not add respect to them in this regard. And it is quite possible that the responsibility for the new deadly virus that has engulfed the entire world also lies with feathered creatures. After all, who really knows what is happening to these birds? Matya approached a dusty jeep with punctured tires standing nearby, listened carefully again, and looked around. There were no zombies in sight. However, the feeling of persistent anxiety that had haunted him since the world had finally changed and become completely different never left him for a minute and put a lot of pressure on his nervous system. This tension caused him to have constant slight tremors in his arms and legs and sometimes led to various disorders, including digestive problems. And now Matya suddenly felt the need to urgently visit the toilet. He looked hopefully toward the concrete building of the service station, with its large glass windows, thinking that there, in the customer rest area, there was probably a comfortable restroom equipped with toilets, stalls, and perhaps even toilet paper dispensers. Holding back an irresistible desire, Matya hurried to lie down on the asphalt, climbed under the jeep, placed a basin, and, placing the sharp end of a screwdriver against the car's gas tank, hit the other end with a hammer a couple of times. After a hole appeared in the car's tank and fuel started flowing into the basin, Matya swore nervously and removed the basin from under the stream. It turned out that it was diesel fuel, which was not suitable for him at all. Matya climbed out from under the jeep, looked around, looked carefully at the birds that continued to sit on the power lines. There were noticeably more of them, and headed to another car, repeating the same procedure. This time he was much luckier. It was gasoline that spilled out of the tank, although only a small amount, probably because someone had already drained almost all of the fuel using a hose. Despite the small volume, Matya was very pleased with the find. There were many other cars in the parking lot, and even if you drain a little from each one, you can collect enough for a full tank. Inspired by the result, Matya climbed out from under the car and wanted to move on to the next one, but noticed that there was not a single bird on the power line. This made him frown slightly and he hurried to crawl under another car, a Japanese cruiser with broken windows and an interior scarred by rain and wind. He listened. It is strange that the birds disappeared from the observation site so quickly. Although who can be understood at all? These mysterious birds. Madia pulled the basin closer, put the screwdriver to the tank, and prepared to hit it with a hammer, but again froze, listening. Silence reigned, and this seemed especially suspicious. Matya looked around. There was no one in sight in the parking lot, full of mangled cars. The path to the car service office, where there was a convenient toilet with toilets, was completely empty. Holding back another painful spasm in his stomach, Matya frowned, picked up a hammer, and hit the screwdriver. Immediately, the Land Cruiser roared with its alarm. It should be said that the sound was not too loud, rather muffled, as if the battery was barely alive. But even this noise seemed excessive and too loud to Matya. "Damn it," he muttered and hit the screwdriver again, as the gas tank had not been penetrated the first time. The uneasiness in my stomach increased, and I urgently wanted to find a toilet or another suitable place to relieve myself. With hands shaking from the strain, Matya finished what he had started. He punctured the gas tank and immediately closed the resulting hole with his finger. He noticed a pair of dirty boots nearby, covered in dried blood, which probably belonged to some zombie who had come here and seen a car with a working alarm. Carefully, without making any sounds or removing his finger from the hole, Matya pulled his legs under the car, curled up, and froze. The alarm continued to sound. The zombie stood next to the cruiser for a while, then moved on, but after a couple of steps, suddenly stopped. The pain in Matya's stomach became so unbearable that it seemed as if his body was treacherously making noise and seething from within. At that moment, overcome with despair and shame for his own digestion, Matya closed his eyes and put his palm to his forehead. His other hand tiredly held his finger on the opening of the gas tank, but the fuel leaked and flowed down his wrist, soaking into the sleeve of his jacket and soaking it almost to the elbow. This only added to the irritation. The zombie still did not leave, continuing to create a tense atmosphere. Finally, the mysterious zombie moved slightly and disappeared to the side. Then Matya hurried to put the basin under the gas tank opening. Carefully looking around, he began to wait until all the liquid flowed down, drop by drop. The need to urgently go to the toilet grew so much that it began to drown out even the fear of the dead bodies wandering nearby. In a state of mild panic caused by a strong desire, he decided to leave the basin under the car next to the opening for now, put an umbrella, a screwdriver, and a hammer nearby. Then he quickly crawled out from under the car and looked around carefully. The same zombie who had just been standing by the car with the alarm howling was now heading towards the forest belt. Matya estimated the distance to the technical station and, forcing himself to restrain another powerful urge, rushed to the glass door, trying not to give in to panic. He didn't even bother to check if there were any of those birds nearby, on the wires or tree branches that had been watching him just a moment ago. So tormenting was the desire to quickly find a place where he could sit down and do the necessary things. At that moment, his mind seemed to switch off, focusing only on the need to find a secluded place to quietly relieve himself. Of course, it was possible to do this right there, next to the cars. But Mota wanted at least a little comfort, as well as peace and security, which, in theory, only a toilet stall could provide. The door to the service station was unlocked. Matya quietly walked inside, looked around, and seeing the sign, headed towards the recreation area with a smashed bar counter and dust-covered leather sofas. He found the toilet without difficulty, walking around the stalls and making sure there were no monsters, then locked himself in one of them. pulled down his pants and sat down on the cold plastic seat with a feeling of inner relief. He didn't even bother looking for toilet paper, because at that moment, it was impossible to be distracted by anything else.
And to hell with this paper!
How wonderful it was to sit on the toilet and not somewhere in the prickly grass under a tree, even though there was no water in the toilet and an unpleasant smell was coming from it. The restroom was bright because daylight came in through the narrow windows located right at the ceiling. Having locked himself inside the booth, Matcha relaxed and was ready to carry out his plan. But at the very last moment he restrained himself with great willpower and froze in tension, all because he heard the rustling of footsteps. This is just what I need, thought Matcha, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, making incredible efforts not to cause unnecessary noise. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. He could even make out the zombie's feet, dusty boots stained with dried blood, visible in the gap between the floor and the wall of the booth, on which obscene pictures and scribbles were drawn. Moti's head began to boil with tension. These steps were followed by others. There were at least 2 zombies, maybe 3, or even more. He couldn't say for sure, but he suspected there were many. Where did they all come from? Still trying not to make any noise, Matcha continued to sit on the toilet in his ridiculous knitted hat with a pom-pom and huge glasses without lenses, clenched his hands into fists, pressed them to his teeth, which he clenched until it hurt, and closed his eyes tightly. At the most tense and critical moment, Mota suddenly remembered his old life, which was before the apocalypse. There, as now, he constantly had to hurry and work without a break, from morning to evening. One might say, until exhaustion, in order to manage to pay off numerous loans for a new smartphone and a vacation, as well as cover the ever-growing utility bills, food costs, and much more. The only difference was that instead of zombies, he had to deal with bosses and officials who endlessly and mercilessly squeezed all the strength and time out of each employee and ordinary person. In general, to be honest, since then, essentially, nothing has changed radically. This simple and unexpected thought suddenly gave Moti an uncontrollable loud laugh that made him clutch his stomach in pain. In the end, the body took over, and everything that Matcha had just held inside himself, with a huge effort of will, instantly flew into the broken toilet without water, with a characteristic gurgling sound. Immediately, the toilet cabin began to shake with strong blows caused by the revived zombies. These creatures, anticipating the future dinner, already clearly understood that a living person was hiding inside, and were looking for a way to get to him. From the feeling of extreme despair and horror of sudden relief, as well as from a completely inappropriate attack of crazy hysterical laughter, Matcha quietly babbled, and from above, over the edge of the toilet cubicle, zombies rushed at him as if from nowhere. First one, then a second, a third. As a result, in the nomination of the most shameful death in the zombie apocalypse today, the winner is Matvey Deriglazov, who was terrified of birds and died after being attacked by zombies while doing his business on a non-working toilet in a car. A folding umbrella, a basin with a small amount of gasoline, a hammer and a screwdriver were left lying in the parking lot next to the Land Cruiser, with broken windows and a cabin completely destroyed by rain and wind. Well, enough about that. Let's forget about this ordinary man now, forever and at all times. Amen. Chapter 3. So, what now? In what sense? Are we just going to aim at each other until nightfall? There was a short silence on both sides. Then the question, and what do you suggest? I think we should open this can of stewed meat and tomato sauce together and divide the spoils evenly, if there's anything in there, of course. Actually, I discovered this restaurant first. Why should I share with anyone? It's not fair. Life, I tell you, is completely unfair. Not long ago, we lived peacefully, rode buses and trolley buses, heated up food in the microwave, used iPhones with Wi-Fi, and now we ended up almost penniless, like tramps, obsessed with the constant worry of where to find food. And at the same time, we ourselves are ready to become prey at any moment. This is how the mysterious cycle of food and nature is formed. The man laughed merrily and continued, "Right or wrong, sometimes we ourselves have a hard time distinguishing. The line is too fragile and thin. I tell you this as a much older person who has accumulated experience and lived many years. One could say, from the height of decades lived." The guy bit his lip nervously, thought for a moment, and then said defiantly, "What do I care about your life lessons? I don't pay any attention to them at all." The man laughed again. "You guessed wrong. Life experience is a very valuable and necessary thing. Now I'll prove it to you. In a little while, you'll put down your weapon and do exactly what I tell you. Today I'll decide whether to split this jar in half or keep it all for myself." The guy asked boldly, but with a hint of concern, "Why is that?" To which the man replied, "Because you won't be able to shoot me." Again the question was challenged, "How is that?" The answer was harsh. "There isn't a single bullet in your gun." The guy grinned and tried to joke. "Where did you get that from? Because if you really could have shot, you would have done it long ago. And no thoughts about fairness and justice would have even entered your head at that fateful moment. Just as they would not have appeared much later after you killed me." The guy, still nervously biting his lip, remained silent, unable to find words. "And I, unlike you, can shoot. And more than once," the man said confidently. "I have plenty of bullets." "Then why don't you shoot?" the young man asked suspiciously. "You won't believe it," the man laughed. "My life experience tells me to refrain from this." He was silent for a moment and then added, "In general, it's time to stop this circus." Indeed, what was happening on the deserted street with wrecked cars parked at the edge of the road was more like a scene from an American Western or a Buffalo Bill show, a colorful performance in the open air. The two men, the older and the younger, had been standing opposite each other for quite some time, carefully aiming. The observers were zombies, who, as if in tense anticipation of the outcome, were stuck to the glass window of the restaurant and were mesmerized by the living, motionless, on the road. On the glass of the display case there was a pair of swans and the inscription, "Advice and Love." The restaurant was decorated in a certain theme. And of course, among the visitors, one could see the bride and groom. The bride's magnificent dress was covered in blood, as were the ribbons of the witnesses, which were stained with blood and worn over the shoulder. In addition to them, there were guests in various outfits, cooks and waiters, as well as a plump toastmaster, dressed in a tight, sparkling dress with sequins and a hairstyle that was clearly done in a beauty salon. Taking in the scene, the man smiled to himself. It seems they really did drink each other's blood at this wedding. What he heard made the young man, mistaking the smile for mockery, ask anxiously, "What is it?" The man answered calmly, "Nothing. Tell your comrade to come out of hiding. I promise we will divide the spoils equally. I will not deceive." The guy was silent for a while, thinking, then smoothly lowered the sawn-off shotgun and asked, "How do you know I'm not alone?" The man answered with irony in his voice, "I'm not new to this world, you know." Then he smiled with some sarcasm and added, "Are you saying that life experience is useless? No way. By the way, my name is Fyodor Pavlovich." The young man reluctantly gave his name, Misha, then called out to the nearest building, "Iluka, everything is fine, come out." As he finished, a strong guy with a slight limp slowly emerged from around the corner. He had a sports brace on his right knee, similar to those worn by basketball players or other athletes during competitions. Ilya was holding nothing in his hands except a coiled rope and an unusual device with large orange rubber suction cups that looked like plungers. "Excellent," Fyodor said calmly, lowering his weapon and nodding toward the restaurant. "Well, shall we open this treasure trove? Is the party in full swing?" Ilya came closer and asked politely, "Do you have a plan?" He had apparently been listening intently to the conversation between Fyodor and Mikhail earlier. "We won't waste money on ammo, and we don't need the noise," answered Fyodor. "We'll make it simpler. We'll smash the display case, release the zombies from here, throw this whole crowd far away, and then come back to take all the food that's left. If this is really a wedding, there should be plenty of alcohol, soda, juice, sweets like candy, chocolate, and cookies, as well as all sorts of meat, fish, and vegetable preserves for salads and other dishes. I'm surprised someone hasn't thought of this before." Ilya shrugged without much excitement. "They're probably just afraid of these zombies." Unlike the thin and slightly irritable Mikhail, Ilya looked athletic. Apparently he used to be stronger in body, because the jeans, t-shirt, and tracksuit now hung loosely on him, as if a couple of sizes too big. From Ilya's exhausted face, it was obvious that he had been starving for some time. Fyodor thought for a moment and said, "Who the hell knows?" He was about 50, stocky, with a belly that bulged above his belt. He was wearing a short-sleeved checkered shirt and a baseball cap that was on backwards. Mikhail grumbled that they were planning to follow the same plan. He said that they were going to break the display case to lure the zombies out. It seemed that Mikhail had also experienced hunger a couple of times, and an unhealthy shade of earth was noticeable on his face. When Mikhail asked where their car was, Fedor replied that it was nearby and that he would bring it soon. Ilya explained that they would use suction cups to attach the jacks to the glass, secure the cable, and tie the other end to their car, after which they would accelerate. Fedor approved of this idea and specified the distribution of roles. He would sit behind the wheel, Ilya would be nearby, and Mikhail would ignore himself as bait so that the zombies would run in the right direction. Ilya was surprised and asked what the role of bait meant. Fyodor explained that Mikhail should run in front of the car and thereby attract the attention of the zombies, who will start chasing him. Then he will be picked up in a pickup truck, after which they will immediately leave. Mikhail was indignant. Why should he be the bait? "I won't give the steering wheel of my car into anyone's hands," Fedor declared sharply. "And what kind of runner am I?" Ilya confirmed his words, pointing to his knee pad. "And besides, Ilya, who will be next to me in the car will become a kind of guarantee for you that I will not drive fast and leave you at the mercy of the zombies. Although you must admit, after you held me at gunpoint for so long, the temptation to leave you without help would be very great." "Okay, let's do as you suggested," Misha muttered angrily again. While Misha and Ilya were attaching the glass jacks to the cafe window and tying a cable to them, Fedor drove up the pickup truck and parked it so that the end of the cable could be secured to a hook on the back of the car. "Ready?" asked Fyodor after Misha had thrown his sawed-off shotgun without any cartridges into the back of the truck and, stepping aside, began to stretch his legs and prepare his muscles for running. "Almost," he replied, still warming up. Ilya got into the car, opened the window, and leaned out as far as he could to get a better view of what was happening behind the pickup. "Make sure your bride doesn't accidentally catch up," Ilya teased Mikhail with a smile. "Look at the way she's looking at you, as if greedily. It's as if she's forgotten all about the groom." "In my experience, mothers-in-law are often more dangerous than anyone else," laughed Fyodor. "Take care of your mother-in-law. If your mother-in-law catches up with you, it's better not to hope for anything good. She'll bite you to death." And he ordered, "Let's go." He slowly pulled the car away from the restaurant until the cable was taut like a guitar string, then abruptly stepped on the gas. The display case immediately exploded with a deafening crash, and a shower of glass rained down on the asphalt. After the debris fell from the establishment, zombies, guests, and participants of the wedding celebration fell to the ground. "Get the gas! Get the gas!" Misha shouted. waving his arms vigorously to attract the zombies' attention. They immediately rushed off in pursuit of their desired prey. If this had been filmed on a phone and posted online, the video would have collected thousands of likes in a couple of hours, Ilya noted with a smile, watching Mikhail run away from zombie guests at the wedding. Today, events happen every day that in the past would have instantly blown up the internet, Fedor agreed, looking in the rearview mirror and driving away from the restaurant. Life is one big reality show. The zombies chased after Mikhail, who flew forward like a seasoned runner. The zombie chase scene was really funny, especially when the zombie bride broke away from the crowd and tried to move forward. Ilya, looking out of the car and looking at Misha and the bride, joyfully clapped his hands and whistled. At some point, the bride got tangled in her dress, fell comically onto the asphalt and rolled to the side. "Ha ha ha! Did you see that?" Ilya shouted cheerfully. "In short, you, Misha, have lost your happiness." The Toastmaster is rapidly breaking ahead. Fyodor began to comment on what was happening behind the car in the voice of the host. She knocks down the witness with force and, attention, a tense moment. She goes around the groom on the turn and Shekya. To the thunderous applause and loud support, Fyodor slowed down a bit, gave the very tired and exhausted Mikhail the opportunity to jump into the back of the pickup truck and then continued on his way, leading the group of zombies as far away from the restaurant as possible. "I'm never going to get married under any circumstances," Misha said firmly, holding on to the side of the pool. "Let this wedding remain without me." "You're right," Fyodor shouted back. "I've never understood why anyone would voluntarily put a carabine around their neck. I had experience in marriage too, but then I got divorced and will never step on that rake again. Kiss my ass." Misha lowered his pants and showed the zombie his bare bottom, causing Fyodor and Ilya to burst into laughter. "The zombies don't want your butt. They want your brains," Fyodor chuckled. "Is that the only way you can surprise them?" Ilya asked through laughter. "I'd better not surprise them with anything else. Otherwise they'll freak out with envy or faint," Misha laughed. "I can't stand these zombies," he added, showing them the facts. "I just can't stand them to the depths of my soul. I spent all my bullets on the zombies. I shot at them from the window all morning, from morning until evening, without stopping," Ilya told Fyodor. "Because I can't stand them," Misha confirmed. And so he almost flew out of the back, losing his balance precisely because the car jumped, rushing over the first speed bump, and then immediately over the second. "Be careful, wimp, or you'll fall overboard," Fyodor said to him with a grin. "Why did they stick these idiots everywhere on the road?" Mikhail muttered, buttoning up his pants. "They couldn't have imagined that we would jump around like that in front of zombies," Ilya answered ironically. "It's not the zombies that you should be afraid of, but the living people," Fyodor continued, adding with the experience of a man who had seen a lot. "You've had enough of your long experience." Mikhail waved his hand and showed his middle finger in protest behind the pursuers. As soon as the limping and hissing from hunger crowd of zombies was driven to a safe distance, Fyodor picked up speed, finally broke away from their pursuers, then circled around a few blocks and began to return to the restaurant. "You're awesome!" Ilya exclaimed enthusiastically, still enjoying Mikhail's prank. "You're a brave guy," Fyodor chimed in. "It was scary at first, but then it became so funny that it was almost creepy," Mikhail laughed, leaning out of the back window. "So, are we having a real feast today?" Fyodor suggested. "Absolutely! I'm very hungry," Ilya happily confirmed. "We used to catch a truck with chocolate bars," Misha said, squatting in the back of a pickup truck and holding on to the side. "The car was small and the bars in there had long since expired. One. The bars are outdated but still tasty," Ilya added. "At first they still seemed tasty, but then they turned into a real disgusting delicacy. However, there was no other food. and we immediately began to devour them. We simply ate them to the point of bursting. Only on the third day did severe malaise and stomach upset begin. As they say, there was enough sweet stuff for the rest of our lives.
Did you hear? Fyodor suddenly slammed on the brakes.
What exactly? Ilya became wary.
It looks like there was shooting.
Fyodor answered and stopped. For several minutes, the three listened attentively to the silence until the shots rang out again. It's a burst of machine gun fire. Judging by the sound, the shooting is happening right next to our favorite restaurant. The laughter immediately disappeared and was replaced by anxiety. Let's hide the car and quietly go and have a look, suggested Fyodor. That's what they did. Fedor drove the pickup truck into the arch next to the house and turned off the engine. As soon as the engine died down, another short, clear burst of machine gun fire was heard from the direction of the restaurant. They're shooting the zombies who came to the noise, Fyodor explained. If something serious had happened, there would have been a lot more shooting and din. We'll continue on foot and keep a low profile, Fyodor quietly ordered, taking out his pistol and getting out of the car. Misha picked up his sawed-off shotgun from the wall and quickly jumped out of the pickup truck. The three moved very carefully, trying to stay in the shadows of the buildings, as if the shadows themselves were moving toward the restaurant. When they got close enough to see a stretch of quiet street with wrecked cars at the curb, they took cover behind a low concrete barrier. Oh, damn it, Fyodor whispered quietly.
What are they doing? This is our trophy property,
Misha muttered, peering out from his shelter and almost crying from bitterness, clenching his fists. At the entrance to the restaurant were 2 UAZs and 1 darkened passenger car. Several people in military uniforms were hurriedly carrying boxes of provisions and alcohol out of the building and loading them into cars. The bodies of several zombies from among the wedding guests were lying on the asphalt, probably stragglers or those who had stayed in the hall for some reason. They were surrounded by pools of blood and brains. There were about 12 men in all, dressed in camouflage and body armor, with their weapons at the ready. 4 stood separately along the perimeter, holding their machine guns at arm's length and carefully guarding the surrounding area. Their faces were hidden by balaclavas. Well, we had fun at the wedding, Fyodor muttered, looking at them. But this is our catch, Misha said with resentment in his voice. We need to talk to them.
Don't even try,
Fyodor hissed. Who are they? Ilya wondered. Pavlovskis. This is the most formidable gang after the apocalypse. They have plenty of weapons and a strict organization. They look like soldiers, Ilya noted.
I'm telling you, these are bandits, said Fyodor.
Vodka, champagne, bags of Fanta, boxes of canned fish, 2 plastic buckets of mayonnaise, a package of dried fruit, Misha said, sadly watching as they loaded the products into the cars. All of this was intended exclusively for us. It was ours, but now it's theirs, Fyodor said quietly. This is our restaurant and our prey, said Misha, almost crying from resentment.
I told you that life is very unfair,
Fyodor chuckled. Aren't you tired of being smart all the time? Misha looked at Fyodor with irritation. Misha, you're going too far, Ilya said quietly. At that moment, another machine gun shot rang out, causing all 3 to flinch. One of the soldiers killed a zombie that ran out from behind a house and attacked people. Why do you always pester me with your moralizing? Mikhail shouted at Fyodor. Calm down, Fyodor asked him quietly. I just expressed my opinion. No one can be forbidden to do that.
Calm down yourself, Mikhail barked loudly enough.
Be quiet, they'll hear us. Ilya tried to calm down. I don't care. Let them hear. Especially since it's our restaurant. With these words, he suddenly jumped up and came out of hiding. I'll talk to them. Stop. Where are you going, fool? Fyodor hissed, trying to grab him by the sleeve. Mikhail put the gun on the ground. I'm with him. Tried to follow my friend Ilya. At the very last moment, Fyodor grabbed Ilya by the clothes and punched him in the face, forcing him to return to his place. Ilya winced in pain and began to breathe heavily through his mouth. "Oh, you idiot," Fyodor whispered, holding Ilya back with one hand so he wouldn't get into a fight, and looking out from behind cover at Mikhail, who was slowly approaching the restaurant.
Who's the boss here? I want to talk to the boss.
Misha approached the bandits with his hands raised, showing that he was unarmed, but no one answered. The four men standing around the perimeter looked at him silently, aiming their weapons, while the rest continued unloading. Misha walked slowly towards the restaurant with his hands up, repeating, "Who's in charge here?" But he never got an answer. Suddenly, a burst of machine gun fire opened on him. A guy in camouflage and a balaclava fired a short, loud shot, breaking the silence. Bright, scarlet blood, completely unlike the liquid from dying zombies, scattered across the asphalt. Misha, as if trying to say something important to Fyodor and Ilya, who were hiding behind a concrete shelter, turned on the spot and collapsed to the ground, never rising again. "Oh, you fool," Fyodor whispered quietly, as if in despair. Ilya covered his face with his hands and cried quietly, like a little child. Despite all the events that had just happened, the loading of products into the vehicles had not stopped for a moment. One of the fighters who had shot Mikhail, using gestures, signaled the others to continue watching. He himself, holding his machine gun at the ready, slowly began to approach the guy lying on the asphalt. He sat down next to him and, checking his pulse, touched his neck. Then he looked at the shelter from which Mikhail had recently emerged, rose smoothly, and again showed signs to his comrades, carefully moving in that direction. "Quickly leave! Quickly!" Fyodor grabbed Ilya by the clothes sharply. "Hurry up! We don't need these creatures to catch us right here." Fyodor picked up the sawed-off shotgun left by Mikhail, tucked it under his arm, and dragged the still stuttering and crying Ilya along with him. The latter, not understanding anything and only sobbing pitifully, obediently followed him, but stumbled all the time like a blind kitten, colliding with any objects on the way. "Move, move," Fyodor whispered, chasing him away from this place. "We need to go further away to avoid trouble." Chapter 4. "Do you know what I was doing when all this started?" Anna asked, waving her hand in a leather glove with cut-off fingers, as if describing the desolation and chaos of the shopping center. With her other hand, she held tightly a heavy Saiga carbine. "No," Maria whispered quietly and fearfully, grinding her teeth from the strain. Anna was silent for a moment, as if reliving in her head the memories of the first days of the disaster, then smiled wryly. It is worth noting that she also experienced great fear while in this huge ruined building, where at every turn there could be a monster, or even a whole group of monsters whose goal was to tear the living apart and devour them. However, unlike her friend, she was able to hide her worries and emotions a little better. "I just stood by the window, looked out at the street, and laughed. For 3 or 4 days in a row, without sleep, I stupidly stood by the window and laughed. Then I didn't care at all that I couldn't go to work, that I couldn't leave the house, that the lights went out, the phone didn't work, the sewage system stopped working, and the only water left was in the toilet tank. I was already deeply indifferent to my relatives in another city. I didn't know if they were alive or had already turned into the walking dead. I just looked out the window and laughed for no reason." Anna's last words sounded a little louder, causing Maria to shudder sharply and look around in fear. Silence reigned in the shopping center. Only on the top floor, a small flock of birds flapped their wings, rose from their nest and hurried to hide in the far corner of the building. Maria, having seen them off with a frightened look, immediately turned her attention to Anna with a tone of condemnation, but did not say a word about the fact that they had agreed from the very beginning to maintain silence and caution. On the contrary, she quickly hid the obvious disapproval in her gaze behind the appearance of indifference. "It's probably nerves," Maybe some kind of post-traumatic stress disorder, she suggested, saying it simply to break the silence that was beginning to make her feel sick and want to pass out. The only thing that kept her from fainting was the desire to replace the piece of stale gauze with a quality sanitary pad. Since recently, due to nervous tension, she had developed urinary incontinence syndrome. Of course, she did not go to the doctor, and in this large-scale global turmoil, it was difficult to hope for support from specialists. She made this unofficial diagnosis herself. Holding the gas pistol in front of her, Maria glanced toward the grocery store, where the household chemicals and home goods section would likely contain the personal hygiene products she so desired. She shuddered at the thought of having to fill her backpack to the brim with pads and tampons. Suddenly, listening, Anna stopped and gestured to Maria to stop moving. Both girls firmly believed that there would definitely be some living beings in the spacious shopping center. After all, there were a huge number of secluded corners where one could hide and remain unnoticed. Elevator cabins, fitting rooms, utility rooms, toilets and warehouses. It was absolutely clear that the walking dead were definitely present in this center. They were simply, as usual, in a state of deep numbness. It was necessary to act as quietly as possible so as not to attract their attention. Some of the survivors that Maria managed to meet said that the walkers' vision and hearing were significantly worse than those of the living, and this information gave her hope. "And what happened next?" Maria asked quietly, as if deliberately showing indifference, when Anna gave the signal to continue moving. "Then my fridge was suddenly empty." Anna laughed, trying to give the word a light, playful intonation. "I didn't despair. I decided that I would finally fulfill my dream of losing weight, and even started doing exercises and various fitness exercises. But after a couple of days, I felt dizzy from hunger, and I decided to stop training and leave the house. At that moment, I became indifferent to what would happen next. I was sure that I would be immediately attacked by the reanimated, but my hunger turned out to be stronger than the fear of becoming their prey." After a minute of silence, Maria remarked, "We shouldn't have locked ourselves in here," expressing her confidence that the food had been taken in the first few days. The remote Lenta supermarket looked more like a dump than a place to shop. The chaos of overturned shelves gave off a sharp smell mixed with the aroma of washing powder and chemicals. Anna, wearily throwing the carbine over her shoulder, insisted, "The food can't have completely disappeared. There's probably a can of green peas somewhere under the counter. Or between the rows. We need to look carefully." Maria asked, ironically, about the can of green peas, to which Anna responded irritably, "Even with her, I would gladly eat at least some canned food now, although I used to strictly follow a diet." After the words, Anna adjusted her hair, neatly styled and secured with shiny hairspray. Maria didn't believe it and asked, "Did you really stick to a healthy diet?" In the gardening tools section, you can try to find seeds or something else useful for the commune. Anna ignored her friend's question and added thoughtfully, "In the commune you can set up a vegetable garden. Grow different vegetables and roots. So use your brain," she said rather sharply. "And don't even think about taking any unnecessary junk." It is worth noting that both girls clearly felt disgust towards each other, although they had been forced to be together for a long time. "A commune," Anna said with a dreamy intonation. "With a medical center, a common canteen, and a self-defense unit. I would probably even decide to join a reconnaissance unit if there is one. I would ride around supermarkets and abandoned buildings with others in search of food, medicine, and ammunition." After these words, she nervously cringed because her empty stomach made itself known with a loud rumbling, and she awkwardly tried to hide it. "You see, I know about weapons. Ilyuka taught me when we went on a hike," she added a little more cheerfully, showing the saiga. "I screamed at him terribly when he bought this gun. I almost lost my voice. I said, why spend money? It would be better to save it for a vacation. But look how it turned out. It came in handy." She stroked the trunk tenderly, looked embarrassed for a moment, then continued. A lot of things can be useful in the commune. Anyway, you go left and I'll go right. Take only the most necessary and valuable things. Maria nodded in response, showing her agreement. In addition to the gas pistol, she had something that resembled a fishing spear on an aluminum rod. This thing now always accompanied her everywhere. If anything happens, let me know right away, Anna said with a serious tone, referring to the possible danger. Just don't lose your head and don't scream like last time. Otherwise, you'll gather all the dead around you. Remember, if we get lost, we'll meet where we last saw each other. Well, more precisely, the last time, she added with a small superstitious amendment. Maria didn't give any answer, nodded silently again, and took the backpack off her back. She took out an electric flashlight, turned it on, and checked the brightness of the beam, pointing the light towards the grocery supermarket. There was no electricity in the shopping center building, as well as throughout the entire area. In the hall with escalators, thanks to the glass roof on the 3rd level, there was enough natural light coming from the ceiling, but in the deep and spacious supermarket, there was terrible darkness. Must be admitted that Maria was not at all thrilled with the proposal to split up, although there was probably some rationality in it. After all, when they planned to go to the shopping center, no one had agreed to unconditionally share everything they found and collected. However, she did not particularly believe that they would be able to find something truly valuable for survival. It was already clear that essential goods had been looted in the very first days after the events began. Toilet paper had suffered especially strangely in this part of the supermarket. People were carrying it away from stores in whole packages and boxes. Why was this necessary, you ask? Later it turned out that it was quite possible to do without this symbol of civilization if there was water nearby. Maria put the gun in her pants pocket. Then, lighting her way with a flashlight in one hand and holding the harpoon ready in the other, she slowly walked through the supermarket. First, she passed the department with household appliances, without stopping and not looking at the mixers, pressure cookers, coffee makers, and plastic electric kettles scattered in disarray on the shelves and on the floor. Many of them were trampled and broken. Then, Maria passed the department with dishes and soon began to look for feminine hygiene pads on the shelves, but there were none. The shelves were empty, and under her feet she could barely hear the crunch of washing powder spilling from torn packages, left for some unknown reason. Suddenly, Maria was overcome with intense fear. She came face to face with something motionless and lifeless, which made her shudder and almost right herself with horror. In the darkness, a white, dead face appeared before her, as if it had been stuck right into her face. It turned out to be a mannequin. Maria had bumped into it when she was slightly distracted and looked down at the scattered garbage under her feet. In such circumstances, it was impossible not to scream in fear. But Maria remained silent. Having caught her breath and calmed down a little, she continued on her way. Not finding what she was looking for, Maria looked out from behind the shelves with hope towards the cash registers, behind which the pharmacy was visible, and exhaled with annoyance. The interior of the pharmacy was in even worse condition than in the Lenta store. The windows were broken, the shelves were damaged and overturned. At the same time, there was not a single pill in the pharmacy, and there was nothing useful lying on the floor, except for orthopedic insoles and bandages for expectant mothers. Following Anna's advice, Maria tried to use logic and thought about how maternity bandages could be used in survival situations. But she couldn't come up with anything. Numb with fear that a living dead person might appear around the corner, her brain completely refused to work, especially on such an amazing topic as the use of maternity bandages in emergency situations. Maria was slightly worried about Anna's absence from her field of vision. It was unlikely that a friend could simply disappear. After all, it was much easier and safer to cope with difficulties together. She knew that surviving alone was much more difficult and scarier. If Maria herself were left alone, she would probably go crazy from what was happening around her, although she would still not be truly lonely because she would definitely find company or make new acquaintances. Now no one wanders around alone. After walking through the entire supermarket, especially carefully going around the food section where the shelves were terribly empty, there wasn't even a bay leaf or expired hot sauce, only scattered boxes, empty bags, and other junk on the floor. Maria stopped and tried to listen. It seemed strange to her that Anna was neither visible nor audible, because her friend should definitely be nearby. "Anna," she called softly, and the answer was the same muffled whisper. Still moving between the shelves, she asked again, "Are you here?" The rustling voice had recently repeated itself, sounding closer, as if someone was carefully moving something on the floor. "What are you saying? I don't understand anything. Have you eaten anything?" she continued in a whisper, gradually losing patience. Anna did not answer with words, but the rustling sound of cardboard sheets scattered on the floor indicated that she was approaching, was very close, literally around the corner. All that was left was to turn and see her friend. Maria stopped and shone her flashlight on the path in front of her, expecting someone she knew to appear at any moment. However, Anna was nowhere to be found. "Where are you?" Maria asked, her voice trembling. The flashlight in her hand shook, and its beam of light cut unevenly through the darkness. She received no response. It was scary to go back. It was dark there, and Maria knew that there was probably no one there except the cold and lifeless mannequin. But her recent encounter with him had left a deep mark on her consciousness, and her frightened mind stubbornly refused to turn back. Ahead, however, remained the unknown. There was no other option. I had to look around the corner and check if my friend was really nearby. Or was she not a friend at all? Taking a deep breath and then exhaling slowly to calm herself, Maria gathered her courage and, still lighting the way, carefully peered around the corner. But I didn't find anyone there. It seemed illogical, because she had just clearly heard someone whispering and footsteps stealthily creeping over the debris scattered on the floor. But the next second, Maria howled and rushed back, because something grabbed her by the leg and pulled her towards itself with a dull hiss. The lantern slipped out of his hands, fell to the floor nearby, and began to spin rapidly. The harpoon also flew out of his hands and hit the surface somewhere to the side with a metallic ringing sound. Maria might have screamed at the top of her voice if she hadn't let all the air out of her lungs before doing so. At that moment, Maria was apparently subconsciously affected by Anna's completely ridiculous order not to scream, under any circumstances, so as not to attract the attention of even more dead people. Sprawled on the floor, Maria tried to pull the gun out of her pants pocket, but she couldn't because the weapon was tangled in the fabric. The evil creature that had recently grabbed her leg was now hissing and pulling her towards itself. Maria almost cried from despair and said, "Anya, how can this be?" For some reason, she thought that the attacker was her friend, who had become a zombie, because it was difficult to see the monster in the darkness. Continuing to try to get the gun, Maria leaned back, lay completely on the floor, and because of the backpack on her back, arched, after which she hit the back of her head, painfully on the floor. At that moment, she noticed that there was a flashlight lying nearby on the floor, which she could reach with her hand. She stretched out her hand, almost touched it with her fingertips, but could not grab it. Meanwhile, the monster pulled her harder and was already preparing to bite her ankle, just above her boot. Maria fought back with all her might with her legs, but the beast did not loosen its iron grip. In the fear that had seized Maria, despite the rule of not attracting the attention of the living dead with loud screams, she tried to scream with all her might, but suddenly lost her voice and was unable to do so. "Leave me alone, animal," she hissed in horror and almost through tears. In a panic, Maria furiously kicked her legs, which gave her a small advantage in movement, but the monster suddenly grabbed her. "Ah!" Maria screamed and vigorously kicked the monster in the head. Thanks to this blow, she managed to reach the lantern and, sitting on the floor, illuminated the face of the attacker with it. It was not Anna, but a completely unfamiliar woman in a cashier's uniform, although similar in build. Extremely obese and probably even stronger. The zombie cashier was missing the lower part of her body, which made her movement extremely unusual. Entrails and intestines were dragging behind her on the dirty floor. An unreasonable feeling of nausea arose in Maria's mind, but she pulled herself together and pulled herself together. In the light of the lantern, the dead cashier showed rotten teeth and tried to attack again. But Maria dealt her several decisive blows to the face with the lantern, fighting her off. During the blows, Maria did not even imagine that she could damage the lantern and end up in complete darkness. This moment did not even occur to her. However, the lantern withstood the blows and continued to work, without interruption. Still moving her legs convulsively, Maria crawled to the side and again tried to get the stuck pistol out of her pocket. She grumbled to herself, "Yeah, damn. She couldn't even imagine how much more complicated everything would be than she thought. Now she would definitely always place her weapon so that she could grab it easily and quickly, at the most crucial moment. She would definitely remember this, if, of course, she managed to survive. Meanwhile, the zombie cashier bared her teeth again and, moving her paws with trembling fat like an alligator, rushed to attack. Pushing off the floor with her hands, the monster jumped straight at Maria. Maria screamed shrilly and began to crawl back quickly until she felt a metal object underneath her. It turned out to be a harpoon that had fallen from her hands. She immediately picked it up and held it out in front of her. The next moment, the harpoon pierced the zombie cashier's nose with a nasty sound, piercing the monster's head through and through. The signature cap flew off the head, slowly spun in the air, flew to the side, and quietly fell to the floor. "I don't need a bag. I don't have a discount card. I don't collect chips." Maria muttered goodbye to the defeated monster, when half of the cashier's body fell next to her with a dull thud. At the most critical moment of her life, for some reason, she suddenly remembered these words, which she used to repeat every time at the checkout in supermarkets. She couldn't hold back her nervous laughter, although the rotten blood of the zombie saleswoman after the harpoon hit flew in splashes on Maria's face, eyes, and even mouth, causing a sharp feeling of nausea. Hiding her grimace and leaning to the side, she threw up greenish bile with a fit, because her stomach had been empty since the morning. Although, unlike Anna, she practically didn't feel any particular hunger, and had simply gotten used to eating little lately. Still sitting on the floor and wiping away the bitter drool from vomiting, Maria thought that cats have 9 lives, but no one knows how many a person has, especially hers. And therefore, one cannot be sure that the next encounter with a zombie will not be the very last. The last one. You probably understand me. One more time, she quietly said to herself, realizing that she had already had an incredible number of such dangerous moments on the brink of death, although she did not specifically try to count and remember them. Probably, according to the laws of life, this could not continue forever, because sooner or later someone much more agile and evil would appear, and then everything would change. Maria also realized that life is a precious gift, and for every day lived, one should thank fate and the deity. She realized that one should not do evil to others. It is important to live honestly and calmly, despite the growing hostility and tension in the surrounding world in recent times. Maria tried to remember everyone she had hurt and mentally asked for their forgiveness. But in the end, she got confused in the countless faces. It turned out that there were an incredible number of people to whom she had caused even the slightest offense. For example, an offensive word. Simply abnormally many. How I wanted to quickly find the road to this very commune where, according to the stories of wanderers and unfortunates like Maria and Anna, a real idyll reigns. It is safe, calm, and they will feed you to your fill. Everyone in the commune has their own place to sleep. There is a common dining room, laundry, shower with hot water, a decent toilet, and a medical center. Maria was very worried about the fact that the dead saleswoman's rotten blood and brains got into her eyes and mouth. She was afraid that this could lead to infection. She was somewhat reassured by the fact that after the incident she began vomiting, which, in theory, could have cleared the mouth of infection. But at the same time, she had no confidence that the disease would not penetrate the body and infection would not occur. Maria no longer had any desire to wander around the supermarket. After the horror she had experienced, she was overcome by a nervous shiver, and her trousers were wet again in the groin. She no longer thought about sanitary pads. She didn't care at all. The main thing was that she remained alive. Maria stood up, walked through the empty cash registers, left Lenta and returned to the place where she and Anna had parted, but her friend was not there. The thought occurred to her that all this fuss with the dead cashier was loud enough that Anna should have heard it and come, but for some reason she still hadn't shown up. Maria didn't want to run to look for her friend right now. Her legs were buckling under her after the stress. If she had to run from a crowd of living dead, she wouldn't be able to do it because of her weakness. She would just stop, close her eyes, and prepare for death. Sitting on the floor by the wall so she could see as many directions as possible, Maria pulled a plastic bottle out of her backpack and took a small sip. Her hands were shaking, and the water spilled past her lips, onto her chest, and soaked her sweatshirt. Lately, Maria tried to drink water consciously, without rushing, always repeating to herself, mentally, that everything would definitely work out. She and Anna would find a way to the commune, find something to do there, would benefit others, and strive to make the new society fair, humane, and convenient for everyone. So that, to each according to his abilities, and in return, according to his needs. So that there would be neither rich nor poor. Everyone would be equal. And in such a society, it is impossible to imagine rich and poor. If money has long lost its value and turned into useless pieces of paper for which nothing can be bought. Who would have thought that after a long period of building socialism, and then the grandiose collapse of the country, perestroika, and the onset of wild capitalism, the ideas of Marx, Engels, and Lenin would again become so popular? Just recently, before the pandemic, it seemed impossible that communist principles would return to fashion. Due to her age, just over 40, Maria remembered life well under the Soviet Union, or rather, its decline, and everything that happened after it. Anna and she were the same age, and in long conversations, they often recalled how wonderful it was in the pioneer camps, and in general, in the era of socialism. They recalled how high quality and free help was provided in hospitals, what wonderful natural products were in the stores, what soulful songs were played, and how much kinder people were to each other. They also said that in those days, people were calm about the future, did not feel fear of the future, unlike now. In addition, as it seemed to them, even the era of one unchanging leader looked almost like heaven on earth in comparison with the real horror that reigns now. Maria felt like she had a fever. She touched her forehead with a shaking hand, but was too nervous to tell whether it was hot or cold. However, it was strange that Anna did not show up anyway. Taking a gas pistol that had recently gotten stuck in her pants pocket, Maria transferred it to her sweatshirt pocket, checking how quickly she could get it out in an emergency and whether it would get caught again. Having sipped some water, she listened attentively to every rustle and hoped to see her friend any minute. Then she decided to go to the car left near the shopping center. After all, if the car was missing, it meant that Anna had abandoned it, and then everything would become clear. Although there were no visible reasons for such an act. Maria stood up as best she could, wiped her face with the sleeve of her sweatshirt, picked up the harpoon, and, constantly looking back and listening, headed for the exit. After walking some distance, she realized that she was not heading towards the exit through which she and Anna had entered the shopping center. Her car was in the opposite direction, which meant she had to go back. That's exactly what she did. Her heart continued to pound, and her body shook from the horror she had experienced. Suddenly, she heard a quiet child's voice from above. Had she imagined it? With such stress, and in this endless chaos, it was entirely possible that her consciousness had wavered, and she had an auditory hallucination. Maria stopped and, looking up at the space between the floors, waited to hear the voice again. And soon a child's distinct cry was heard. "Help!" And Maria hoarsely asked, looking up, "Anya, is that you?" Trying to get to the next floor, she headed for the broken escalator, preparing to climb the metal steps. But in response,
Come here, I said!
was heard. It was Anna, but the voice did not come from the upper floors, but from the other side, near the jewelry boutique on the first floor. So the child's voice was just an illusion. Following her friend's voice, Maria entered the boutique of a famous jewelry chain and saw Anna, who was pressing a living monster against the wall with a chair. "What are you doing? You're going to strangle her to death," she said, her voice shaking and her tone hoarse without losing her nervous tension. Addressing Anna. The picture before her eyes was truly terrifying. Anna was pinning a skinny, withered, mummy-like zombie jewelry store saleswoman to the wall with a chair. Despite the fact that she was furiously grinding her teeth and feverishly waving her thin, twig-like arms, she would have been unable to do anything against the tall woman. Anna's carbine lay motionless on one of the display cases. "Are you crazy?" Anna replied, surprised but remaining calm. "How can you strangle someone who is already dead?" Plump woman did not even notice Maria's face, stained with putrid blood, and did not notice her chilling chills, weakness, and difficulty speaking. Anna was so engrossed in the pressure of the chair on the saleswoman that she was close to actually breaking her head if she had pressed just a little harder. Maria had heard from others that the revived did not feel pain, but looking at the exhausted face of the saleswoman, she suddenly thought that she was suffering unbearably. The revived one wheezed, helplessly twisted her black swollen tongue, clinging to the metal braces, and through whitish pupils, looking now at the wall, now at the chair pressing her against it. "Why are you so cruel to her?" Maria asked quietly, her voice trembling. "It hurts her." "What do you mean it hurts?" Anna stared at her in amazement. "This is, at the very least, inhumane." Maria instantly changed her voice.
If you want to get rid of her, just shoot her and that's it.
"Yeah, so that the whole neighborhood would come running to the noise of the dead?" Anna objected mockingly. "Have you completely lost your mind, my friend? Let her go, please. You see that she is not capable of harming you. Do not commit evil deeds." Anna fell silent, breathing heavily and trying to quickly finish off the victim. "Remember how beautiful life is," said Maria. "Every day is a priceless gift of fate, and that is why you cannot do evil to others." "I don't understand. Did you find alcohol in a supermarket?" Anna interrupted sharply, looking at Maria with disdain. "Alcohol is good, very good. It can be exchanged for food or weapons. But drugs are even better. With them, you can become a real queen of life, and it doesn't matter that it's illegal." In her dreams, Anna stopped pushing the saleswoman for a moment and froze. "No, I didn't find any alcohol," Maria answered. She wanted to add that alcohol and drugs are not the most precious things in the world, but the most valuable thing is life. But she didn't have time. She shuddered in fear.
All because Anna, once again with even greater force, pressed the saleswoman against the wall, causing the skull to crack like a fragile dessert. The victim's face was distorted into a terrible mask. The tongue fell out of the clamped jaw. The eyes fell out of their sockets and hung on tendons. Completely satisfied with the result achieved, Anna, with an exclamation of "Hoba!" with a sharp movement, moved the chair aside,
and the motionless, dead woman instantly fell at her feet. Anna leaned over the body and began to pull gold jewelry out of the saleswoman's ears.
Diamonds on white gold, exactly what I adore.
I've always dreamed of such earrings. What are you doing? Maria exclaimed, outraged by her actions. Why do you need someone else's earrings? This is obvious looting.
Oh, stop it.
Anna answered calmly. There is no such article in the modern criminal code. Before, in Soviet times, it was. But now it is not. I am telling you this as a lawyer by profession. Now there is no criminal code at all.
Why did you lock yourself in this store?
Maria began to suspect something was wrong.
After all, you were supposed to go to the supermarket, as we agreed. Or not. You didn't go to the supermarket, but straight here. So you deceive me.
After putting on the stolen earrings and admiring them for a while in the round mirror on the display case, Anna silently ignored the question, after which she began to take jewelry out of the display cases, quickly examine it, and hide it in her pocket.
What are you doing?
Maria was already sure that this was an open robbery and loudly expressed her indignation.
Enough already. Let's finish.
Anna interrupted her sharply. There are still plenty of things here. Pack the rest and let's get out of here. By the way, why are you covered in dirt? Only now did she notice her friend's unhealthy appearance. You smell awfully of urine and something else unpleasant. Are you sick? Have you caught a cold by any chance?
Why do you need so much jewelry?
Maria asked again, ignoring the joke about coronavirus that had become a meme. Are you going to wear new jewelry every day? Or do you want to buy food in the commune with these trinkets? After all, there is a free society there, without classes, without exploitation, without money, rich and poor, where everyone is given according to their needs, and from each according to their ability. Are you stupid? Anna interrupted her again and pointed at the saleswoman's body. Sooner or later, everything will return to normal. Cities, roads, plains, civilization. Then you and I will become wealthy ladies, while others will toil away, restoring the old order. We will rest and live on the income from the sale of these ornaments. Turn on your brain, she said. Take the most valuable thing, and remember that a woman's best friend is diamonds. By the way, where did you look so dirty? You smell disgusting. And your voice is somehow hoarse. Do you have a sore throat, by any chance? Maria did not explain or answer anything to this. She simply, as if in a nervous automaton, grabbed the first jewelry that came to hand from the nearest display case and mechanically put it in her pockets. Anna was indignant at her actions, asking, "Why do you need all this cheap stuff? Why silver with fake stones? Who could need that? Take the gold and choose more expensive things, preferably with diamonds. Today it seems like you can't control yourself."
Maria slowly took the freshly folded items out of her pocket, looked at them without any interest, and then chose the most expensive pieces from the display case. She wanted to ask Anna why she hadn't invited her and warned her about her intentions when she was planning to rob a jewelry store. After all, they had always divided everything equally lately. Food, resources, a night shelter, and much more. But then Maria decided that Anna would justify herself anyway, and say that she hadn't planned to do anything like that. She had just accidentally walked into the store. Maria was going to tell Anna about everything that had happened in the supermarket, especially about what was really worrying her. The zombie's blood had gotten into her mouth and eyes, which meant she was at high risk of getting infected. However, she never did. She had no confidence that Anna, having learned the truth, wouldn't decide to get rid of her or even shoot her right there. You could expect anything from her. In the end, she decided to let things be as they were. Maria came to her senses a little, looked into the small mirror on the table, and washed the remaining blood from her face.
There's no food there, she said to Anna, nodding toward the Lenta store. Not at all, not a drop.
That's bad, she answered thoughtfully. Then we'll have to keep looking. We'll definitely find it somewhere. If not in this store, then in the next one. If not today, then tomorrow. Although it's better to find it a little earlier. Otherwise, we'll go crazy from hunger. They walked out of the jewelry store and headed towards the mall exit.
Help!
A weak voice rolled from above.
Mom, I'm scared.
Did you hear? Maria froze and grabbed Anna's hand. It's a child, a girl. I didn't hear anything, Anna answered without stopping. Let's go quickly. We need to find at least some food, otherwise my stomach hurts unbearably. Under pressure, Maria followed her as if in a dream. But after a few steps, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you? Anna asked in surprise, her eyes wide open. How are you going to live on knowing that you refused to save the child? Maria asked Anna. Easy, she answered with obvious irony in her voice. After everything that happened in the STAM world, I will always live without stress and calmly. But I can't do that, Maria quietly objected. We closed here for the sake of food, Anna reminded angrily. Only for the sake of food. And on the way, we even managed to stop by a jewelry store, Maria noted sarcastically. So what? Anna asked sharply. What's going on with you? I don't recognize you. Are you sick? Tell me honestly, you're not sick, are you? How are you feeling? I'm starting to get nervous and seriously afraid for you. Maria remained silent. She herself did not understand what was really happening to her. The fever did not go away, and she was not going to tell Anna about what happened in the food department. Let's say there really was a child there. Let's say you save it. What then? Will you raise it? Or look for its biological parents? They've probably all died long ago. We can't carry a child around with us. We don't have the strength or the resources. Why would we need an extra mouth to feed? And I didn't hear any screams. Any requests for help. I have to help her, Maria said firmly. If you hope that you will get some kind of bonus in karma or something like that for this, then you are very much mistaken.
I have to help. There's a little girl there. She really needs my support.
No, this is just a nightmare. Anna raised her hands in complete bewilderment. Meanwhile, Maria approached the broken escalator and began to carefully climb the metal steps. She moved with great caution, fearing to meet the living dead, constantly looking around. In one hand, she clutched a gas pistol. In the other, she held a harpoon. Where are you? Having climbed to the next floor, she said weakly, and froze, waiting for an answer. Her head was splitting with pain. Maria felt terrible. But despite everything, she was not going to give up her intention to save the child. Perhaps this will be her last good deed. After all, it is unknown whether she got infected from the zombie cashier's blood that got on her face, and if she did, she might not be alive tomorrow. The angels in heaven will ask about all the good things, and she will have nothing to answer. Maybe they will forgive her for saving the child and bring her back. It sounds like a dream, but at least there is some hope. My mommy! Help! The frightened child's cry was heard again. Then there was a dull sound like a ball hitting a wall. Then another. Oh, Mom, where are you? Maria hissed and listened, but there was no answer. The girl most likely didn't even hear Maria's voice, and probably didn't realize that someone was already heading to her aid. Guided by the sounds, Maria realized that she needed to go up one more floor. She did so, and as soon as she reached the third floor, she carefully peered out from around the corner and immediately noticed a cluster of comatose zombies in the food court. The living dead either stood motionless, as if in a deep sleep, or slowly moved around the area, but did not move far from the spot. Sometimes one of them, an Uzbek in a cleaner's uniform, in a fit of rage would rush at the closed door, located slightly to the right of the display case of a popular ice cream shop, and dully hit his head on the doorleaf, but immediately jump back. These blows created a characteristic dull sound. All his attempts to open the door brought no result, because the door was very strong. The rest of the zombies did not attack the door, although it was already covered with brownish spots, scratches, and traces of blood. From behind a plastic border with artificial flowers, Maria counted 14 living creatures in the food court. Then she sat down on the floor and, without taking her eyes off the monsters, thought about how to help a child who had climbed into an ice cream shop and was trapped. In addition to the Uzbek cleaner, there was a blonde, very curvy, fashionable woman with silicone-enhanced lips and a Louis Vuitton bag slung over her shoulder in the food court, a skinny young man with an overly prominent Adam's apple, two Uzbek women, both wearing purple hijabs, a shopping mall security guard with one arm, an elderly lady in glasses with a face battered to the bone and bright purple hair, a one-eyed, plump, curly-haired guy in a checkered shirt worn loose, and several other mysterious individuals. Suddenly, Maria shuddered from a gust of air in her face, then turned around in fear and very quietly, but with obvious irritation, whispered to Anna, who was nearby, "You just scared me to death." Anna, with a satisfied smile, full of self-satisfaction, answered, "You really shit yourself, didn't you?" Maria indignantly whispered, "And if I had screamed?" Anna, calmly, falling to the floor and holding the saiga tightly at the ready, answered, "No, you wouldn't have screamed. I know you inside out." Maria wanted to object that during their journey together she had also learned a lot about Anna and could characterize her as an extremely insidious person capable of meanness, but she remained silent. "Well," Anna continued, "I decided to do you a favor. Add 1 cross to my karma or whatever they usually give for such things. What's next? Do you have any plans?"
Maria was going to suggest that Anna distract the undead at the entrance to the ice cream shop and lead them to another part of the building so that the child could come out of hiding. But the very idea of having to run away from a crowd of monsters did not please her, because she doubted her ability to run fast right now. Moreover, it was clear to her that she would be the one to run first. Anna would probably say that she could not run at all and that her knees constantly hurt because of her excess weight. Maria was lighter and used to be. As she herself said, she did fitness and yoga in the gym. Anna asked, nodding her head towards the food court. How many undead were there? Maria replied that there were 14 of them. Anna objected in surprise, as if she had only seen 13, cautiously peering out from behind cover. Maria, quietly indignant, was surprised. "Then why are you asking me if you just counted yourself?" Then, perplexed, she asked why exactly 13 and where the other one was lost. However, she did not get an answer to her question, because Anna suddenly screamed piercingly. A dead man had already appeared nearby, ready to open his mouth and bite. A strong man in jeans, a jumper, and a shirt. Apparently having heard the women's whispers or having noticed their movements, he quietly crept up and prepared to attack, but did not have time to implement his plan. Anna, holding the saiga in her hands, instantly pulled the trigger and shot him in the head. The dead man's head immediately shattered into pieces as a result of the shot. The loud sound caused the zombies, who were unconscious in the food court, to suddenly wake up and rush towards the women. Maria was going to run, but quickly realized that she simply did not have such an opportunity, and she would not make it in time. The revived were advancing so quickly. Forgetting about the pain in her knees, Anna quickly stood up and, not allowing the dead to get closer, began shooting at them. Although she tried to aim, she missed more and more often due to nerves, so she ended up shooting at zombies indiscriminately. An Uzbek woman in a hijab waved her arms humorously, was the first to be thrown aside. Then she and her friend were hit with bullets in a flash. Behind them came a blonde, elderly lady with noticeable silicone breast and lip fillings, with a Louis Vuitton bag over her shoulder. The silicone intervention became obvious as soon as several bullets hit her and pieces of transparent jelly-like mass flew everywhere. In fourth place was a scary old lady with purple hair and a disfigured face. Almost doing a somersault due to a bullet hit to the forehead, she fell onto a plastic table with the word Sprite written on it and completely disappeared under it, so that only her feet in sports shoes were sticking out. The guy in the VR glasses, who was also among the dead and turned into monsters, remained in a coma the longest. He was unable to see what was happening around him, and he clearly did not have the strength to take the glasses off his eyes. If it were not for the deep, lacerated wound on his neck, one might think that he was alive. Most likely, at the moment of the bite, he was immersed in watching a movie or a game and did not understand what happened, taking it for another trick of virtual reality. Now, having become a monster, he stood motionless, his arms stretched out in front of him, not knowing where to go. After which he caught his own bullet and fell to the floor, comically jerking his legs, stopping forever. After that, a guard appeared with an amputated or cut-off arm. He covered himself with his body from the bullets for a long time, but one of them, hitting him right in the forehead, knocked him unconscious. The last in line were an Uzbek in a cleaner's uniform and a one-eyed, overweight man who, apparently having trouble orienting himself in space, ran like a confused hare, now to the right, now to the left, and deftly dodged the shots. Despite this, sooner or later he received his portion of lead, fell to the floor, slid on the tiles, and hit his head on the escalator railing. The Uzbek, having received wounds to his legs, fell, and crawling on the floor with his hands, tried to get to the women, but soon he too fell and remained lying with a broken head.
Maria stood up abruptly and tried to shoot at the advancing monsters with a gas pistol. But in the noise of the shots, she realized that she had not hit a single target. She had long been eyeing her friend's weapon and dreamed of getting one, but it turned out that it was not easy to find a decent weapon these days. When the shooting died down, Maria heard the child's voice again. "Help, I'm here." Maria became alarmed and quickly answered, right now, we'll help you. What's your name, girl?" The child, hurrying and having difficulty pronouncing the words, as if something very important depended on it, said in a squeaky voice, "Galia. My name is Galia. Help!" "Jackdaw, my dear, quickly open the door and come out. There is such a commotion here that perhaps all the local monsters will come running because of the noise." With these words, Maria tried to open the door to the ice cream shop. She felt terrible. It seemed as if she was holding on by her last strength. At that moment, the door swung open and a woman with a short black haircut appeared in the doorway, which left Anna and Maria speechless with surprise. They were sure that a child would run out, but the situation turned out to be completely different. "Who are you?" Anna asked the brunette sharply. "My name is Galia." A thin voice was heard and a quick explanation. "Salatareva Galia. It was I who called you for help." The stranger's haggard face, much older than her years and wearing a stinking medical mask, showed fatigue. The woman looked about the same age as Maria and Anna, but she looked much worse. "Where is the child?" Maria asked confusedly. "What child? He wasn't here, I'm alone," the woman said in a squeaky voice and spread her arms comically. "Wow! How did you even get into this store?" Anna asked reluctantly. "I was looking for a place to grab a bite. I was counting on the Kroshka, Kartoshka, or a pizzeria, but there was nothing edible left, and those bastards were ruining everything. In the end, I spent a couple of days sitting in an ice cream shop, and only by a miracle managed to hide behind the door. I thought that was it, the end of the adventures." The refrigerators and display cases were turned off, the food had long since spoiled, and there was a terrible stench. It's good that I had a bottle of water with me. I drank it all,
I realized that I would soon die here from hunger and thirst. And then, you showed up. The woman wasn't just a brunette with a fiery appearance. She had eyes like coals. Deep black, made even more so by the outdated medical mask. Her clothes were all dark, too. Cropped trousers, thick-soled boots with laces, a wool sweater, and on her voluminous collar hung a chain of white metal, most likely cheap steel, decorated with an amber or some yellow stone, apparently artificial or even plastic. Gallia spoke quietly and in an annoyingly squeaky voice, which was reminiscent of a child's because of its unpleasant intonation.
Ah, damn, Anna said with irritation, and spat at Galina's feet.
We thought there was a child there.
No, there wasn't and isn't a single child here,
Galina repeated in her irritating voice, ignoring the spit that had sprayed out, or just pretending to. It was me. Thank you for saving me. I'm very grateful. Do you by any chance have anything to eat? I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. My head is spinning from hunger.
If we had anything edible, we would have eaten it ourselves a long time ago. Anna chuckled mockingly at these words.
I really want to eat, Galina continued to insist.
Listen, can't you speak any other way? Anna asked, a little irritated. To be honest, it's unpleasant to listen to. Your voice is so terribly disgusting.
I always talk like this,
Galina answered. And what do you need the mask for? Are you sick? Anna asked a new question.
As you know, the mask regime has not been cancelled yet, Galina said calmly. In addition, it is still not known exactly how the infection spreads, so a medical mask remains the most essential means of protecting the respiratory organs.
How does it spread? From a zombie bite, Anna calmly countered.
I myself saw how a man died, then came back to life and turned into a ghoul, Galina objected. And he wasn't bitten by anyone. He was simply killed.
Perhaps the infection occurs through the mucous membranes or mouth, Maria suggested cautiously.
Having said this, Maria put her hand to her forehead, trying to see if her temperature was rising.
Nobody has cancelled the mask regime because there is no one to do it,
Anna muttered with a smile on her face, adding, the majority of the country's population is like the living dead. There is no state, no authority, nothing at all left.
I have completely different information,
Galina suddenly said. They say that high-ranking officials, government officials and various famous people, respected in society, artists, writers, were urgently evacuated to a safe place at the very beginning, so everything will soon be back to how it was before.
Ahaha, everyone evacuated to Galinjik for a water party, Anna laughed. And as soon as all this is over, they'll turn on their blue screens again and show the same dull domestic films in the cinemas.
Where did you get such information? Galina asked seriously, ignoring Anna's laughter.
The government still exists, she said with confidence. If it didn't exist, the Chinese would have taken us over long ago. Everyone knows that they created this virus to conquer half the world. Obviously, their own territory is not enough for them, so they are trying to conquer other countries in this way. Since this has not happened to our country yet, it means that the authorities are in control of the situation, holding back the aggressors at the border and preventing them from invading our land.
I can already imagine how hordes of Chinese zombies are rushing to conquer our country. Anna grinned with a sarcastic grimace.
What are you even imagining? Are you out of your mind?
I once saw a Chinese man who turned into a vampire, Galina said, not paying attention to the insult.
How did you know it was Chinese? Anna asked with interest. Did he have a nationality label? Maybe he was Kazakh or Uzbek.
Maybe,
Galina waved her hand. But for some reason, that's how it seemed to me.
But you yourself just claimed that we have a government and it will not allow the Chinese to take over the country. And now, you say that you saw a Chinese in our country. Anna tried to catch Galina in a contradiction.
Maybe it was a spy, she suggested.
That's enough, Anna interrupted her sharply.
Maria, listening to her condition, decided not to interfere in the argument.
Anyway, let's get out of here, Anna muttered discontentedly and pulled Maria by the hand.
Write down 1+ in your karma for saving this crazy choo-choo machuchu, or wherever you write down good deeds to fate. Let's go! Otherwise my Ilyusha is probably already bored.
Hey, aren't you going to take me with you? Galina shouted after him in a cheerful and irritated voice. Why do we need you anyway? Anna snapped and added with a smile. We usually quickly shut extra mouths with lead. But I can still be useful to you, Galina said, ignoring the rude remark about lead mouths. Don't even dare try to sell me the idea that we should continue helping this crazy woman, Maria Anna muttered in passing. 1 cross for karma is enough for you. I have a driver's license. I know how to drive a car, Galina shouted after them. Who needs your license now? Anna answered, dragging Maria along with her. Nobody really cares about your license or traffic rules now. I can cook food for you and wash your clothes. We haven't forgotten how to cope with this yet, Anna said, descending the steps of the broken escalator. I can take you to the commune, Galina exclaimed in despair, causing Anna and Maria to stop abruptly. Have you heard anything about such a place? Do you really know where the commune is? Maria asked. I know, Galina answered confidently, and added with a slight sense of superiority. I'll be there very soon, with you or without you. It doesn't matter to me at all. You're not lying? Anna asked incredulously. I've already been there, Galina said firmly. Have you been to the commune yet? Anna asked. Yes, Galina confirmed. How is it there? Good? Just great. Clean beds, hot showers, library, electricity, safety, food, lots of food, medical care, all the amenities. Then why did you leave? Maria asked with disbelief. There were serious reasons for this. After a short silence, Galina reluctantly said and then asked, Are you by car? Having heard the affirmative confirmation, expressed by 2 identical nods, Galina happily declared, Then we'll get there very quickly. The journey will take about 5 hours, with a little more. Well, shall we go? First, tell me where exactly this place is, and then start making plans about my car, Anna muttered in response. Yeah, right, Galina responded wryly. So you can leave me here and rush ahead? Well, at least tell me approximately where it is. I'll show you the way, but I won't explain anything further. Am I completely stupid or something? Well, shall we go? She stood up and calmly walked up to the women. Where is your car? Galina asked, overtaking Maria and Anna on the escalator. Without us, you won't find it anyway, Anna answered thoughtfully. The car is hidden. You won't find anything without me, Galina retorted triumphantly. Why are you standing there like 2 confused people? Let's go. We need to go to the commune. It will soon get dark. They won't let us in at night. There's a curfew there. Honestly, you really have a terrible voice. It would drive me crazy to drive 5 hours to the commune with you, Anna said. We'll have to be patient, Galina answered with a smug smile. We still need to find food. Since the journey is long, we also need to visit the pharmacy. I need a new mask. But we can wait for food. They'll feed us in the commune. Listen, can you finally take off this damned mask? You already speak in an unpleasant voice, and the mask also muffles the sounds. Anna asked Galina, approaching the exit. You're all so annoying, she replied with a fake smile. There's always something wrong. You can't please me. Is there anything you like about yourself? There's absolutely nothing like that, Anna answered. Well then, I'm sorry, Galina said with the same feigned cheerfulness. You'll have to be patient, as they say. These are your problems and your sole concern. 3 women, looking around warily, left the supermarket and headed for the abandoned bays of a touchless car wash, a little to the side. These machines had not worked for a long time, and behind a screen of dirty, torn polyethylene stood a Ford with an extended cabin and a compartment for transporting animals. Is this your car? I'll be riding in the front passenger seat, Galina said immediately. I always sat in the front, Maria objected, not raising her voice because of the pain in her temples. I always get motion sickness in the back seat,
Galena answered calmly. You don't want me to throw up, do you? Galena opened the front passenger door and prepared to sit down.
Hey, have you tried just keeping quiet and doing what you're told?
Anna immediately put an end to this, climbing behind the wheel and parking the Saiga nearby. Get in the back seat like you were told, and don't cause us any trouble. Who are you to impose your terms here? Galena, her coal-colored eyes flashing angrily, jerked nervously but still obeyed and moved to the back seat. After that, she screamed so loudly that it seemed her voice was about to break.
The reason was that a bald, fat zombie with a beaten face rushed at her from the animal transport compartment, separated by a metal mesh.
It seemed that due to complete exhaustion from hunger, Galena did not even try to jump out of the car and run away. She just sat there, clenching her fists in fear of herself, closing her eyes and screaming wildly.
Anna and Maria turned to her and watched silently for a while, until Galena calmed down and realized that the dead man, who was behind the metal mesh, could not reach her in any way.
The zombie, trying to bite Galena, grabbed the metal mesh with all his might and scratched his face even more. He even tried to grab it with his teeth. But due to the inconvenient location of human teeth, he was unable to do so.
This is some kind of joke, right? Galena asked the women, having come to her senses a little. Did you do this on purpose to scare me? What is this anyway? Why are you transporting this dead man in your trunk?
Maria calmly nodded her head towards Anna and said,
But this is her husband, just in case. Anna didn't explain anything, started the engine, and slowly left the car wash area. Galena, not understanding the situation, asked Anna, What do you mean, husband? Are you seriously saying that this is your spouse?
Maria, throwing up her hand, was indignant. What's so unclear about that? This living dead man is really Anna's husband.
Galena opened her deep black eyes wide and asked,
Are you really married to the undead? What is that? Then she pretended to clasp her head in her hands and added ironically, The world has gone completely mad. I understand when someone takes an alcoholic or a slacker as a husband, so that there is a male presence in the house. But to marry a dead man? That's too much.
Maria began to explain.
This is indeed Anna's husband. She married him in an official marriage before the pandemic. Later, he became a living dead man. What's the difficulty?
Galena said sarcastically, smiling. You just said that, so I thought.
Anna was silent, driving the car, and from time to time looking into the rear-view mirror with obvious irritation.
Galena, as if still not believing it, stared at Maria and then turned her gaze to Anna. Finally, she realized with surprise.
So you are a widow? Anna answered displeasedly, but with a certain anger. As you can see.
Galena's eyes widened in incredible surprise. She turned around
and looked at the zombie with lively interest.
Well, now everything has become clear, she drawled in a nasty voice, lengthening each word.
I see, Anna repeated, with malicious mockery. I haven't met such stupid women as you for a long time.
What kind of oddity is this?
Galena asked, ignoring the taunt about stupid women, and nervously chuckling, pointing her finger at the dead man's obviously protruding fly, then laughed shrilly. Now tell me that this dead man dreams of sex. She continued to laugh quietly in her nasty voice, while Maria just looked at her silently. Anna didn't say a word either.
It's called a post-mortem erection, Anna finally explained seriously to Galena.
It happens to men sometimes, and as it turns out, quite often. There's nothing unusual about it, it's pure physiology. Galena made a sarcastic face, nodded her head frequently, and, unable to contain her laughter, slapped her palm on the back of Anna's chair, after which she burst out laughing.
Now I understand why you need this treasure.
Or have you already found a way to use it?
He, Anna repeated angrily. Let it be known to you that in life my husband had a very average-sized and rather flaccid member.
Then everything is even clearer to me, Galina said, continuing to laugh loudly. It's like a spoiled chicken in the refrigerator. It seems like you can't use it, but it's a shame to throw it away.
That's how stupid you are, Galina suddenly said sharply to Anna.
What do you mean?
She asked in surprise. If I were you, I would look for a normal man and not drag this treasure around with me, Galina answered and added dreamily. A man who would love, protect, feed, and carry me in his arms. For this, I would give him unforgettable closeness. After all men love sex, and we, girls, can give it to them. This is our evolutionary advantage.
Where can I find such a man?
Maria sighed. There have never been any normal ones, and now even less so.
On the contrary,
Galina exclaimed. Now is the time to look. And not only because it is hard to survive without a man now, also because only the best men have survived. It is like Darwinian evolution. All the fools and weaklings have turned into zombies, and only the most resilient and strong remain. Yes, it's much easier to live with a man, Maria agreed. He'll chop wood and provide food.
I would even agree to marry such a man,
Galina said dreamily again. I really want to find support and support in a strong man's shoulder. I used to be strong and independent, but now I want to be a fragile and gentle woman.
Oh my God, I'm just going crazy from this nasty voice, Anna said without taking her eyes off the road, then looked angrily into the rearview mirror and continued.
I take my ex with me for one reason only, so that no one would ever think of stealing the car with the zombie in it. It's a kind of free security alarm. Do you understand now? I understand, Galina replied with irritation and adjusted her mask on her face as if it were a matter of honor. Just don't raise your voice at me. Yell at your ex. I'm not yelling at you, Anna said, her voice hysterical. And if you don't shut up right now with that nasty voice of yours, you'll walk to the commune. Do you understand completely?
Got it!
Galina answered boldly.
But you're unlikely to get there without me. You need me. So you'll have to endure both me and my supposedly gentle voice.
Let it stay, Maria complained, clutching her temples which were pulsating with pain. We'll endure it a little longer. We'll soon get to the commune. And then, let the grass not grow. The zombie in the transport cage once again buried its face in the metal mesh, causing Galina to involuntarily shudder with fear. Can we do something about him? I'm terribly afraid of him, Galina asked in a plaintive voice, pointing to the cage. I'll decide now, Anna answered angrily and quickly turned on the rear window wiper. The zombie instantly rushed at him, and imitating the movements of a windshield wiper, began to move his now scratched face along the rear window. That's a completely different matter. It turns out that there are no unsolvable problems, Galina said optimistically and asked, Where can I charge my phone here?
It's just a disaster. I'm so tired of it.
Maria shared with Anna.
Are you going to call someone?
Anna laughed, looking in the rearview mirror, and sarcastically remarked, There's no connection here. Nowhere at all. There's no connection on the entire planet, because the apocalypse has begun. I'm not going to call anyone, Galina replied, offended. I use my phone as a flashlight. I also take photos sometimes. Am I stupid enough to call someone? And who should I call now? The Ministry of Emergency Situations? I understand. Plug the cord into the cigarette lighter and shut up. Anna finally allowed her. Chapter 5. We need to leave this damned country immediately, Ilya Fyodor said in the car, having slightly recovered from his tears. Where are we going? He asked, driving away from the site of the destroyed wedding restaurant. Even to Europe, Ilya muttered. The military there doesn't kill its own people for food. I'm telling you that these are not the military, and you're not listening to me. These are ordinary bandits, one of the serious criminal groups. It doesn't matter, Ilya said quietly. During the pandemic in Europe, the authorities paid people money just for staying home. But here, even if you're in quarantine, you'll have to pay loans and taxes.
But where will you get the money? From an empty pocket? Or what?
If we're going to go somewhere, we should go to Siberia, Fyodor retorted. By winter, all the dead people there will be frozen, and there will be much less to worry about.
And in the spring they will all thaw again, Ilya noted with a smile.
Besides, there were always few people there, which means there were few zombies too, added Fyodor. What is there to do there? Ilya asked. What can you do?
To hunt in the forest and sow oats in the field, smiled Fyodor, and asked, Have you ever been to Siberia?
No, I haven't, Ilya answered. My relatives used to live in Kizel, but they categorically forbade me to go there. Why? They say that crime is very high there, even worse than in Brazil. A newcomer will quickly be robbed or killed, and the police will not look for criminals. Well, Kizel is not all of Siberia, Fyodor objected. I was once on Baikal. It is beautiful and spacious there. Fish, meat, mushrooms, nuts and berries. Irkutsk, of course, is not much of a city, but the nature there is amazing. I tell you, there are no perfect places in the world, Fyodor suddenly declared. There never were any, and there certainly aren't any now, he immediately added. That's why we need to go to Siberia. I'm not going anywhere until I avenge Mishka, Ilya said firmly, after thinking for a moment. Are you crazy? Fyodor grinned. How are you going to take revenge? Are you going to shoot them with this toy? He pointed at the sawed-off shotgun. I have to avenge Misha, Ilya repeated insistently. Fyodor remained silent, realizing that it was useless to talk to a young man of his age. Chapter 6. An excellent specimen. Exactly what we need, the plague doctor said excitedly in his characteristic manner of speech, quickly closing the trunk of a Japanese three-door car. It looks like this creature went into a trance just a few hours ago. If everything goes as planned, we will soon be able to save this world from the plague of the 21st century. Throwing his leather coat over his head, he awkwardly climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove off. I understand that you don't understand much of what is happening. My previous assistant experienced the same difficulties. He also didn't understand much. The main thing is to listen to me, and very soon our names will go down in history. What happened to your previous assistant? Asked the guy sitting next to him. He was bitten, the plague doctor explained briefly. As part of an experiment, he brought in a middle-aged man, but at the most crucial moment he broke free and attacked him. Since then, I prefer to work only with women or teenagers. He held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other, he removed the leather mask with a large nose resembling a bird's beak from his face, and threw it on the back seat. It was extremely uncomfortable to drive a car in such attire, especially in a cramped cabin. It should be noted that this young man's own nose was no less noticeable than the nose on the plague doctor's mask. Just as large, and with a hump. His lisping voice only added to the strange image. Of course I tried to save him, immediately carried out the necessary treatment, and even administered antitoxin. But there is currently no vaccine for this virus. In the end, I was unable to save his life. Later, he began to attack me, destroy equipment in the laboratory, so I was forced to eliminate him. The plague doctor ruffled his disheveled hair with his left hand. Well done, Stepa, he cheerfully praised his assistant. It would be incredibly difficult to deal with this creature alone. Grandpa taught me how to set traps and snares for wild animals. We often went fishing and hunting in the forest together. And even now, when something doesn't work out, I just turn to him. Grandpa, help, help! And he always supports me, suggests the right solution or guides me. That's funny, the doctor said with a smile. You really hear voices in your head? Only one voice, Stepan answered. The voice of my grandfather. The doctor laughed, and after a short pause, said, You know, sometimes I hear different voices in my head, but I never pay attention to them. After all, I am a doctor, and I should not believe in such things. Besides,
One of the medical specialties studies such phenomena and considers them exclusively as negative pathological changes in the psyche. Do you understand what I mean? Judging by the rather slow expression on his face, it seemed that Stepan had not caught anything from this conversation. Although, if you think about it, a close connection with God and absolute faith in Him from a medical scientific point of view, perhaps also speaks of some mental disorders. I don't understand psychiatry. I'm closer to physiology and immunology. The doctor was silent for a moment, and then decided to change the subject. When did your grandfather pass away? A long time ago, before all these events. Stepan pointed to the broken and burnt cars along the road. It was more than 6 years ago. He died of old age, not of the virus. In today's reality, dying of old age rather than infection is something like God's grace. The doctor smiled with slight irony and added, "Maybe your late grandfather brought you to me for a reason. Together, we can save the world from the virus much faster and more effectively. My knowledge of science, plus your physical strength and skill, I used to waste a lot of time catching experimental specimens. But today, you did it quickly and skillfully." The plague doctor, rushing at full speed, rammed a group of monsters that had come out onto the roadway, literally crushing them on the hood of the car. Then turned on the windshield wipers and calmly washed away traces of blood and brains with a stream of water from the windshield. "My grandfather said that all human illnesses come from sins and temptations," Stepan said. "In a way, he was certainly right," the doctor confirmed. "Our world has accumulated too much envy, hypocrisy, malice, and hatred. In the end, we have to pay for it. Monsters and bloodsuckers walk the roads." After these words, the doctor turned into an industrial area, partially surrounded by a concrete fence, and stopped near a refrigerated truck without wheels, placed on bricks. "It's time to act faster," the doctor ordered, getting out of the car. He opened the trunk, then quickly ran to the refrigerator and lifted the rear sectional door halfway, all the while looking around warily. "Get her into the operating room while I start the generator," he told Stepan sharply. "Be careful that she doesn't break through the tarpaulin and infect you." Stepan carefully leaned over the trunk, grabbed the bale by the edges, and pulled it out onto the ground, after which he dragged it to the refrigerator. The entity contained in the bale began to twitch and hiss angrily. Ignoring her resistance, Stepan very carefully and accurately lifted the bale from the ground and threw it inside the car's cabin, then quickly climbed in after it. The doctor also entered the car and slammed the back door shut. He turned on the switch and touched the stun gun to the package containing the zombie specimen. "This is to keep her calm," he said, and then immediately hit her with the stun gun again. "And this is just in case." The plague doctor was in a state of complete agitation, overwhelmed by the adrenaline rushing through him. He quickly threw off his coat, threw on a stained medical gown, and pulled on latex gloves. Then he swept the books, notes, various medical instruments, and small vials off the operating table. The object of study must be placed on the operating table and securely fastened with straps. He gave the order to Stepan. Stepan followed the instructions, lifted the zombie, who was trembling in the tarpaulin, and carefully secured her with straps on the table. After this, the doctor turned on a medical lamp above the table and began cutting the tarpaulin with a scalpel, simultaneously recording all observations on a dictaphone. Entry number 148. The subject of the study is a woman of about 30 years of age, with a normal build and satisfactory nutritional status. Judging by the characteristic damage to the body, death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest to the left of the heart. In addition, another gunshot wound was found on the body in the area of the knee of the left leg, which, judging by external signs, was inflicted after death. No traces of viral bites or other types of infection were visually detected on the body. Based on the obvious symptoms and body temperature, it can be concluded that death occurred a little over 2 hours ago. The woman was found near the city blood transfusion station and taken to the operating room for a scientific experiment. The study is being conducted by Dr. Oskar Olegovich Toffel, assisted by assistant Stepan. "What's your name and patronymic?" he quickly asked his assistant.
Mikhailov Stepan, he answered. Okay, let's get to work. The doctor finished recording on the dictaphone and put the device aside. She has a rather unusual pendant on her neck, he noted, smiling, examining the body. It looks like silver. He will get in. He studied the body for a while in silence, then said, thoughtfully, "Here's what's interesting, Stepan. There are, as I've already noted, no signs of bites on this woman's body. Do you understand what I'm talking about?" Stepan shook his head uncertainly. There are only traces of gunshot wounds, one of which turned out to be the cause of death. Listening to the doctor, Stepan remained quiet. It turns out that this woman died from a gunshot wound to the chest, and then turned into a zombie.
The doctor said, carefully examining the injuries on the deceased's body.
This mysterious case never ceases to torment me. I understand when infection occurs directly through a bite and the entry of infected secretions into the blood. But why a person who has never been bitten still becomes a zombie remains a mystery to me, he noted. Oscar carefully examined the wounds, then carefully removed the lead bullet with tweezers and placed it in an enamel container. He also removed pellets from the knee, after which he treated the damaged areas with a cotton swab and bandaged the leg. I already did it automatically. He pointed to his bandaged knee and thoughtfully said to Stepan, "I was just a little distracted, and I put the bandage on out of habit. This is already a professional skill." He smiled playfully. You can't drink away skills. While the victim hissed and tried to bite under the harsh light of halogen lamps, the doctor paid no attention to its aggressiveness. I won't bandage the gunshot wound on my chest, and I can't. I'm afraid she'll bite, he continued thoughtfully. Stepan stood to the side the whole time, silently watching what was happening. At one point, when the doctor, immersed in examining the body, leaned down a little lower, the subject jerked sharply, causing Oscar to involuntarily stagger back and immediately hit the back of his head on a medical lamp. "Oh, you cunning beast!" he cursed, primarily worried about possible damage to the equipment. The doctor turned on the recorder and said, "The goal of the experiment is to collect data on the subject's condition after clinical death and transformation into a zombie, as well as to monitor the body temperature after the introduction of the toxoid serum." He turned to Stepan. "We will introduce the toxoid and monitor the effect of the drug on the subject. If the temperature begins to rise slightly, this will indicate a positive effect that should be further developed. This means that we are moving in the right direction and will soon be able to create a vaccine against zombies." Then he suggested attaching temperature sensors to the body and began to cut the sweater along the sleeve with a scalpel. "Great. This will be much more comfortable," Oscar said, throwing off the zombie cardigan. Now he was left in black jeans and a tight sports t-shirt, with a cartoon character on it. He did not take off his sports shoes from the object. When the doctor opened the thermo container, he carefully removed the test tube with clouds of cold steam from the liquid nitrogen, then poured some of the liquid into the retort, added a few more components, and began filling the syringe with the resulting mixture. "The body temperature is about 3 degrees above the ambient temperature," he noted, looking at the sensors, and immediately explained to Stepan, although he did not ask any questions. For a deceased body, such a difference is considered completely normal. There is nothing unusual here, and you should not pay attention to it. Excited, the doctor lowered the medical lamp a little lower and brought the syringe to the zombie's neck. Under the spotlight, the zombie immediately bared its fangs, trying to grab on to the living, and jerked sharply, but immediately received a powerful shock from the stun gun. "Let's get started. Serum number 396. Test on a human corpse," Oscar said, starting to inject the drug into the creature's neck and body. "Will she become human again?" Stepan asked cautiously after a short pause. "Unlikely, or rather impossible," the doctor replied. "So far, no vaccine has been developed for this virus. It is still a long way off."
In this case, I am only checking whether the infected person's body is able to react to the serum. Do you understand what I mean?
Stepan nodded, but it was clear from his expression that he understood practically nothing. There is no blood flow in the body of a dead person, the doctor explained. The injected substance will remain at the injection site. It will not spread throughout the body, and accordingly, will not have a significant effect on the body. Stepan fell silent and listened attentively. In order to somehow speed up the process, we will apply electric current to the body, the doctor emphasized. This is not an attempt at resuscitation, but only an experimental part of the study. After checking the data from the devices, the doctor attached the electrodes to the body. He emphasized once again that the goal today is only to obtain information about the effect of the antitoxin on the dead organism, and turned on the current for a short time. The body immediately shuddered with a spasm. The dead man's muscles acted like those of a living person, conducting electricity. But these movements did not mean that there were signs of life. However, this would allow the necessary data to be collected. Sensors connected to the computer quietly recorded all changes on the operating table. Suddenly, the rhythm of the sounds changed and accelerated, causing the doctor, stunned by the incomprehensible event, to freeze in complete bewilderment.
Did you notice that?
He whispered happily to his assistant.
The subject's body temperature is rising. Even if it's only slightly, the serum is working. This is a real breakthrough. Do you understand what this means? We've almost found a cure for the virus. This is a chance that all zombies will soon become human. And not only glory awaits us, but also great wealth. Because pharmaceuticals have always been a very profitable field.
Holding back his emotions, Oscar began to carefully check the data from the sensors on the screen, simultaneously making notes in a notebook. He even lowered the lamp lower to get a better look at what was happening on the table. In all, even the darkest periods of history, science and medicine have triumphed over diseases. Finding a cure for the zombie virus is only a matter of time. Despite the chaos that reigns in the world, I am sure that there are other scientists who, like me, are striving to create a miracle drug. The only question is who will succeed first. He turned on the electric discharge again, which made the creature shudder much more violently, after which it hit its head on the medical lamp that hung above the table. And the light immediately went out. "Your mother!" Oscar cursed with annoyance in the dim flickering of the monitor screens. He sighed and winked at Stepan with a slight smile. "We'll have to find a new device. But don't worry, soon we'll be able to afford 1,000 of these bulbs. The whole world will be at our feet, begging us for a cure for their disease." What is this? He immediately became wary, listening to the beeping of the sensors. Damn, what's going on? Indeed, temperature readings, which had been accelerating for some time before, began to slow down again and return to previous values.
What nonsense!
Oscar almost screamed in despair, clutching his head. Serum number 396 has failed. The experiment is over for today, he said bitterly into the recorder. What a fool I am. He immediately hit himself on the forehead. What happened? Stepan asked. The body temperature of the corpse increased, not because of the drug, but because of the heat from the lamps. Oscar threw up his hands in disappointment. I missed this simple physical moment. At the same moment, the generator outside went silent. The light in the refrigerator chamber went out, leaving only the faint flickering of the computers on batteries. And suddenly the sound of machine gun fire rolled along the wall of the refrigerator. "Open the door," a male voice said from the street. "And please, don't do anything stupid." The doctor swore harshly after the warning, immediately rushed to the screen, and began urgently deleting data from the computer. However, he was unable to carry out his plan completely, since the rear sectional door of the refrigerator was immediately opened and lifted up. After that, young men in military uniforms began to enter. "Stand still and don't move," one of them commanded the doctor, and to intimidate him,
drew an uneven dotted line across the ceiling with a burst of machine gun fire.
"What's going on?" the doctor asked, with noticeable rudeness and surprise.
This is private property. You have no right to do this.
"Confiscate all equipment along with documents."
The mustachioed military man with a major's epaulet immediately ordered his subordinates. Then, turning to the doctor, he added, "You will have to come with us. This is not a proposal, but an order."
You have no right to do this. The doctor tried to protest again, but he was suddenly pushed in the back by the barrel of a Kalashnikov, after which, with his hands behind his head, he left the refrigerator with the help of soldiers in camouflage. At gunpoint of a similar weapon, Stepan was also forced to leave the laboratory.
"What does all this mean?"
Oscar asked a military man on the street, almost in a panic.
"Our department wants to give you the opportunity to continue your research in more comfortable and safe conditions," the military man replied. "You will have at your disposal a modern laboratory, a full set of drugs and instruments, as well as assistance and research facilities."
Your proposal sounds like an order, the doctor remarked with a bitter smile. Absolutely not, the soldier replied. This is precisely the invitation that I am sure cannot be refused. Do you hear me?
"I hear," the doctor said quietly. "We know that you are busy searching for a vaccine against the virus. It is truly needed by all mankind. You must save the world and forever go down in history as the savior of mankind."
He paused briefly, then added, "We will help you with this. We will provide the most modern equipment, all the necessary medicines and resources." "What if I refuse?" Oscar asked gloomily. "Then someone else will save this world."
The doctor remained silent with an evil grin.
"They'll explain everything in more detail on the spot," the major said, softening a little.
For some time, the plague doctor and Stepan silently watched as equipment and documents were taken out of the refrigerator and then loaded into military vehicles. When the unloading was complete, the major very kindly, despite the fact that he had previously threatened them with a weapon, invited Oscar and Stepan to get into a car parked nearby.
"I need to get my personal belongings," Oscar said grumpily. The gloved soldier made a graceful gesture of permission. Accompanied by a soldier,
Oscar climbed into the refrigerator, looked at the mess with bitterness, and picked up a leather coat from the floor, and then walked up to the operating table and stared thoughtfully at the zombie subject.
The officer next to him immediately pulled his service weapon from its holster and prepared to shoot the lifeless woman in the head.
He pulled the trigger, but no shot was fired. An attempt to pull the trigger again was also unsuccessful.
"Damn it," he cursed with irritation. "I can't find a normal weapon anywhere." After which he began to carefully examine the pistol, trying to figure out the reason for the breakdown. Meanwhile, the plague doctor leaned over the table, unnoticed by the soldier, loosened the straps that bound the limbs of the zombie individual, and quietly said as if to himself,
"I still figured out your secret."
Then he got out of the refrigerator, took the bird mask from the back seat of his car, and got into the UAZ together with Stepan. "From now on, you both report to Colonel Pavlov," said the mustachioed major. The plague doctor silently crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled with displeasure. The cars suddenly started moving and left the industrial zone. Behind them, a zombie-like individual with a Chabarashka print on his t-shirt and a gunshot wound in his chest emerged from behind a concrete fence, limping on one leg, having freed himself from the straps of the operating table. Suddenly she stopped, as if struck by a bright, almost electric flash in her consciousness. Previously unknown images suddenly appeared vividly in her memory. What it was, she could not explain or comprehend. However, the feeling was new and unusual. Something like this had never happened to her before, at least in this new life. All these images concerned strangers. An unfamiliar woman with a small son, a red-bearded man who accompanied her, but from whom she eventually ran away, as well as some incomprehensible event that remains a mystery. When the state passed, she saw a crowd of walking dead in the distance, headed towards them and hurried to join the group. Chapter 7. Maria, checking her forehead for a rise in temperature, asked, "How much further?" Galina thoughtfully answered, "Soon." Anna thoughtfully said that something needed to be done with the car. Maria became wary, asking, "What do you mean?"
Anna expressed the opinion that they should leave the car in a secluded place and walk to the commune. Galina was indignant. "I will not walk under any circumstances." Maria reminded Galina of her sore knees and the issues associated with running from zombies. Galina supported Maria, noting that it was difficult to run fast due to excess weight. Anna was offended and declared that her zombie husband in the commune would be immediately killed to stop the spread of the infection, and hoped that everyone understood this.
So he's still important to you, I take it. Galina giggled maliciously, nodding towards the dog compartment. As important as memory, Maria laughed nervously in response. Silly girls, Anna muttered, catching the atmosphere. And secondly, what? Galina asked sarcastically. And secondly, I know for sure that my car will be immediately confiscated and made public property. Why such a conclusion? Maria was surprised. Because everything there belongs to the community. It's the commune. Do you understand, Masha? The commune. So you're worried about the car, Maria suggested. Actually, I took it on credit, Anna answered venomously. For 3 years, I was paying the bank with interest, and now they are asking me to give away my personal property to some strangers for free? That's too much. I didn't think you were so stingy. Maria smiled, of course. I knew, but not to that extent. I don't care what you imagined. But in the commune, you will use the common property? Asked Galina. I will, Anna answered firmly. But that's a completely different story. You just don't understand it. Maneuvering around obstacles on the road like scattered things or abandoned cars, Anna was silent for a while. And then, I have a question. Why are we going there at all? She said thoughtfully. How is that possible? Galina was indignant. Maria, again running her hand over her forehead, said that, in her opinion, the situation there would be much better in any case. Anna growled angrily. Why do you keep touching your forehead? If you're sick, just tell me straight out. Galina, jumping up and quickly adjusting her mask, approved of Anna's words, trying to stay away from Maria to avoid possible infection with the flu or coronavirus. Behind her, the zombie suddenly rushed forward, burying its muzzle in the bars. Galina looked back warily and said, I don't want you to infect all of us here. Maria tiredly replied that she was simply touching her forehead for no reason. She was tired of the endless running around and wanted a normal bed, shower, and food. Anna looked around the area with suspicion and noticed that the number of zombies was not decreasing. Dead figures sometimes flashed along the road near populated areas. Some of them quickly rushed at their car and tried to catch up for some time, but then fell behind. Anna confidently and skillfully drove the car, not sparing those monsters that appeared on her way. She simply knocked them down without regret. Anna anxiously asked how much longer they had to go, to which Galina, looking closely at the road, replied that it was already close. Maria noted that it would soon be dark, and Anna thoughtfully said that they needed to hide the car somewhere. Galina added that there was a gas station nearby on the way, an important landmark for getting to the commune. Anna reacted cautiously to her interlocutor's words. You speak as if you are not sure of your words. Galina replied that she did not have a very good memory for the places they visited and joyfully cried out, Exactly. Here it is, the gas station, and it is already very close. As soon as this phrase was uttered, a dark silhouette of an abandoned gas station with a row of abandoned cars immediately appeared around the turn. Anna, looking around the area, frowned with displeasure.
This is, of course, a very convenient place to hide a car.
Galina asked why she thought so.
Because literally anyone who wants to drives here, thinking that there is still gas here. It never even occurs to anyone that there has been no gas since the very beginning of all this chaos.
Anna explained. Then Maria asked what the problem was.
The thing is that if someone sees our car, they will immediately try to loot it.
Came the answer. Maria suggested handing the car over to the commune's common warehouse, but Anna was furious.
No way. I'll just lose it forever. It's better to have at least a chance that it will remain mine.
Then Maria suggested driving the car into the forest,
hiding it among the trees and camouflaging it with branches. Anna silently agreed, turned off the asphalt, and headed into the forest. Stopping and turning off the engine in the middle of the trees, she warned, "Watch very carefully that there are no ghouls nearby. Otherwise, we will all be brutally torn apart here." Galina said anxiously that they had to hurry, as the day was already approaching sunset. She jumped out of the car and began breaking off birch and alder branches to throw them onto the vehicle. Anna and Maria quickly took the necessary things from the car and immediately joined her. At this time, the zombie with an erect penis, located in the dog cage, was restlessly rushing from corner to corner, rocking the car as if it were a boat.
Anna, looking at the animal, quietly said that soon it would calm down and go into a comatose state. Maria noticed tears in her friend's eyes and quietly asked if she would miss this creature, pointing to the beast in the cage. Anna, with an empty look, answered that she was already tired of it and that in fact she was worried about the car. It took so long to get a loan for it. When the car's camouflage was complete, all three headed to the gas station to exit the area onto the main road. At that moment, a loud sound was heard from the highway, and soon the headlights of a car flashed in the evening darkness on the turn. The women, out of habit, quickly hid around the corner of the destroyed store, realizing that it was too late to run to the car abandoned in the forest. Anna, just in case, aimed the barrel of the Saiga at her own car. As soon as the woman did this, the car drove into the gas station area and stopped. The door slammed, and a plump woman came out of the car and immediately began to inspect the pump hoses in search of fuel. "Have you seen it?" Galina nodded at her, quietly asking, and began to rummage through her pockets. "That's Larissa Gruseva." "What other Larissa Gruseva?" Anna didn't understand. "The one who hosted the program, Let's Measure Up, on Channel 1. She used to host it when everything was fine." "It can't be," Anna breathed out in surprise. "The real Larissa Gruseva? She's a star. A long time ago she starred in a famous film. I've completely forgotten the name." "Alive," Maria confirmed with noticeable trepidation in her voice. "I'm in complete shock," Galina said, her eyes wide with surprise. Finally, she took her phone out of her pocket. "Larissa, hello. We recognized you right away," Galina said, going outside. "Damn, girls! You scared me so much!" she shuddered. "Are you alone?" Galina was surprised. "Who should I be with? With Razochka and Mimosa?"
Larissa answered and asked, "Tell me, how can I get gas here?"
"You'll never get gas here again," Anna said, pointing the barrel of her Saiga toward the abandoned cars. "They dreamed of that, too." "But my light bulb is already on," Larissa complained. Anna confidently informed Larissa that her exhaust pipe was damaged. "What pipe?" Larissa was surprised. "The one on the car? Do you have any other exhaust pipe?" Anna laughed. Larissa, despite her mockery, looked under the trunk and noted with surprise, "That's why the engine roars so loudly. And there's no pipe at all. It looks like it fell off somewhere along the way." Galina asked Larissa, "You were evacuated, weren't you?" "Where exactly?" Larissa answered warily. "I heard that at the beginning all the artists, officials, and oligarchs were taken to a safe place. You, as a national treasure, were supposed to be taken too," Galina added. Larissa said with hostility that this was the first time she had heard of such a thing, but she smiled proudly. "Well, thank you for calling me a national treasure." Galina asked permission to take a photo with her. "No, girls, don't. I'm not pretty at all, and I've been looking bad lately." Larissa quickly waved her hand. "Please, please. I'll correct the photo later in the editor," Galina begged. "No one will ever believe you that I am your friend," Larissa answered arrogantly. Galina continued to beg, after which Anna interjected. "And for this, we will take you into the commune." "What is this?" Larissa asked. "This is a safe place," Galina explained. Maria was quick to share her impressions.
Everything is arranged there together, a common dining room and showers, a medical center, and so on. Everyone contributes according to their abilities and receives according to their needs. It's almost like under communism. Anna added, "You'll be able to stage your plays there. I think they'll treat you, a famous actress, very warmly." Larissa asked incredulously, "Like under communism? I didn't complain under capitalism either." She finally agreed to a photo, straightened her hair, and slightly pursed her lips so that the wrinkles would be less noticeable. "Just don't post this online," she warned. Anna thought for a moment and answered in surprise. "There aren't any. No social networks, no internet. Or did I miss something?" Larissa just shrugged, pretending to be good-natured, and smiled for the camera, saying, "Say cheese." After the photo shoot, Anna suggested, "Let's go to the commune in your car. If you want, I can drive." Larissa agreed without objection, only noting, "But I'm afraid there might not be enough gasoline." Galina intervened. "We can drain the fuel from Anna's car." Anna answered sternly, "But not completely, otherwise there won't be any driving left, right, Galia?" She confirmed, "That's right, you need an empty canister and a hose. I once saw how gasoline was sucked out of the tank through a hose."
They suck, Anna repeated with hostility. "That's exactly what you're going to do now."
I've only seen it, but I've never tried it myself. I don't know how to do it at all. Galina quickly refused to help.
"It's obvious from looking at you," Anna muttered. She was about to head towards her car, hidden in the forest. But suddenly she stared at the road in horror.
"What the hell is this?" "The whole road is running after me," Larissa answered calmly. "Apparently the exhaust noise irritates them." In the distance, from around the bend, quite close, a large group of monsters appeared. "Wow!" Anna cried. "Let's go quickly!" Maria screamed and rushed to Larissa's car. "Otherwise they'll eat us all here." "But what about the gasoline?" Larissa exclaimed anxiously, throwing up her hands. "It's already very close," Galina shouted, jumping into the car. "What do you mean, completely?" Anna chuckled nervously, taking her place behind the wheel. "Do you know the way, or are you just leading us on?" "What are you saying? Should I lead you by the nose? No way!" Galina was indignant. Soon all four were already sitting in the car, and with a loud roar, they left the territory of the gas station, escaping from the advancing crowd of monsters. Some particularly fast creatures, having caught up with the car, began to grab it with their hands, and one of them even threw himself at the windshield, covering it with a network of cracks. He prepared to hit the glass with his fist again to break it, but Anna sharply increased speed and spun the steering wheel, causing the zombie to fall onto the asphalt. However, he immediately got up and threw himself at the car again. "Faster! Faster!" Galina screamed hoarsely in horror from the front passenger seat. "I'm coming! I'm coming!" Anna replied. When the crowd of monsters fell behind a little, Larissa asked Galina arrogantly, "What's wrong with your voice?" Then she advised, "You urgently need to work on your diction. Otherwise, it's extremely unpleasant to listen to you. Believe me, I'm Larissa Gruseva, and I only advise you good things. The girls and I will always support you." Galina, looking tensely at the road, showed where to go. "Some kind of car of yours barely pulls," Anna noted to Larissa, pressing hard on the gas. "This is not a car at all, but a pure disappointment," she sighed feignedly. The car really did knock loudly and accelerated with great difficulty, especially on the climbs. In the twilight, the sound of the engine seemed much louder. The crowd of monsters was still looming somewhere behind, and, it must be said, it was getting bigger with each passing moment. Near the abandoned village, other zombies suddenly joined them and also rushed after the car. Anna, noticing the red petrol light coming on, said excitedly, "I hope we don't run out of petrol completely." And that's when it happened. The engine died down, although the car continued to move by inertia for some time, thanks to the fact that Anna shifted the gearbox into neutral in time. Looking back, Galina screamed in horror.
They will catch up with us. We will all die.
Anna answered sharply,
Be quiet! Listen carefully. When the car stops, immediately jump out and run away with all our might,
Larissa said with a haughty intonation. I used to go to the gym, so I can run pretty well. That's what they did. However, running along the road from the pursuing zombies turned out to be very difficult. Anna and Larissa didn't know how to run at all and were constantly lagging behind. Maria suggested, "Let me carry your gun, Anna. It will be easier for you to run." To which Anna responded with irritation, "Oh, come on, no need." Maria was offended. "Your greed will harm you someday." Anna snapped back.
Let's see whose greed turns out to be fatal.
Maria didn't hear and asked again, but Anna only said, "It's okay. I'm running as best I can." At that moment, Galina shouted, pointing with her hand.
Here! It's already very close!
She turned off the highway onto a gravel road just past the sign for Mainstream Correctional Colony. "So we're going to a penal colony?" Anna asked breathlessly with difficulty. "Exactly to the commune," answered Galina. "What a twist," Anna said, surprised. "What happened? I don't understand anything," Larissa asked, stopping and growing weaker. "There's a prison there, to put it simply." "A penal colony," Anna replied, spitting on the gravel road. "I knew it was another scam." "Where do such thoughts come from?" Maria objected. "On the other hand, it's quite logical to create a commune on the territory of the colony," Anna said thoughtfully. "After all, there's a fence with barbed wire and watchtowers there." "They're already close," Maria shouted sharply, pointing back with her hand. "They'll definitely catch you now." "Then to prison. There is no other way out," Anna continued. "Why don't you shoot?" Larissa asked. "There aren't enough bullets for everyone," Anna replied. "Besides, the noise will attract even more enemies." Larissa sighed in fear and rushed forward. It was as if a second wind had awakened in her body. Despite the shortness of breath and the suffering in her legs, she ran faster than Anna, even though she was younger. Anna ran after her with great difficulty, her plump body shaking with every step, like a huge lump of jelly. However, Galina and Maria soon overtook them and went ahead. "That's it, I can't take it anymore. I'll start shooting," Anna said after a while, slowing down. She loaded the gun and fired several shots at the zombies. One of them immediately fell to the ground, but the others did not pay any attention to it. The group did not even feel the loss of a fighter. The monsters snorted angrily and approached faster and faster. Galina and Maria ran ahead, sometimes looking back at Larissa and Anna, who were lagging behind. "Anna, come on, they're very close," Maria cried out regretfully, knowing full well that her friend's chances of being saved were approaching zero. "Throw away that gun. It's harder for you to run with it," Galina noted. Anna didn't answer. She held the saiga tightly with both hands and rushed forward without looking back. Her face turned pale from fear, and despair was visible in her eyes. "It's good that I did sports," Larissa said proudly, walking forward. "That's what's saving my life now." Not wanting to see Anna being attacked by monsters, Maria turned away, held back her tears, and ran on. When another shot rang out, Galina and Maria turned around and saw Larissa, who had dropped to the ground. "What happened?" Maria asked, stopping. "Oh, it was an accident," Anna admitted, her eyes wide with fear. "I just wanted to reload, but my hand twitched on its own. The forked up." Larissa sat motionless on the ground, only occasionally trembling, as if trying to throw off the weight. Thick blood was flowing from the wound on her back. "I honestly didn't want to." Anna began to justify herself again, and crying bitterly in hysterics. But quickly realizing that no one was condemning her, she immediately calmed down.
We can't just leave her here, Galina cried out. She's a national pride, a real star.
"She's not a source of pride," Maria objected angrily. "I don't even think she's a people's person at all. She only starred in one old film during the reign of Tsar P. I didn't like the TV shows she starred in at all." "Are you going to carry her on your back?" Galina asked Anna, who looked warily at the approaching monsters.
without fear but with a hint of contempt.
How is this possible? Galena exclaimed. Then she started rummaging through her pockets, took out her phone, and took a photo of the famous artist lying in a pool of blood. Then she took a selfie with her against the backdrop of the star, slightly lowering her medical mask for a better shot.
Just don't post this on social networks, Larissa quietly asked.
They don't exist now. There are no social networks at all anymore, Anna shouted.
Well, you never know, Larissa said almost in a whisper.
She's delirious, Galena suggested in her tragic tone. This is agony, the end.
And you already do something about your voice.
Larissa turned to her angrily. It's unbearable to listen to this. Your voice makes me sick.
And then Larissa suddenly vomited violently, but not what was in her stomach, but black blood.
How unbearable you are. You've always been like this, in all your stupid shows, Galena said offendedly, putting the phone in her pocket and running away.
I'm sorry it turned out this way. I didn't mean it, Anna told Larissa, but it didn't sound very sincere. Then she, too, quickly left.
Maria rushed after them. Looking back again, she saw that the zombies had pounced on Larissa, who was still sitting on the gravel road, and were starting to tear her apart. This circumstance gave the fleeing people the opportunity to break away a little. The zombies, busy with their prey, stopped pursuing.
I wonder what they wished for me on their TV show as a farewell.
Maria tearfully recalled what was said.
I've never watched those programs, Anna replied indifferently,
and immediately becoming indignant, asked, Where actually is this damned commune of yours? Finally, in the darkness of the trees, an empty space appeared. A high fence with barbed wire and watchtowers. Looking at this, Maria wondered if there was anyone alive inside, because there were no lights on the towers, no people, no sounds. Only deathly silence. There's the gate. Galena pointed with her hand and, shaking her flat bottom, ran in the right direction.
Soon the women found themselves at a closed metal gate. All three immediately began to pound on the gate, and Anna even fired a couple of shots into the air, but it had no effect. The gate remained untouched. There was not the slightest movement behind it.
Meanwhile, silhouettes of approaching zombies began to flicker between the trees. Galena, knocking on the gate, begged, Please open it. Otherwise, we will die. Maria, looking back at the zombies who were already on the road, said, We need to run from here.
Anna, almost hysterical, screamed,
Where can I run? They are everywhere, and fired into the air again.
Galena shouted at her sharply,
Stop shooting. You're only attracting them with your shooting. And trying to grab the weapon, she attacked Anna.
In response, Anna screamed, fighting back.
Go to hell, you ugly thing. You brought us here, and now we're all going to die.
Anna grabbed Galena by the hair and pulled out a clump of it.
She blurted out angrily, Why did you drag us here? From the very beginning, I didn't want to go with you. I felt that you were lying and leading us by the nose. Now I'll shoot you, you bastard, for all your dirty deeds. In fact, Anna pointed the gun at Galena, and she, believing that she was not joking, retreated a couple of steps. Anna's eyes shone with malice and hatred. Maria stood indecisively to the side, not wanting to get involved in the conflict. Meanwhile, the zombies were getting closer and closer, and these three would have probably died if a column of UAZ military vehicles had not appeared on the road. The soldiers in them immediately began shooting at the zombies, some of whom immediately collapsed under the precise shots.
Having driven up to the gate, a mustachioed major leaned out of one of the cars and asked rather sharply,
Who are you? Why have you come?
We are heading to the commune. Let me pass.
Maria addressed him. This is a protected area, the major replied, unfriendly. Outsiders are not allowed here.
Please, Maria begged.
We're going to die. Of course you will die. The major agreed and fired straight at Maria. She instantly fell lifeless to the ground with a bullet in her chest.
Nice shot,
someone from the car said mockingly, and then ordered, Finish off these creatures and signal the gates to open.
Wait,
came another lisping voice from the car.
We need to take them with us.
A clumsy man with disheveled hair jumped out of the car, quickly bent over Maria's body, and checked her pulse.
Her body needs to be taken away too, he said.
Why? The Major asked, with displeasure. For experiments. Along the way, I got ideas about the virus and methods of suppressing it in both living and dead organisms.
Yes, take them.
Galena whispered plaintively, not understanding what was happening. What do you mean for experiments? Anna frowned with irritation. For what other tests were we brought here? Are we by any chance guinea pigs? Okay, let's take it. The Major ordered his soldiers, and they immediately began to forcefully push Anna and Galena with their rifle butts toward the door of the UAZ, while others began to load Maria's body. A few seconds later, the gate swung open, and the cars disappeared behind them. Chapter 9. A girl in a gray coat that seemed a little big for her, and a ridiculous knitted beret climbed over the fence, and standing on the edge of the roof, holding onto a rusty metal handrail, leaned forward slightly. She knew she couldn't go on like this for long. Eventually, her hands would slip or just get tired, and then she would fall down onto the concrete or asphalt. She didn't look down at the foot of the high-rise because she knew that as soon as she looked down, she would get scared and change her mind. There were several options, including losing consciousness due to extreme fatigue and hunger, which would lead to dizziness and eventually to the same fall into the evening gloom, followed by a scream and a broken body crashing into the asphalt. Sometimes she thought about just going out to meet the zombies and having them tear her apart, but that would probably be very painful and take much longer. The torment had been going on for a long time and had completely exhausted her. She didn't want to prolong the suffering. Besides, she didn't want to leave these creatures any special gift. Time passed. The fingers gradually went numb. The heaviness pulled downwards, and there was a ringing in the head, and multicolored circles flashed before the eyes. It was funny to watch the ring, with a bluish stone, which on a thin chain, on the girl's neck, swayed in the wind over the abyss. After a while, she got tired of looking at the decoration, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and decided to lean forward a little. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from behind. "There is bird droppings under your feet." Opening her eyes and turning around, the girl asked again in surprise, "What do you mean?" The answer sounded calm and indifferent. "Just like that." "You're standing on bird droppings. One wrong move and you'll slip down. You don't want that, do you?" The girl pretended not to fully understand what was being said. The voice explained, "You don't want to fall and break your bones when you slip on the dirt." The conversation was led by a thin blonde man in a jacket and worn jeans, with a sports backpack with attached tackle, bow and arrows hanging over his shoulder. His blue eyes expressed sincerity and good nature. Embarrassed by such a look, and not wanting to look at the guy's face for long, the girl looked down and made sure that she really was standing on bird excrement. This unexpected realization shocked her to some extent, and the desire to fall disappeared instantly. After all, sometimes nothing brings you back to reality, like the understanding that it is not you and your life that are bad, but rather that the negativity is just thickening around you. And then the whole situation takes on a completely different meaning. After all, you can't run away from yourself, but you can easily get away from this dirt. The girl leaned back and pressed her back against the cold metal fence. "Will you help me climb over it?" she asked the guy after a short silence. "Of course," he replied, holding out his hand and smiling. "But be very careful." "Okay," she smiled sheepishly and immediately slipped. With a frightened cry, she flew down, grabbing his hand at the last moment, hanging over the abyss, her legs swinging helplessly. She couldn't even understand at what moment she managed to grab the guy's hand, or he somehow miraculously managed to grab her in time. I'm holding you tight," he said, clenching his teeth. "Who are you?" Hanging over the abyss, she couldn't think of anything smarter to ask at that moment. "A bird catcher," he answered, without hesitation. "Really? Seriously?" Her eyes sparkled with surprise.
"It's true," he said confidently. "Will you show me how you catch birds?" she asked again. A question that was completely meaningless in this situation.
"I'll show you," she answered, as if unfriendly, breaking through her teeth. "Just try to help a little. Hold on to the edge of the roof."
Okay.
The girl nodded and really grabbed the side with her free hand, which immediately made the young man feel much better. "It's nothing complicated. I just set snares and traps on the roofs, or shoot birds with a bow, then cook soup or roast. I'll make a treat if you're not afraid to try pigeon stew," the guy explained.
I won't refuse,
The girl replied.
I've read that in Paris they make a variety of delicious dishes from pigeons. I always dreamed of going there, but I never got around to it. Now, probably, there are only zombies left there.
"Try to pull yourself up a little higher," the guy warned. "I can't hold you like this for long. My hand is going numb. I'm afraid my palm will slip soon." The girl followed the advice, reached up, grabbed the metal crossbar, and soon, thanks to the young man's help, found herself back on the roof. As soon as she reached the top, she was suddenly overcome with terrible hysteria. She herself could not understand why tears gushed from her eyes. Perhaps because she was left completely alone in the whole wide world. Or from the thought that, in her beloved city of Paris, where she had never been, but always dreamed of going, zombies were now wandering. Or maybe simply from fear at the moment when she slipped and fell. The young man immediately grabbed her in his arms and pressed her to himself. Her tearful lips themselves pressed tightly against his lips. She simply threw herself passionately at her rescuer and, still sobbing and sobbing, began to take his jacket off his shoulders.
Chapter 10.
"I don't care at all that it's private property," Vladimir muttered menacingly, talking to himself as he kicked down the door of someone else's apartment. "Nobody cares anymore." In his rage, he didn't even notice how his clothes were stained with bloody hands. "Is there anyone here? Alive or dead?" As soon as the door swung open, he stepped inside, glanced around the rooms, and began to open the doors of the kitchen cabinet, pouring out jars of spices, cereals, and all sorts of other junk onto the floor. Walking around the cupboard, he abruptly opened the refrigerator and immediately pinched his nose from the terrible smell. All the food had long since gone bad. The smell of rot spread throughout the kitchen, and mold had grown thickly on their surfaces. "Okay, mold is penicillin, and penicillin is medicine," muttered the bearded man, adding indignantly, "But so what? Do I have to eat this damn mold to survive? If only there was the internet. I could learn how to use mold for medicine. As it is, it can't make things any worse." Having poured out the entire contents of the refrigerator onto the floor, the man cried out with joy, "This is it. Exactly what we need." To his delight, among other things in the refrigerator, there were about 12 different blisters of pills, as well as several cans of preserves. "Today you and I are incredibly lucky, as if we were saved from a sinking ship," said Vladimir, showing the medicines in jars to the boy frozen in the doorway. "But we're not drowning, are we?" The guy was surprised. "It's a saying, something like a joke. In general, it's hard to explain now. I'll tell you later." Vladimir tore a kitchen towel into strips and bandaged the wounds on his hands as best he could.
Aspirin and Cagasel. The first one seems to reduce fever. The second one is against viruses. It's a pity there are no instructions. Oh well, he muttered in the evening gloom, carefully examining the blisters, holding them close to his eyes. Then he began to take out the tablets and wash them down with his own saliva. There was no water from the tap, and Vladimir did not dare drink from the open bottle in the refrigerator. "Maybe I shouldn't have taken these two drugs at the same time,"
he thought a couple of minutes after swallowing. Oh well, he waved his hand indifferently. It can't get any worse, anyway. Another of his discoveries was a small, decorative thermometer for measuring the temperature inside a refrigerator. Vladimir immediately tucked it under his arm, then said to the boy standing in the doorway, "I'll take my temperature now, and then we'll have a snack. My stomach is already stuck to my back." The boy remained silent, sank to the floor by the wall, and crossed his arms over his chest. "I'm not going to drink any more, don't worry. Not even beer," the red-bearded man assured him and winked at him with a strained smile. "That's it, I've quit. I promised myself." These words had no effect on the boy. He didn't even move, although the interlocutor tried to lift his spirits with a cheerful wink. "What's wrong with your arm?" asked the red-bearded man, glancing at the boy's bandaged elbow. "Was there a bite, too?" "They took blood for analysis," the boy answered calmly. "I see," the red-bearded man said indifferently, and asked, "Was it in that very hospital?" "Yes." The boy nodded. "I see," said the red-bearded man. "And what about your mother? What happened to her that she became like a zombie?" The boy didn't answer, but only frowned in irritation. "Okay, if you don't want to, don't answer. Maybe you can tell me later." Vladimir didn't insist, took out a thermometer and looked at the scale carefully. 32 degrees Celsius, he muttered in surprise. "Is that good or bad?" "Probably good, because if there was an infection, the temperature would have risen. Or is the thermometer broken? After all, it lay in the switched-off refrigerator for so long." It was time for dinner. Vladimir winked cheerfully at the boy and began to open the cans with a knife. The cans contained sorry red beans and canned tongues. By today's standards, it looked like a truly luxurious feast. Tongues are considered a delicacy. Before the zombie invasion, prestigious restaurants served boiled tongue with horseradish, he said thoughtfully. Life seemed wonderful in those days, although we didn't even realize it. Everyone was waiting for some improvements. But in reality, those times were the best. After the cans were opened, he placed them on the table, carefully brushing the dirty dishes from the surface onto the floor. Then he took clean forks from a drawer and invited the boy.
"Sit down. The meal is ready, my friend. You need a little refreshment."
The boy sat down on a rickety stool, took a piece of fish from the can with a fork, and put it in his mouth. "You should eat more meat," said Vladimir, pushing a jar of tongues towards him. "They have a lot of protein, and protein is vital for men." "I don't eat meat," the boy replied. "I'm a vegetarian." "Yeah, I see," said Vladimir, as if remembering something. "Your mother never ate meat either. And you shouldn't listen to women too much. They're all equally stupid. Their heads are upside down," he added. But the boy didn't argue, picked up a fork, and tried beans in tomato sauce from another jar. What do women teach their children? If they taught them something really useful, something that would come in handy in life, it would be understandable. But they just fill their heads with all sorts of nonsense. Vladimir said with a gloomily look, looking at the boy. "Your pathetic vegetarianism will not bring any benefit in life. It will not help in trouble." He repeated his actions. He took a piece of fish, immediately stabbed beans with a fork and put them in his mouth, but then winced and spat everything out on the floor, with the urge to vomit. There was something bitter about both the sorry and the beans. Not paying attention to his words, the boy greedily shoved another piece of fish into his mouth, quickly chewed and swallowed. "Don't you feel bitter?" Vladimir frowned, looking at him in surprise. "It tastes good to me," the boy muttered. "Okay, well, eat." Vladimir thoughtfully extended the cans closer to the child, "and I'll have a snack sometime later. Later. Or in the morning."
Tomorrow we'll move on, and everything will be great for us.
I feel a bit unwell, he said after a short pause, and a bit sleepy, like I'm tired.
He put his hand to his forehead and wiped the damp sweat from his shaved head.
I'm literally exhausted to the limit today, he told the boy with a strained, cheerful smile. I'm going to take a nap, and in the morning we'll continue our journey. You go to bed too. Is there somewhere to settle down? I absolutely cannot stay awake any longer. In short, you're the eldest now, he warned playfully and with feigned severity. If you hear footsteps or any noise on the stairs, wake me up right away. And we'll close the door now for safety.
With difficulty leaning on the walls and staggering, Vladimir reached the door, and having overcome the sudden weakness that had come over him, he blocked it with a heavy chest of drawers standing nearby. Then he collapsed on the sofa without any strength and instantly passed out.
Chapter 11. After a leisurely yoga practice, the princess took a shower, wrapped herself in a soft, snow-white towel, and, holding a glass of orange juice in her hand, walked up to the panoramic window that took up the entire wall. The blazing crimson sun barely touched the horizon in the shadow of sunset. The deserted and dead city was gradually enveloped in the approaching darkness. Previously, the princess was terribly afraid of the approach of evening and night. Every twilight and the bottomless darkness that came served as a reminder to her that life is incredibly short, and everyone will one day have a moment to say goodbye to the sun forever.
You could say she had such a phobia a very long time ago, even before the apocalypse began. But now this fear has strangely disappeared and no longer bothers her. Before there were lockdowns, mandatory mask wearing, and widespread vaccination, she had literally everything. Total comfort and luxury surrounded her everywhere. A personal driver took her to university. A maid kept her spacious apartment tidy, and any wish was fulfilled instantly, as if by magic. At any time of the day, the princess could, without any questions, board her father's plane and go to Hong Kong for a couple of days for shopping or spend time on a picturesque tropical island. Live and enjoy, it would seem. However, everything turned out differently. Despite such a carefree lifestyle, a terrible fear grew inside her every evening. She even turned to the most famous and expensive specialist in the capital, but meetings with him, all sorts of psychological analyses, situational modeling, tests, and sedatives did not bring the slightest relief. Every evening, her graceful fingers gradually cooled down, and her consciousness was seized by an unbearable, sticky, and terrible fear. Then came a protracted pandemic, during which it seemed they even created a vaccine and managed to slow down the growth of the number of cases for a while. But later, despite the drugs that appeared, the virus mutated and returned again. People began to turn into monsters en masse and attack each other. In a few months, civilization collapsed completely. There was nothing left. No state, no medicine, no psychology specialists, no elite resorts, no expensive shopping centers, absolutely nothing. However, along with this, that very disgusting, soul-destroying fear also strangely disappeared. Now the princess finally realized what real life means and learned to appreciate every moment she lived. She really has changed, beyond recognition. Previously, despite the opportunity to have the most expensive clothes in the world, the princess preferred to blend in with the crowd, wearing shapeless sweaters and woolen skirts, like a gray mouse. And now her slender, flexible figure seemed to open up in bright leather suits with noticeable prints, hugging her body. She also quickly forgot about the huge glasses on the bridge of her nose, replacing them with bright blue glowing lenses. Although her beautiful Asian eyes were almost invisible through the darkened glass of her motorcycle helmet, she preferred to wear lenses almost always. When only a small strip of light remained from the sun that had set behind the horizon, the princess remembered X and smiled ironically. It wasn't that she particularly liked this guy with the toned body he got in the gym. Rather, she was more interested in him. Perhaps he knew something about her father and his enormous power by today's standards and based his plans on that. In general, that was enough for their relationship. At least on her part.
Previously, everyone, especially her father, would have insisted that she and X were not right for each other. That she needed to find a life partner with a different social status and income and an even more mature and intelligent person. Now, however, no one cared. The princess had no intention of starting a serious relationship with this narcissistic and slightly insecure man. In the modern world, it was impossible to make plans. You just had to live in the present.
The princess took off her towel, applied almond oil to her skin, dried her hair, put on a tight jumpsuit with spectacular high-heeled boots, put on protection, gloves and a helmet, inserted the wakizashi into the sheath on her back, and taking the sword in her hand, left the apartment. She had her eye on this apartment for a long time, and from time to time she secretly came here to relax and rest a little. On the landing near the private elevator, she got on her motorcycle, stepped on the gas, hit the door with the front wheel, rode out onto the stairs and began to go down, jumping out of the building of the once prestigious residential complex onto the street at full speed. The princess sharply stepped on the gas, leaving behind smoke from burning rubber. Turning on the headlights, she rushed through the deserted city, towards new challenges and adventures. As a warm-up for the upcoming battle today, she deftly threw a Japanese ball at a couple of zombie trolls that had jumped out of a gateway because of the noise of the bike. She mercilessly chopped the head of one of them in half and completely knocked off the head of cabbage of the second. When she met a large group of zombie trolls, she skillfully rode around them at a running start, using the concrete stairs as a springboard. And when another crowd appeared on the way, unexpectedly blocking the road, she immediately opened fire from her Tavor and cleared the way. X was waiting for her in the same place. Leaning on his rare piece of iron with a slightly rusty wing, he stood in a boldly unbuttoned leather jacket on his naked body and nervously twirled flashlights in his hands. This caused the princess to burst into uncontrollable laughter. After all, if someone had told him that he was full of complexes, he would never have believed it and would never have agreed with such a statement. He always presented himself as a self-confident alpha male, although the princess knew that in reality, things were different. X was indeed a very attractive guy. He could have been photographed for the cover of Man of the Year magazine straight away. The only thing he needed was a little foundation on his face to make him look more glossy, like all those old handsome men and models from magazines who now look like lifeless zombies. In general, X knew how to brag very well and always enjoyed it. Riding closer, the princess, instead of a greeting kiss, lightly touched the guy's helmet with her forehead and asked with a smile,
Hello. Where are your companions?
"Hello," he replied carelessly, adding, "They're waiting," then asked, "Shall we play today?" "What this time?" she asked. "Zombo ball," the guy replied. "But there was already a zombie ball last time," she reminded. "This time, it will be just super cool zombie ball," he assured. "You've really intrigued me," the princess said with a smile and a hint of irony, adding, "I'm afraid to imagine what it's all about." "After the game, maybe we should go somewhere?" X stopped her. "I miss you so much." "We'll see." She was evasive. "We can come to my place later," X suggested dreamily, putting his finger to his lips. "No promises," the princess answered cheerfully. "I'm sure we'll go," X said confidently. "You'll see. It's going to be a blast. Oh, by the way, tell all your people that we are looking for a boy in a puffy vest with a hood," Princess Iksu said. "Father will generously reward whoever finds him." "What kind of boy is that?" X asked gloomily. "His name is Maxim. He is 9 years old. I don't know the details, but the main thing is that he is alive." "Looks like the zombies have him for a long time already," X chuckled. "They say the boy went missing just this morning," the princess clarified. "Okay, let's take that into consideration." The princess suddenly jumped up from her seat and ran towards the Law University Stadium. She saw in the rearview mirror how X started the car and, turning on the headlight,
drove after her.
There were no zombie trolls at the open stadium yet. Only speakers, drums, guitars, a small generator, and some other things covered with tarpaulin stood in the center on a small stage.
The princess already understood what it was, she guessed.
She drove closer, circled around a few times, and then stopped at a distance, waiting for the battle.
Hey, what's going on here? A frightened, intense voice suddenly rang out from under the fabric. Help me! Someone! Save me! Who's there?
Boy, we'll definitely save you, he promised mockingly, driving up and stopping next to the princess.
Okay, he answered more calmly, but immediately spoke with a new portion of hysteria. So what are you dragging out? Why don't you just let me go right now? Just let me go and everything will be fine.
You are, of course, completely inadequate. The princess was indignant, although not too much.
But you were going to save him? X addressed her with a naive expression in his eyes.
The princess remained silent and did not react in any way.
Boy, you'll have to wait a little bit, the man under the X-cloth shouted, winking at the princess with a smile. Just a little bit left. It'll all be over soon.
I'm not a guy. My name is Alexei Ivansov, the prisoner answered irritably. Do you know who Alexei Ivansov is? I'm a deputy. I represent the people. Nobody has abolished government positions. Help! This is not a game. Free me right now, here and now.
The people's representative, you say? X grinned and promised. Soon you will be able to meet your electorate face to face.
At that very moment, the darkness of the evening stadium was lit up by the headlights of motorcyclists, X's friends, on a variety of bikes, from old dressers with high steering arcs loaded with trunks to modern Japanese models. Behind each of them, at some distance, an army of zombies was moving. Soon the number of motorcycles in the stadium could compete with the largest rock festival.
The show is starting, X said into the microphone, jumping onto the stage.
And at that very moment, the evening silence was broken by the roar of bass guitars and the rhythm of drums, which his fellow musicians from the rock band picked up along with him.
X ripped the blanket off a man tied to a chair on stage, then jumped down, pulled a machete from a mount on the side of his motorcycle, and confidently twirled it in the air several times.
What's going on? Asked Deputy Alexei Ivansov, surprised, sitting in his chair. Why did you tie me here? Who are you? His voice was barely audible over the powerful sound of heavy metal.
He wanted to add something, but suddenly fell silent in amazement. Around the stadium, a wave of fire approached through the liquid fuel or gasoline that had been poured in advance and ignited by X's lighter, which a moment later merged into a flaming ring. And to the loud music, the bikers, excited about the upcoming fight with the zombies, were cheerfully warming up near the stage with the captive man. Someone was twirling a saber or a machete similar to X's. Others were drones, and some suddenly started riding the back wheel of a motorcycle.
This didn't last long because zombies started jumping out from behind the ring of fire onto the field. They growled, waved their arms, and rushed at the bikers, but were immediately knocked down by the swift blows of a spinning wheel or blade.
The crowd of zombies grew larger and larger.
Frightened by the roar of rock music, the hum of motorbikes, and the flashes of flame in the night, they rushed towards the stadium from all directions, fought their way through the fire, but were immediately hit on the head. However, some of them still managed to overcome even a large part of the way to the improvised stage, but eventually fell under the onslaught of the defenders of the people's representative.
The princess, having taken off her tabor and put it behind her back, also began to quickly destroy the zombies with her thin Japanese sword. It did not matter to her who these living dead were before: workers on the road, taxi drivers, builders, migrants, shawarma sellers, or hairdressers. Without the slightest remorse, she cut off their heads, chopped off their hands, or cut their spines. But she preferred to cut off their heads, because the crippled or chopped-in-half zombies were ineffective and only got in the way, hissing and grabbing everything with their paws.
Shooting was prohibited by all bikers by mutual agreement.
Such are the rules of the game, despite the fact that sometimes battles ended tragically for the participants. Soon the first biker went to the other world. At some point, the zombies managed to grab him when he lost control at full speed due to a damaged wheel and fell on his side. Immediately, the living dead pounced on him and mercilessly tore him apart. The fire at the edge of the stadium was still raging, and the number of zombies was constantly growing.
On your right on your right, Deputy Ivansov, tied up and pressed against the chair, shouted hysterically at the bikers, desperately realizing that without such hints he could become a victim of the dead at any moment. Now on the left, on the left. He's rushing towards me. Hey, you in the German helmet, hit him, he's on your left. Damn it, where's your left side? Probably not on the right.
His panicked cries only amused the bikers. One of them, dressed in old-fashioned concurvi and a faded bandana, seemed to be deliberately pretending to be a fool, picking up the zombies as close to the deputy as possible. At the same time, he had the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow much earlier, when Ivansov, scared and tied up, had already broken into an almost noble curse. A strong guy in a bandana painfully hit the head of another dead man with a medium sledgehammer. After one of these blows, which happened very close, the politician, all smeared with blood, instead of cursing, stared at the attacker with obvious irritation and indignation. "Sorry, brother." The biker spread his hands with a stupid smile. "I almost missed." As more zombies appeared on the field, the girl on the motorcycle suddenly stepped on the gas and rushed around, deadly cutting through the dead without any mercy. At a furious speed, she rushed around the area, holding the steering wheel tightly with one hand, and with the other, clutching the wakizashi, crushing everything in her path. One of the bikers followed her and rushed in the other direction, just as confidently cutting through the monsters jumping out of the darkness. Gradually, the stadium lights began to fade. It was obvious that the game was nearing its end. More and more zombies were appearing with each passing moment, and it was already clear that it was simply impossible to destroy them all. The bikers, who continued to circle around Deputy Ivansov and tried to protect him, could no longer cope with the growing streams of monsters. Ivansov, realizing the inevitable outcome, cried out to them in a loud voice, "At least untie me already, then!" The princess understood that this time there was a huge number of zombies on the field, and the whole team would not be able to cope with them. She herself was already barely holding the sword due to fatigue, but did not stop chopping the enemies. Rushing at a decent speed, she was about to strike the next monster with her thin and light Japanese sword, a woman with a bandaged left leg and a black t-shirt with a Cheburashka print on her chest. But at the very last moment, she pulled back the blade. At first, it seemed to her that this was not a dead person at all, but a living woman. There was some kind of awareness in her gaze, not like other zombies. The princess even thought that she was crying, and did not understand at all where she was and what was happening to her. However, she soon realized that this was still a zombie, and yet there was something unusual about this zombie that had gotten into a real meat grinder. It seemed that she wasn't even going to attack anyone, but was just watching what was happening around her with surprise, completely unlike the behavior of the dead. At some point, she made an angry hissing sound, not at people, but at the zombies, who thoughtlessly rushed at the bikers and immediately received a rebuff, be it a blow from a sword, a hammer, or a spinning wheel. However, this did not last long. One of the bikers did a trick by lifting his front wheel like a candle and hitting the dead woman on the back, causing her to instantly fly head over heels to the side. Wanting to find out what had happened to her, the princess turned and illuminated the darkness with her headlight. Immediately, she struck a blow with her sword on the shoulder of one of the zombies that had rushed at her. The blow was oblique, so the monster's head, as if cut off, fell back, and he fell to the ground, right under the wheels.
A few more precise and light blows with a sharp blade stopped other creatures that appeared from the darkness, rushing at the princess.
The princess turned the steering wheel sharply, directing the headlights into the darkness, and only now noticed the woman who'd been thrown to the side by the impact of the motorcycle wheel. She slowly rose, clenching her fists and throwing her head back to the gloomy night sky, howling passionately and loudly. This piercing sound immediately made the zombie that had peered next to her stop. The zombie looked at her in surprise, and she continued to growl, then growled even more aggressively at him and pointed her finger at which of the living should be attacked. The princess had never heard zombies growl or seen them give commands to each other. However, this did not look like an order. The zombie acted as if under hypnosis, instantly obeying her, as if she, like a witch, controlled him with the power of thought from a distance.
That stupid zombie immediately pounced on a random biker riding by wearing a German World War II helmet, knocked him off his motorcycle and sank his teeth into his throat.
"That's it! It's the end! I'm going to hell!" With these words, the defeated owner of the helmet turned to his friends and choked on blood.
At the end, he accelerated sharply from the intense pain, and the front wheel, covered in zombie blood and entrails, ran over the body of another approaching walker. Then, accompanied by the roar of a loud engine and clouds of bluish smoke, the engine suddenly stalled. At that moment, the dead jumped out of the darkness around the fallen motorcyclist and began to tear him apart furiously. One of them grabbed him by the neck and bit off a piece of flesh.
"Burn rubber in hell, not your soul," one of his comrades shouted reproachfully.
We'll all meet there soon.
Another chimed in. The princess, stunned by what she saw, looked closely at the strange zombie creature.
The female zombie deftly avoided being hit by another motorcyclist wheel by simply stepping back into the darkness.
This was unusual because normal zombies never did this. They simply attacked the living without thinking, not noticing neither danger nor the possibility of dodging. They showed no tactical thinking and did not give each other orders, never communicated with each other at all. Although who can know for sure? After all, something forces them to gather in flocks and go in one direction, looking for a victim. But the princess had no time to think deeply about this. Continuing her way in a circle, she thought about what she had seen and came to the conclusion that this zombie with a bandaged leg and a t-shirt with a picture of Cheburashka had been far from a simple saleswoman or an ordinary hairdresser in life. Her tousled and neglected hair still bore the marks of high-quality highlights and a stylish haircut, and her figure immediately showed that she had never parted with the gym. Suddenly, a desperate cry from Deputy Ivansov was heard.
Ah!
By this time, the dead men had broken through the defense, and 3 or 4 had already grabbed him by the neck. Music stopped. The musicians dropped their instruments, rushed off the stage, jumped on their bikes, and quickly rode away from the battlefield. The microphone, which fell near the speaker, emitted a piercing screech. The deputy screamed louder than the microphone. "Ah!" Unlike the bikers, he had no prepared phrase or slogan, so he had nothing to say at the last moment. In the end, no one and nothing responded to his cry. "That's it. Break. We're leaving." As soon as the deputy's voice died down, X gave the order and launched an orange signal flare into the sky, which served as a sign of the end of the game. The signal hissed and arced across the sky, and, having burned out, disappeared. In its bright and short-lived light, it became clear that the zombies in the stadium were even more numerous than it seemed in the darkness. The arena resembled a huge battlefield, or a giant living anthill. Meanwhile, the zombies who had reached the stage dropped the generator, causing the microphone to emit one last deafening whistle, and one of the falling speakers to explode, releasing sparks and immediately catching fire. The bikers began to leave the battlefield one by one. Shots and desperate cries of a biker surrounded and torn apart by zombies were heard in the distance. Due to the huge number of opponents, saving him was pointless. All this clearly showed that the game was over. But the princess was in no hurry to leave the stadium. She firmly decided to punch the head of the strange zombie at the next encounter, no matter what it cost her.
She was overcome with excitement, quickly swung her sword in the air, and approaching the place where the target was supposed to be, was about to strike, but did not have time. The reason for this was an unexpected zombie, who in this chaotic mess showed extreme aggression, suddenly jumping out of the darkness and sharply pushing the bike with force. Frightened, the princess with a sharp movement pulled the steering wheel to the side, causing the front wheel to spin. This seemingly small mistake became fatal. She fell off the bike, lost the wakizashi, and rolling on the ground, crashed sideways into the side of the bike.
In addition, she lost her taver, which flew off her belt and flew away somewhere into the darkness. Now she had no means of protection, and the situation became even more dangerous. The princess saw that the strange zombie was tirelessly approaching her. In the darkness, she began to search for her sword with her hand, feeling the ground. When she fell, the helmet's eyepiece was torn off her head, exposing her face. A painful bruise from the blow formed on her cheekbone. And at that very moment, with wild fury and an uncompromising look, the approaching zombie looked straight into her eyes, advancing closer and closer. At the very moment when this evil and mad creature was preparing to attack the princess, suddenly, someone's strong hand grabbed her from the ground, sat her down on his back, and instantly turned her into a helpless creature. A rare Ural, with a driver and the main trophy he had won today, instantly moved from its place and rushed away, disappearing into the night, smoothly steering from the stadium field onto the highway towards home.
Chapter 12.
"What is your name?" the girl asked the young man. "I'm Igor." "What's your name?"
Pigeon soup is just something. I've never tasted anything tastier in my life.
Lisa set the empty pot aside and began to loosen the coals in the small fire, carefully lined with bricks on all sides, with a stick. Sparks immediately flew up, illuminating the night sky.
You dreamed of visiting Paris?
Then why wait? Let's make it happen. Let's find a suitable car, pack everything we need, and set off on an adventure. Everything is in our hands, and the whole world is in front of us. In this new world, there are no borders or obstacles for us.
Igor straightened up to his full height, raised his hands up, limped slightly on one leg, walked up to the edge of the roof and shouted loudly,
Yo-hoo! He was overwhelmed with emotion. The girl shuddered and feared his bold action, but immediately broke into a sincere smile. You know, at some point in all this chaos, my parents decided that everything that was happening around them was just a terrible dream. They saw only one way to escape from this dream: to wake up. So that's what they did. They woke up. First, they woke up my younger sister. Then they woke up themselves. But I couldn't wake up. I remained in this state for a very long time. It seemed to me that if this really was a dream, I could wake up at any moment, so there was no need to rush. My parents and sister could wait for me. Today, I've finally decided to wake up and jump off this damned roof. It seemed to me that this was the surest way to get out of the dream. But now I have no desire to wake up at all. I've heard something similar, somewhere. In a movie I watched before the pandemic. I can't remember exactly now. Igor sat down next to Lisa and hugged her. "I'm sorry I snapped at you like that," she said, embarrassed.
I didn't even expect that from myself.
"Don't you dare apologize for that. Everything was just wonderful," he answered and added, "As soon as I saw you, I realized that I had found the one I had been looking for a long time. Maybe it sounds too banal," he laughed.
What are you saying?
Lisa's eyes widened in surprise and she pressed herself closer. "I can hear your heart beating," she said after a short pause. "This will probably sound too simple, but you have a good heart.
Kind. If you really liked my heart, take it, Igor answered jokingly. It is yours now.
Really? He asked, surprised.
I'm speaking seriously, without jokes.
Can I give you something too? Lisa suddenly perked up. What exactly? He asked with interest. Close your eyes, please. Or closed his eyes without hesitation.
Lisa took off the ring on the chain and put it on Igor's neck.
Isn't this a woman's ring? He noted, with slight surprise and bewilderment, opening his eyes. And the chain seems to be a woman's too. You don't understand, she replied. It's just that now you belong only to me and no one else. Do you hear me?
You put a ring on me. Well, that's a completely different story then, the guy said with a smile.
And who cares now what exactly I'm wearing, a man's or a woman's jewelry?
Zombies certainly aren't interested in that.
But please don't disappear, the girl asked him seriously. Where should I disappear to? He asked with a smile. What I'm most afraid of is that tomorrow I'll wake up and not see you next to me. And everything that's happening will turn out to be just a dream. Okay, I'm not going anywhere, Igor assured. Tomorrow morning we'll set off on our way to Paris. But there are zombies down there. How will we get out of the house and out of the city?
We'll think of something, don't worry. We can handle it.
Chapter 13.
Maxic couldn't fall asleep, not because there was no place to sleep in the empty apartment. He could easily fall asleep even in a comfortable chair by the window covered with a blanket. He just didn't feel like sleeping that night. It was hard to fall asleep in the same room with a grown man who, although he did not snore, breathed too loudly. His breathing was accompanied by a heavy whistle, or even some kind of painful wheezing. It seemed that each breath was given to him with great effort, and the pauses between them became longer and longer. At some point, Maximka felt that Uncle Volva's breathing suddenly stopped.
It was impossible to call for help, because behind the door, most likely, only evil creatures were hiding. In addition, he could not move the heavy chest of drawers leaning against the door, although he tried to make an effort. But he did not have enough strength.
And so Maximka simply sat on the floor
and waited, not even understanding himself what exactly he was waiting for. Despite the fact that it was night outside, a barely noticeable light from the street lamps penetrated into the room.
In addition, Maximka has recently learned to navigate better in the dark. Previously, when tablets and various gadgets, TVs, and electricity were everywhere, the ability to see without light seemed useless to anyone. Why was it needed, if in a dark room you could always just press the switch? Now, with the onset of night, you had to learn to distinguish objects in the dark, so as not to bump into them with your foot or head.
Remembering the tablets and various devices, Maximka felt sad because along with them, his mother came to mind, who constantly told him not to get carried away with computer games for too long. Otherwise, he would ruin his eyesight. How different everything was then. All life seemed different, brighter, and simpler.
Maximka was ready to shed a tear, but suddenly shuddered from an unexpected movement. This happened because Uncle Vava sat up abruptly on the bed.
He just stared ahead for a moment, his eyes empty, not moving or making a sound.
The boy remained motionless and quiet, sitting by the wall, so Uncle Vova did not notice.
In the dim light, it was noticeable how much thinner Uncle's face had become. His skin had darkened, and his eyes had acquired a strange cloudy hue. He looked extremely sickly.
Uncle Vova sat on the edge of the sofa for several minutes, maybe 3 or even 5.
Maximka couldn't determine the exact time because he didn't have a watch.
Uncle Vova, are you okay?
The boy asked, cautiously, unable to bear the anxious silence. After which, the red-bearded man suddenly jerked as if trying to get up.
Is that you, Maxic? He finally asked in a hoarse, alien voice, completely different from his usual one.
Yes, it's me, Maximka quickly answered.
It's good that it's you, said Vladimir. I feel calmer with you. I can hardly see anything anymore. It's so dark, it's like my eyes are going to gouge out. And it's so cold, I can't feel anything at all. It's like someone took a dump in my mouth. My gums are bleeding. My whole mouth is covered in blood. My jaws are clenching and my teeth are itching terribly.
He spat a dark lump onto the floor, coughed quietly and sat motionless for a while, as if dozing, his head on his chest. Then he suddenly stirred, tried to jump up and say something, but instead of words came a terrible roar, from which Maximka shuddered.
Uncle Vova, are you okay?
He asked the man with concern. Vladimir heard these words and immediately stared at the boy with empty eyes, tried to rush towards him, jerked sharply but again collapsed on the sofa. He sat on the edge of the sofa for a while and was silent. It seemed to Maximka that an eternity of time had passed.
Where am I?
The uncle finally asked hoarsely. In the apartment, Maximka answered, almost crying from fear. What apartment? The man said quietly. Someone else's apartment. You brought me here yourself. Don't you remember? The boy replied. I've never let anyone down. Vladimir muttered, as if making excuses, and fell back onto the sofa. He must have misheard and misunderstood what was said. I've never let anyone down. Not once. This continued several times throughout the night. Redbeard would suddenly jump up on the sofa, look with empty eyes, and fall back again, although he no longer said anything, only a hoarse, incomprehensible sound. It seemed that his consciousness had finally separated from reality. The boy, too, seemed to be inaudible to him, although he tried to speak. Each time, it became harder and harder for the red-bearded man to get out of bed. Watching him, Maxik noticed that Uncle Vova was gradually leaving for some other world, as if he was sailing on a boat through thick fog, where it was no longer possible to reach anyone with anything. Maxik became increasingly aware that Uncle Vova seemed to be ceasing to be himself, slowly turning into a monster. Chapter 14. Calm down already, Anna said angrily to Galina. It's bad enough without you. Galina did not cry, but quietly muttered something under her breath, sitting near the wall. In the small, cold room with concrete walls and floor, every sound echoed very loudly. And you stop walking! A woman with a medical bandage on her face and obvious Jewish features sternly retorted. You're already making my head spin. And you just shut up, Anna answered sharply. Who are you? First of all, it's not you, it's you, the woman said irritably. And secondly, what? Anna asked defiantly. Nothing. Cattle are still cats. The woman chuckled. You're a redneck yourself, and a real one at that, Anna answered brazenly. I repeat once again, not you, but you, the woman said vindictively. She wanted to add something else, but Anna waved her hand with disdain. Oh, come on. A girl of about 17 years old was sitting on the floor next to the woman, resting her head on her lap. She was silent, without interruption. There was a bandage on the girl's face as well. It was obvious that her features were not particularly beautiful. A wide, hooked nose and dark eyes with deep, dark circles under them. The girl looked fragile, perhaps due to her age. Her long, wavy hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Anna squealed, kicking Galina in the leg. So, where is your promised hot shower? Where are the clean beds, 3 meals a day, and the library? Then she added with fury, because of you, you scoundrel, Mashka was shot like a mad dog. Galina, sobbing resentfully, asked, What does this have to do with me? Because it was you who dragged us here, for no apparent reason. You'll be empty for the rest of your disgusting life, bitch, Anna replied. The Jewish woman intervened, asking irritably, Can you please turn it down a bit? Anna repeated the same words to Galina, a little more quietly, simultaneously holding her crooked fingers in front of her face, after which she turned to the Jewish woman. Is this normal, or should we go even quieter? I think there's a time for everything, Galina replied in a squeaky voice.
They're probably worried about our safety, So they've quarantined us here for a while, like a reservation.
To quarantine to a reservation? Anna mimicked her in a squeaky voice. Are you even that stupid? Do you understand where we ended up? To a prison cell or even a punishment cell, like especially dangerous criminals? We have been sitting in this so-called quarantine and in such a locked place for almost a week now, the woman said. Light came in from the hallway through the metal door. The room had no windows or lighting of its own. The simplest pieces of furniture, like chairs or a bed, were also missing. There was only a bare concrete floor with dirty mattresses and some rags on it, and nothing else. In the corner behind a stone partition stood a cracked enamel sink and a hole in the floor that served as a toilet. Stop walking already, the Jewish woman said sharply, turning to Anna. There's not enough air as it is, and you're still running. I don't even move. There's nowhere to move here. The room is about 4 by 4 meters, and that's without taking into account the bathroom. Anna answered loudly. One step to the left or right and you immediately run into the wall. I can't just sit anymore, she added, calming down a little. My nerves are completely at the limit. At that moment, the window in the door swung open with a bang. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner in one bottle, the guard said with a wry smile, and held out 4 aluminum cups of porridge through the window. Listen, I need to talk to your superiors. Anna rushed to the window, but the window slammed shut with a creak right in front of her nose. There's even less food today than yesterday, the Jewish woman noted, looking at the contents of the cups. They're saving on us to the fullest extent. The beasts. They'll soon stop feeding us altogether. Have you been here before or not at all? Anna stared sternly at Galina. Admit it already. Stop lying. You've completely lied. All you do is make up stories. No, I haven't been, Galina said quietly. I heard about this place from other people. They told me how to get here. From which people? It doesn't matter. They're no longer alive. And have they ever come here themselves? No, we were just passing by. We didn't go inside, we couldn't. But they assured us that this was the commune. The commune is a myth, Anna muttered quietly. There is no such paradise on Earth. It doesn't exist at all. It's from the series Where We Are Not, It's Always Better. The Jewish woman agreed with a smile and added, and there are plenty of us everywhere. The commune exists, Galina said quietly. It's just a slightly different place. This is not the commune at all, the Jewish woman said confidently, and smiled crookedly. All these people, like fools, are running around looking for this commune everywhere. Who are all these people? Anna asked in surprise. There used to be a woman and a boy here. They were also trying to get into the commune. And where did they go? How should I know? The Jewish woman answered irritably, and then added more calmly. Most likely they ran away, or were transported somewhere far away. Chapter 30. Really? Where exactly? Anna got nervous. One can only guess, the woman shrugged. There were others here. They were all taken away, and no one ever came back. Is this place far away, where they took everyone? Galina asked. How should I know? The woman muttered with obvious irritation. Leave me alone, I have no more strength. Do moles happen here? Asked Galina. There is definitely at least one. And that's you, Anna answered with disdain and laughed loudly at her own mockery. I can't take it anymore. The woman suddenly stood up and headed for the door. Let me go! I'm unbearably stuffy. She took the bandage off her face and threw it on the floor. Mom, don't, the girl asked. Please don't do this. I feel stuffy. You understand that, don't you?
The woman shouted angrily and began to pound her fists on the metal door.
Let me go. No walks allowed at night. The guard's voice sounded through the door. You don't care that I'm stuffy? The woman screamed, then began to bang her hands and feet on the door in tears and hysterics. I'm stuffy! A moment later, the door swung open with a loud creak. 2 guards silently led the woman into the corridor. I feel stuffy too, Anna tried to run to the door, but the guards immediately slammed it right in front of her.
The next moment, there was a shot, and the sound of a falling body.
"Mom?"
The girl rushed to the door, but, overcome with numbness, she stumbled and fell to the floor.
She couldn't utter a word. Noticing the bandage her mother had left lying on the floor, she carefully picked it up and gently pressed it to her cheek.
"If anyone suddenly finds it unbearable, call me," the guard said indifferently out the window, and slammed it shut with a dull metallic sound.
Chapter 15. "Now, we'll finish our tea and go to bed to rest," said Fyodor jokingly. "I wonder if we'll have nightmares today."
"I used to dream about them, but not anymore," Ilya answered. "Mika and I even tried to tell each other scary stories before going to bed. But it doesn't work anymore. No one is scared or interested anymore."
Of course, why bother yourself with horror stories if every day turns into a real nightmare? Fyodor grinned maliciously.
"Tell me, if there was no apocalypse, what would you do?" he asked Ilya, stirring the ashes in the fire with a stick.
They lit a fire right on the stone floor of the office, having first lined it with bricks. "I would work, get married, start a family," Ilya answered calmly.
"I was once married too," Fyodor chuckled. "True, I got divorced later. My wife filed for divorce after I left her."
"Why did you break up?" Ilya asked. "You see, the thing is that women's brains are wired differently," explained Fyodor. "That's the whole reason."
"What do you mean by this?"
asked Ilya.
"From childhood, men are taught to control their emotions, not to raise their hand against others, not to show aggression, either physical or psychological, to be polite and calm, to be able to hold their tongue, and most importantly, to forgive. And women, they only have unlimited permissiveness and a complete lack of upbringing.
For them, it is normal to hit, call names, or humiliate a man without any obstacles, because society allows such behavior, considering women more vulnerable. In their opinion, a man is a second-class creature, called only to do hard and dirty work, serve them, open doors for them, carry heavy things, guard with weapons in hand. And what does he get in return? Gifts in the form of socks on February 23 and a complete lack of respect. My ex-wife demanded alimony from me while turning the child against me. The child never congratulated me on my birthday. There was no respect from them at all, but the money was paid regularly. But when it comes to dividing up material goods, women always strive to be ahead. And they even claim the same salary, although a man spends much more effort, simply because he has better physical data and more discipline. Have you ever seen a female plumber, tire fitter, or mechanic? Neither do I. In general, all women are cunning creatures. They live by double standards, and that is why they are actually flawed. They feel their inferiority, but they will never admit it out loud. Only next to a man does a woman become part of humanity, because she lives and feeds on the male mind. Having said this, Fyodor quietly laughed. "It is no accident that God created woman from Adam's rib," he added cheerfully, "so that she would always remember her original secondary place and could not be complete without a man." Both tried to speak and joke quietly, so as not to make noise and not to attract unnecessary attention. Fyodor continued, claiming that a man is usually smarter than a woman, unless he turns into her subordinate. He explained this by the fact that a man is more often confronted with the realities of life, studies its laws, and is obliged to comply with the demands of society. Therefore, he perceives the world around him better and reacts more adequately to other people. Fyodor clarified that he was talking about men in general, and not about individuals. After a pause, he smiled ironically. According to him, the divorce happened because he got tired of sharing his thoughts with his wife every day and enduring how she literally drinks his blood. Ilya grinned and asked if this meant that it was better not to communicate with girls at all now.
Fyodor answered that it was worth communicating, but while the women were young, mentally stable, and healthy, he admitted that he could not stand women and did not even think about a new marriage. Then, after a short pause, Fyodor said that it was easier and more pleasant for him to talk to men about everyday matters than to women. He dreamed of finding an interlocutor with whom he could go to conquer Siberia together. Ilya gloomily inquired whether Fyodor was going to go alone, to which Fyodor replied that it was not necessary. They could find someone else, but the main thing was without women. Hearing this, Ilya became wary and quickly stood up, limping, heading for the door.
Fyodor followed Ilya and also froze at the door. Through the peephole, they saw a woman walking down the street in fear. She was shivering, crying quite loudly, her sobs shaking her body. Ilya looked up from the peephole and said,
Unfortunately, something clearly happened to her.
Fyodor took a place by the door and answered, "Let me see. She doesn't look very decent. Maybe she's a homeless person. In my opinion, this is not a woman at all, but a real dead person. Although it's hard to make out anything in the dark."
"Palich, have you ever seen crying zombies?" asked Ilya. "This is definitely a woman, and it seems she has problems. Now these dead people will be attracted by her crying."
On the other side of the street, a group of dead people appeared, who had not yet paid attention to the woman.
"Hey, here!" Ilya called to the woman, opening the door with effort. "Come here," he invited with a gesture.
"I wouldn't advise you to do that," Fyodor muttered, not having time to stop his friend.
"Woman, come here," Ilya shouted to the stranger, not noticing any resistance.
She immediately looked at him and, as if obeying an automatic reflex, went to the door.
"Faster,"
Ilya urged her, noticing that the zombies on the side of the road had begun to move more actively, heading toward the office building where Fyodor and Ilya were going to spend the night.
"Sit down by the fire," Ilya invited the stranger as soon as the door was locked, right in front of the living monsters who had appeared, wrapping her in a torn blanket for warmth. "What happened to you?" In the semi-darkness of the flickering fire, it was difficult to make out the guest.
"Let her come to her senses first," Fyodor interrupted Ilya. "Let her drink some hot tea first." He immediately handed the woman an enamel mug of hot water. She took it, still in a state of shock, and sobbed sadly several times. She didn't drink the tea, she just held the mug in her hands for a while, looking at the water with obvious incomprehension. She apparently liked the feeling of warmth from the mug, or so it seemed to Ilya. "What happened to you?" Fyodor finally asked softly, trying to look into her face. But the woman was completely wrapped in a blanket, so he couldn't do it and didn't really try. Instead of answering, she quietly muttered incomprehensible words, as if she were telling something or complaining, but it was impossible to make out the meaning. At some point, her hand touched the medallion on the chain. She looked at it, froze, and stopped crying. "What is this?" asked Ilya. He carefully reached out, touched the medallion, and pressed a button on the side, opening it. "Is that you? And this is probably your son?" he asked, examining the photograph hidden inside. "Beautiful." The woman snorted in irritation in response. Fyodor, noticing the bandaged knee, asked if his interlocutor was wounded. Then he tried to bring the woman out of her stupor and asked her name. The stranger stopped sobbing and fell silent for a moment. Fyodor again turned to her with a question about her name. The answer sounded incomprehensible, as if she was remembering something for the first time. She said it briefly and without tears. Fyodor didn't hear and looked at Ilya with a question. Ilya just shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment. Both felt anxiety and a hidden threat from the night visitor, but did not express their fears out loud. Ilya whispered that the woman might be deaf and dumb. Fyodor answered quietly that she might be mute, but she was definitely not deaf.
then asked her name again.
There was an anxious pause.
The woman repeated her answer, louder, with a hint of aggression, and abruptly threw off the blanket.
She also threw aside an enamel mug which fell and broke, spilling tea across the floor, disturbing the silence of the night. However, she herself remained motionless by the fire, no longer crying or sobbing. Fyodor, seized with horror, exclaimed that they were looking at a real dead woman, and angrily turned to Ilya with curses, asking who he had brought here. Having said this, he rushed to a pile of things piled against the wall, grabbed a rifle, and shot at the zombie woman. But, apparently due to strong nervous tension, he missed. The woman jumped up and disappeared into the darkness of the office building. The fire, surrounded by bricks, died down a little due to the air movement in the room, and its reflection on the ceiling immediately shifted to the side. In addition, the gunpowder smoke continued to blur the view for some time. The sudden darkness seemed alive and resonant. Fyodor couldn't stand the tension and cursed, then fired a shot into the darkness. The smoke enveloped the room even more densely. Ilya shouted, "Stop, Palich, stop! Have you ever seen zombies talk to people and answer their questions? Even if it's vague, but still." Fyodor thought hard for a few minutes, then lowered his weapon. This is really some kind of nonsense.
"Hey, are you there? If you need help, we are ready to help," Ilya addressed the hidden stranger. Suddenly, from the darkness, she rushed at Fedor and with a strong blow to the body knocked him to the floor, after which she again disappeared into the shadows.
"Oh my, they've arrived," Fyodor muttered in fear, feeling blood flow from the wound on his face. "She stung me," he said, wiping his face, as if brushing away sand. "Palich, forgive me." Ilya suddenly realized his mistake. "I didn't think things would turn out like this." "Why are you guys so hot-blooded?" Fyodor muttered. "Your heads are empty, and you don't know how to live with someone else's head. I wanted to stop you from letting that filth in here, but I couldn't do it in time. And I also tried to keep Mishka, your friend, from going to the bandits. I didn't have time again." "Palich, forgive me," Ilya said, breaking into tears. Fyodor stood up, reloaded his rifle, and confidently began to aim and shoot into the darkness. One bullet pierced the window glass, leaving a large hole. Ilya covered his ears with his hands. The piercing scream of the zombie creature was heard again, which tried to attack Fedor. He dodged in time, caught it in his sights, and shot it in the head. Meanwhile, Ilya reached the door, opened it, and stepped aside. "That's it, good," Fyodor approved. "As soon as she appears in the light in the doorway, I'll finish her off right away, the vile thing." But the uninvited guest did not wait for the shot and burst into the broken window with a crash, breaking the glass. Fedor fired a couple more shots in her direction, then slowly sank to the floor. "Could it just be a scratch?" Ilya asked worriedly. "No, that creature bit me," Fyodor answered hoarsely and added with a bitter smile, "Well, I lived as a human. Now I'll see what it's like to be a zombie." "What's going on there?" Ilya looked out the window at the noise with apprehension. There was something unusual on the street. The same zombie that had recently been warming itself by their fire was now clearly plotting an attack on the office. She was acting extremely aggressively and hissing angrily at the surrounding zombies, as if giving them orders. It seemed that her subordinates were actually listening to her and instantly became heated with the thirst for attack, eagerly staring at the windows of the building. Ilya whispered fearfully, "Why is she suddenly mad at us? We didn't offend her in any way," continuing to secretly glance at the broken window. Fyodor answered with a grin, "Leave here quickly, otherwise these creatures will eat us up without a trace." He called for an immediate escape. Having barely spoken these words, a group of monsters led by a zombified woman rushed towards the office. Some began to beat down the door. Others climbed through the window. Fedor shouted to Ilya, "Run through the back entrance!" while desperately shooting at the attackers. Chapter 16. Early in the morning,
when the sun had not yet risen in the east, Alla Ivanovna woke up and decided to check the cleanliness of the buckets and basins. She thought it had started to rain, which could replenish her water supplies. However, when she went out onto the balcony, she noticed that there was no rain. It was just the rustle of a torn piece of polyethylene fluttering on one of the neighboring balconies.
Alla Ivanovna irritably adjusted the large knitted shawl she had thrown over her old nightgown on her shoulders, and again looked hopefully at the sky. She was about to go back, but suddenly heard a noise from the apartment above and froze. At first, it was completely unclear who was there and why they were making such a loud noise.
Now stop this immediately, she demanded sternly, leaning over the railing and even tapping it with an empty glass jar to make her point. I'll call the police now. Of course, she didn't really intend to do this, because her landline phone had been silent for a long time, and the second push-button phone simply ran out of battery.
The noise continued.
Judging by the sounds from above, someone was clearly making a mess there. Furniture was being moved, plates were being broken.
What's going on there? Alla Ivanovna asked again, in a demanding tone, finally making out the child's squeal and the angry hissing of an adult man in this thunder.
Stop it immediately! It's already night outside!
At that moment, something on the top floor collapsed and broke with a loud crash.
Not understanding what was happening, the woman stood by the window for some time and looked up.
Suddenly, she noticed a boy jump over the balcony railing and hang onto it like a monkey, grabbing the metal bars with his hands.
What an outrage!
Alla Ivanovna exclaimed indignantly, looking at him.
They've become completely insolent, not a drop of shame.
She was about to add something, but suddenly saw from the balcony a terrible face with an expression distorted with hatred and unpleasant yellowish spots on the eyes, which made her clutch her chest. The terrible man was growling angrily, grinding his teeth and waving his arms, clearly trying to grab the boy.
Did your dad catch a squirrel?
Alla Ivanovna guessed, holding her heart.
He's not a dad at all, the boy replied.
And grabbing the TV cord, he began to climb down, clearly hoping to end up on her balcony.
No, boy, don't, she objected. Come back at once. This is not a game. If you accidentally slip up, I'll be responsible for you.
She instantly jumped up onto the rickety stool, grabbed the boy by the legs, and tried to push him up.
Meanwhile, the scary man was waving his arms furiously. Again.
Return at once, the woman ordered the boy sternly. I will not be held accountable to your legal guardians.
But Uncle Vova became a monster, the boy objected, almost in tears.
No, these are your personal problems, the woman replied sternly. Please don't drag me into family squabbles. The stool beneath her feet was rocking, the knitted shawl was slipping off her shoulder and was about to fall to the floor.
Alla Ivanovna, helping the boy to get up, was going to lean her foot on something nearby, even on an old broken washing machine. But the balcony and all its surfaces were filled with various empty dishes, basins and buckets, so it was impossible to get a foothold. However, the boy was much more agile. Without feeling the slightest bit embarrassed, he gave the basin a strong kick, which immediately fell down from the balcony. After that, he pushed the woman away, jumped onto the balcony, and rushed into the room. Surprised by such an impudent act, Alla Ivanovna quietly got off the chair and, holding her glasses, which had slipped off her nose, quickly followed him. The boy ran to the front door and tried to open it, but to no avail.
Open up. I want to leave, the boy demanded, turning to the woman.
Oh, come on, she objected. On TV they said to keep the door locked and not open it to anyone to avoid any unexpected situations.
But I have to go outside,
cried the defiant boy. Go back the same way you came. The woman spread her arms, pointing to the balcony. You came through the balcony, so go back through the balcony. Who raised you like this? There's clearly no upbringing or morals.
Let them let me go.
the boy asked.
I'm not holding you. Get back on the balcony.
The TV was insistently asking you not to leave your home. Quotes down. Let me out, please, the child asked quietly. If only I had such a chance, the woman exclaimed with annoyance. The lock on the door is broken. Do you understand? I can't figure it out. If the phone worked, I would call the emergency services or ask my husband for an hour to help. And now I'm sitting here like an enchanted princess in a tower. I wish all this would end soon, honestly, because I have no strength left.
To illustrate, she inserted the key into the keyhole and tried to turn it.
You try it. Maybe you'll succeed. She finally turned to the boy. Just be careful with the key. Don't break it, otherwise it will be even worse. Broken it? She asked calmly, seeing that part of the key remained in the boy's hands. That's what I was afraid of. I felt that this is how it would turn out. What do your parents eat? She asked, when they finally gave up trying to open the lock. I only have buckwheat from my reserves. I pour water on it and eat it little by little, but that will run out soon too. I don't know why I bought so much of it. I'm already sick of it. I don't have parents, the boy answered. Are you an orphan? The woman exclaimed in surprise. The child was silent. He only pouted and, frowning, sat on the floor by the door, crossing his arms. Then who is this man to you? Asked Alla Ivanovna. Mom's ex-boyfriend, came the irritated reply. So, stepfather? And where is your mother? They killed him. Now, everything is clear, the woman said with noticeable calm and complete indifference, immediately throwing up her hands. Forgive me. Although you are indeed an orphan, I have no way to shelter you. Firstly, I have nothing to feed you with. Secondly, I am no longer of the age to be raising other people's children. It would be better for the state to take on the responsibility of raising other people's children. Besides, my own children often turn out to be ungrateful and incapable, not to mention other people's. My daughter grew up, left her parents' home, and now is not at all interested in how her mother is doing, whether she needs help, medicine, or food. For example, I am almost out of pills for my head, and she doesn't care at all about it. She has never come, never asked how her only and dear mother is doing, the woman said bitterly, and shed a tear.
Chapter 17.
Jack sharpened his cleaver. The second cleaver was already sharpened and lay nearby. The stone slid along the blade with a quiet ringing sound. Suddenly, Jack decided to check the sharpening. Ran his finger along the edge and noticed a drop of scarlet blood on the metal. It was very small, but it spread so beautifully along the blade that Jack looked at it in fascination for a few moments, and then carefully licked it off with his tongue. Jack had a particular attraction to the color red. If he were asked which traffic light he would choose, he would definitely say red, not green and not yellow, but red. There was a special vital energy and unique beauty in this shade. Jack was convinced that red occupies the first place among all the colors on Earth because it embodies both the beginning of life and its end. Jack looked out the window. The sun, reddened from lack of sleep and reminiscent of an eye with bloody veins, was lazily rising over the horizon. This meant that it was time to go hunting. Jack put down the cleaver, went to the horizontal bar, and pulled himself up several times, turning the muscles of his shoulders and back into hard, sculpted mounds. He did not try his best, because he knew that the main physical load was still ahead of him. He stood in front of the mirror, adjusted his short-cropped mohawk on top of his head, put on a sleeveless denim jacket over his naked body, and smiled. He considered his appearance quite successful. Lately, Jack was firmly convinced that it was the man who was the pinnacle of evolution in all respects: mental, physical, and psychological. Only a man could cope with serious tasks,
lift heavy weights, and withstand emotional and mental stress that women simply could not handle. After all, it was men who most often became scientists, strongmen, astronauts, polar explorers, and it was men who fought in wars. This was the only correct structure of the world, and it could not be otherwise. In addition, the human embryo in the early stages is always female, and only later, at best, is transformed into male. Sometimes it remains female forever. Jack once read about this in some serious article.
In his view, women were only needed for procreation. But at the moment, such prospects were of no interest to him. Jack lived exclusively for himself. In fact, many may think that something negative happened with this virus. But for Jack, it was even better. After all, the old need to go to work every day, communicate with annoying people, and obey their ridiculous rules has disappeared. The main one of which was the constant hypocritical flattery and pretense supposedly you like spending time with these slackers, while constantly wishing them a good day or a good evening, smiling at the same time. And Jack could not stand smiling at all. All these unpleasant contractions of the facial muscles caused him genuine irritation, and he was ready to hit with all his might anyone who faked a smile. But he always understood that fighting is bad and impossible. Now, he would easily knock out the offender with one blow, but before this was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, a court, police, and even criminal consequences awaited. Before all this happened, Jack was called Eugene and worked as a waiter in a restaurant. It was there that he encountered various showy people, including rich and famous clients who boasted about their expensive cards and status. This allowed them to behave rudely and impudently towards the person who served them at the table. I wonder what has become of them now. Most have turned into mindless zombies. Neither their fortune nor their expensive cards saved them from this. Jack had not devoted his entire life to training in the gym in vain. It was these seemingly useless activities that turned out to be the most valuable for him in the new world that arose after the collapse of civilization. In addition, his skills in handling cleavers came in handy. In the past, he tried to master the profession of a cook, but the taste of his food did not impress anyone, but rather, on the contrary, did not please. He admitted that the reason was his attitude to salt and spices, which he never liked. For him, food should not be overly salty or hotly seasoned, because in nature no predator adds salt to its prey. In his opinion, all these seasonings and salt are invented solely to increase product sales. People buy more food, irritating their taste buds, and then come back for more, be it salty, sweet, or seasoned with a composition of 11 spices, like in a once popular fast food chain. Jack always had his own views on nutrition, which in his previous life, before the disaster, he would never have been able to implement. Back then, such a thing was not even possible. Moreover, earlier in that civilized era, there was no such acute shortage of food as now. Of course, everything was saturated with GMOs and various incomprehensible additives. But after a day of work, eating a sausage, even if devoid of real meat, seemed like a normal thing. Now, food had to be obtained with real effort, and Jack was doing it successfully. Leaving his house, he went out into the street. Nearby, he immediately encountered 2 zombies, which he dealt with instantly, turning his strong, cleaver-armed bare arms into something resembling mill wings. This was just a warm-up. Jack literally tore the next group of ragamuffins to pieces skillfully and quickly, although he got covered in someone else's blood and brains, which in fact was not difficult at all. More importantly, the muscles after such battles became more prominent, voluminous, and attractive. Even stained with blood, they looked simply amazing. Jack chose to run away from the next pack. This was already a workout for the legs, since the load on the lower limbs is mandatory. Those who do not pump up their legs have no right to consider themselves an athlete.
And the essence of a real athlete lies in this.
Jack immediately spotted the two of them. A young man limping on one leg with a bow strapped to his backpack, and the girl supporting him, dressed in a gray coat and a knitted hat, running from a horde of monsters down a street littered with abandoned and mangled cars.
The zombies were getting closer and closer. In addition, other zombified creatures were drawn to them, jumping out of the nooks and crannies and houses at the noise.
These two probably already realized that they would hardly be able to escape from the monsters, so the guy desperately screamed at the girl to leave him and save herself. However, she did not want to let him go. On the contrary, she feverishly wiped tears and snot from her face. At the moment when the guy firmly stopped and pushed his companion away, as if saying, "Run and save yourself," Jack appeared from his hiding place. He approached them silently, twirled the cleaver in his hands, as if he was taking out revolvers before a duel, and immediately began to quickly and accurately deal with the first of the approaching zombies. The guy and the girl, watching him, looked with admiration and gratitude, because Jack masterfully handled the enemy, instantly turning him into a pile of torn and festering pieces of meat. He eliminated the next zombie with just 3 precise movements, which, when combined, formed the letter Z, now known throughout the world. After all, today Z means zombie. Neither the young man nor the girl could boast of any particular strength or endurance, so their gaze, full of admiration and gratitude, was directed at Jack, who skillfully brandished his cleaver. After this, other zombies appeared, who, like their comrades, turned into a pile of rotten meat in a split second. When the threat was over, Jack turned around and looked at the boy and girl without any emotion. He didn't say hello, didn't smile, didn't make a friendly expression. At that moment, he was most afraid that they would start thanking him with the words, "Thank you, you are our savior and hero," and the like. But that didn't happen. Both were so stunned by their unexpected deliverance that it was as if they had lost the ability to speak. Jack didn't waste any time. He quickly approached and accidentally, as if by chance, touched the girl's temple with his elbow. She didn't even scream, but immediately fell to the asphalt and lost consciousness. Then he did the same to the guy. With one precise movement of the edge of his palm, he hit him in the neck, which knocked him to the ground. The guy fell sideways and hit his head on the road. Jack came closer, leaned over him, ran his hand over his cheek, and said, "Hey!" But the guy didn't react at all. Jack smiled a crooked smile. This is exactly what he expected. And then I noticed a chain with a woman's ring on the ground. He picked up the jewelry, examined it carefully, and looking at the girl in the strange knitted beret, walked up to her, picked her up, and carried her into one of the cars parked at the side of the road. He put her on the back seat, put the ring in her fingers, and closed the door. Why he did this, he himself did not fully understand. Maybe he wanted to come back to her later. Or maybe not. After this, Jack lifted the boy's body onto his shoulder and walked away from that place. Even though he was a terrible creature, he knew perfectly well that the girl should not have seen what happened to the boy, under any circumstances. Her friend had simply disappeared, and that was enough. She should not know more. Jack delivered the young man to the nearest shelter, then with a few precise blows opened his chest, pulled out his still weakly beating but already dying heart, and placed it in a transparent plastic bag prepared in advance. Now he knew exactly what was for dinner. Jack did not drink the guy's blood, although the desire was present. However, this was left for another time, with another purpose. After all, there are plenty of such victims in the world. Chapter 18. Once again disturbed by loud sounds from above, Alla Ivanovna went out onto the balcony, raised her head, and knocked on the metal crossbar with a glass jar. "Stop it! Immediately! How much noise can you make? There is no peace from you, day or night," she said. In response, an angry red-haired bearded face stared down at her from above. The monster leaned over the railing, and as if trying to reach the woman, began shuffling his arms frantically. "It's just awful," the ant summed up his completely strange behavior. "And the boy is in my apartment." She raised her head again.
Don't worry about the child. You can take him right now. Only the lock on my door is broken. If you can fix it, I won't object at all. Moreover, I will thank you." The ghoul remained silent at these words, only baring his teeth again and angrily rolling up his sleeve. "A person can get into the same state," the woman said. "I've already called the police. They'll be here soon." Alla Ivanovna lied immediately, looking around the yard in search of support. And then she noticed a blood-stained bodybuilder in a denim vest walking across the yard. He had cleavers hanging from his belt and a plastic bag in his hand. "Sir, can you tell me when the water will be available?" she asked, adjusting the knitted shawl on her shoulders. The man looked at her in surprise and shook his head in denial. "And there's no electricity either," the woman added. "I've been without electricity for a long time now. I can't boil a kettle or charge my phone. I can't call my own daughter to come and help. When will all this end? Do you know how long the lockdown will be extended?" The man remained silent again, shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and continued walking. During Perestroika, they gave out food cards, maybe you remember? The woman turned to the stranger again. There was real chaos in the country back then, but people were not forgotten. And now, everything is completely incomprehensible. She waved her hand in disappointment. And people have become somehow spiteful. You can't ask anyone for help. The man didn't answer. He just continued walking. As they say, times change. But morals are not always for the better, the woman said quietly, and with a hint of irritation, spreading her hands harshly. "Of course I don't care about others, but sometimes, looking out of my balcony window, I am amazed at their behavior." Alla Ivanovna frowned when she looked at the bodybuilder, but did not express her displeasure out loud. She had heard from her friends that all athletes from the gyms, without exception, were egocentric, strange people. And that was in the best case, without talking about more serious shortcomings. "What do you have in the bag?" Alla Ivanovna asked, raising her glasses and squinting slightly. "Can you tell me if this is beef tenderloin?" The bodybuilder stopped, smiled predatorily at the corners of his lips, hesitated a little, and slowly, picking up the bag, answered, "Heart." "Oh, I wouldn't mind a heart with pepper right now," the woman said in the most friendly way, swallowing her saliva from hunger, and asked, "Sell it." Immediately remembering, she added, "But my entire pension is on the card. It's impossible to make a transfer now. There is no power." "Perhaps you would like to exchange something?" She suddenly perked up. "I can pay you with buckwheat. True, there is only a little left. Oh, I should have stocked up on more earlier. Why didn't I? Such a short-sighted person do that." The woman lightly hit herself in the forehead with her fist out of regret. "And I'm also great at knitting warm things. For example, I knitted this shawl myself," she recalled enthusiastically and immediately showed her handicraft, draped over her shoulders. "No," the stranger replied with a slight grin. "Not interested. Not at all." "I won't suggest Soviet crystal and porcelain. You probably don't need that," she explained just in case, and then suddenly remembered. "Won't you take the boy with you?" "What boy?" The man frowned. "A very good boy. An orphan. A schoolboy," the woman said happily. "What school do you go to?" she asked the child, who was still sitting on the floor. "Take the boy away, please," she asked the bodybuilder with a complaint. "I don't need him at all. I raised and educated my daughter on my own. That's enough. I'm not going to be involved in raising children anymore," she muttered under her breath. "Go. Go quickly. He will feed you and warm you and hug you tenderly." Alla Ivanovna whispered hastily to the baby, throwing sheets tied in knots from the balcony. After all the conditions of exchanging the child for a heart, placed in a plastic bag, were finally agreed upon. "You see what a serious man. With him you will be in a safe place, as if under the wing of Christ. Perhaps he will even adopt you for real. Why not? Sometimes it happens that people without families are happy to take children to themselves. Some time ago, such childless foreigners even came to our country to adopt orphans. Of course, they have their own oddities abroad, and even more. But the child will still be better off there than here.
When the boy went down the tied sheets and the stranger grabbed him tightly by the hand, leading him somewhere with him, Alla Ivanovna returned to the apartment with a plastic bag in her hands. She was going to go straight to the kitchen, but suddenly she heard a crash on the balcony. She turned around and shuddered. There was no way to explain how that same red-bearded tenant who lived on the floor above ended up on her balcony and was now standing in the doorway glaring at Alla Ivanovna.
She didn't even have time to get scared before this bearded man pounced on her. The plastic bag with the heart fell out of her hands, landed with a dull thud on the dusty floor, and rolled to the side under the sofa.
"Do you like wearing vests too?" the man asked as he walked, nodding at the boy's sleeveless jacket with a hood.
"My mother bought this for me when she was still alive,"
the boy answered sadly. "What is your name?" "Maxik." "And your name?" "Jack." "Jack the Ripper from American films?" the boy asked with a smile.
"Exactly," the man said happily and added,
"Only I'm not the Ripper. I'm much cooler. I'm Jack the Cannibal." Hearing this, the boy suddenly stopped, tried to break free and pulled his hand away.
but the man grabbed him tightly and looked at him attentively, coldly, without any emotion.
The boy tried to free himself again and groaned in fear.
"Ha!" he said, unable to leave, loudly and feigning laughter. "I didn't believe you! Cannibals don't exist. It's all fiction."
"Who told you this?" the man asked with a serious expression, and, moving forward, pulled the child along with him. "I don't want to," the boy whispered and began to resist with his feet. But Jack didn't react in any way, calmly continuing to drag him. "Why is your hand bandaged?" he finally asked.
"They took blood for tests," the boy sighed.
"Why?" Jack was wary. "What's wrong with your blood? Is there some kind of infection?"
"No, quite the opposite. They said that I have immunity, and that my blood can be used to make a cure for monsters. Like I'm the only one in the world. Unique."
"Oh my," Jack said in surprise, squeezing the boy's hand tighter, and then added thoughtfully, "Time to eat. I'm terribly hungry."
"I wouldn't mind having a snack now either. Only I don't eat meat at all. After all, I'm a vegetarian," the boy warned right away. "My mother always told me that you can't eat meat."
"Really?" Jack grinned defiantly. "And I eat only meat."
Chapter 19.
"So let's review," said the zombie dad after a meager breakfast. "What's our #1 rule when the apocalypse comes?"
"Pretend," the 5-year-old zombie son answered with a lisp.
"That's right," the father approved and turned to his teenage daughter. "And what does the word mimicry mean?" "Mimicry means being able to adapt to the environment and conditions, changing your appearance, color, shape, and so on," the daughter answered with obvious irritation and rolled eyes, showing that she was pretty tired of this. "That's right," Dad answered calmly, not paying attention to her irritation. The zombie mother, who was watching the conversation, remained silent and did not interfere, only coming up once, lightly stroking her son on the head and adjusting the bows on her daughter's braids. "That's why in our zombie world, we have to look like real zombies," said the father. "That's why I put on zombie pants, a zombie shirt, a zombie tie, paint my face with zombie paint, and douse myself with zombie perfume every day. And only then do I go outside."
Looking closely at the children, he took a spray bottle with a cloudy and unpleasant-smelling liquid out of his backpack and, pressing the button, sprayed himself completely, starting from his head and ending with his feet.
"Ugh, that smells disgusting," the zombie children cried out joyfully, jumping up and down and waving their hands in front of their faces, trying to dispel the pungent odor. It should be noted that all 4 looked like they were going to participate in a carnival or Halloween party. Their faces, both adults and children, were heavily painted to resemble zombies, and their clothes matched the image, deliberately stained with paint and quite worn. Besides knowing how to disguise ourselves, What else are we required to do? The father persisted, giving useful advice.
You have to be careful and hide from everyone all the time, the girl continued, still waving her hands in front of her face and jumping cheerfully on one leg. That's right, the father approved, wanting to add something, but the boy interrupted him. Dad, why did the end of the world happen? The man thoughtfully ran his hand over his forehead, forgetting that zombie makeup remained there. Maybe the end of the world was inevitable. Because everything ends someday. The father answered wearily. Nothing on Earth lasts forever, and if the zombie apocalypse hadn't happened, then surely a giant comet would have flown in and destroyed everything. It would be better if a huge comet flew in. The children immediately rejoiced at what they heard. Mom gave the kids an expired chocolate bar each, and they became even more cheerful. Either there would have been a global flood or aliens would have taken over our planet, Dad added with a smile. There are many possible events that could have caused our civilization to disappear in the blink of an eye. No, we want a huge comet to appear, the children answered, diligently eating sweets and continuing to have fun. On the other hand, it's possible that it was a zombie apocalypse rather than a global flood, and that's even better. With such a development, we have a much better chance of surviving. Do you remember Uncle Stiopa and Aunt Marina? The zombie dad asked the children. We remember, the boys answered in unison. We still remember them, but they have already passed away, the father said seriously. And Uncle Serioza and Aunt Angela are also gone. And little Venichka is gone too. And do you know why? Because they were eaten by zombies. The zombie son answered cheerfully. Because they failed to disguise themselves, Dad corrected him. Okay, kids, it's time to go. The man said these words in a more serious tone and, seeking support, looked at his wife. She nodded in agreement. We take our backpacks, put on zombie deodorant, and very quietly go outside, the father instructed. He carefully opened the door, looked out onto the landing and paused, listening, and then quietly gave the command. Forward! I wanted to go first. Why did Rustic go ahead of me? Jumping out onto the platform after her brother, the girl immediately began to complain. No, I'll go first. I've decided so. The boy answered firmly and angrily pulled his sister's bow, which immediately led to a quarrel between them. Children must obey their father unconditionally, Mom said quietly, but with obvious seriousness. Have you forgotten our second most important rule? Be careful and hide from everyone. The father grabbed the children's hands on the landing and thus stopped their argument. Ouch! We haven't even left the house and the rules have already been broken. We won't do that again, Daddy, the children assured immediately. Honestly. Chapter 20. Lisa came to and lay motionless for a while in the back seat of a car stopped at the side of the road. She felt the chain with the ring in her hand, but she couldn't remember how they got there. For some reason, she was afraid to look at these decorations, as if some bad omen was hidden there. Lisa couldn't throw them aside either. She didn't understand whether it was a dream or reality, or vice versa. The whole story that happened yesterday was actually a dream, and she had just woken up and returned to reality. Or maybe she hadn't returned yet. There was some wooden object lying on the seat next to her which made it uncomfortable to lie down, but Lisa didn't try to move it or remove it. My head hurt really badly. Then Lisa realized that Igor and their romantic evening together under the stars on the roof were not a dream. But why isn't Igor around now? He wasn't there because he left and would be back soon. Lisa convinced herself almost in a whisper. She just needed to sit here and wait. And Lisa waited diligently. She didn't move, even when 4 people drove past. 2 adults and 2 children, all painted up as if for a holiday. Lisa watched them through the window, but she didn't run after them, didn't ask questions about what kind of masquerade this was, and why all this was happening. She just sat in the car and continued to wait. Time passed, but Igor never returned. The girl was tired, felt hungry and thirsty. Everything was mixed up in her exhausted head. For some strange reason, perhaps because they were not very familiar, she could no longer remember Igor's face. Sometimes a familiar smile would appear in her memory. Sometimes she would see the silhouette of a muscular guy with a mohawk. Lisa could no longer understand which of them was the real Igor. At some point it dawned on her that Igor had left her. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago, bringing food and water with him. How could it be otherwise? After all, those who love and are loved certainly return. They certainly return. And only those who did not love leave forever. This is so clear once and for all, and it is not at all by chance that now she has a ring and a chain in her hands. He simply left and decided to return to her what she gave him yesterday.
Then she screamed hysterically, "Well, go to hell. I never loved you. I will forget about you and never remember you again."
She cried out and burst into tears, because the thought of the word never seemed especially unnecessary, since their acquaintance had lasted less than a day. However, Lisa did not cry for long, because a ferocious zombie approached the car she was in. He stared at the car, and when he noticed a living person inside, he began to furiously beat the glass with his hands. The dead man was full of determination, and soon the glass was covered with many cracks and chips. Lisa shuddered and immediately forgot about Igor, as if reminding her that she needed to be careful about her desire. At this point, the zombie broke the glass and climbed inside the car, making hissing sounds and grabbing the frightened girl's hands covered in corpse skin. "No, no," Lisa cried out quietly, afraid that the loud sound would attract other zombies. The dead man had already penetrated the salon up to his waist. His aggression was expressed in poisonous splashes of saliva. He grabbed the girl by the legs and was ready to bite her shin. Lisa pulled a wooden stick from her side and held it out in front of her. It turned out to be a sports bat. She didn't know how to use it properly, and couldn't think of anything better than to push the monster with this object, jabbing it into its muzzle. All these jabs were like a speck of dust for an elephant for the creature. The only thing holding him back was that he hadn't yet fully penetrated the interior of the car. However, he was actively trying to correct this mistake. Lisa was backing away and eventually pressed her back against the door. The bat she held in front of her was not producing any results. Finally, the monster penetrated the interior of the car entirely, at which point the girl managed to jump out, barely opening the door. She fell on the asphalt, and the zombie jumped towards her with renewed vigor. Lisa tried to slam the door with her foot, but the dead man, half out of the car, did not allow her to do so. She rolled on the ground, quickly jumped up, and swung the bat like an athlete. When the zombie lunged again, she delivered a powerful blow to its head, splitting its skull and scattering its brains. Eventually, the monster was dealt with. A group of zombies had already appeared in the distance, attracted by the noise. Lisa quickly threw the bat into the car, got behind the wheel and turned the ignition key. The battery was almost discharged. The lights on the dashboard flashed very weakly. Having barely withstood the last impulse, the battery started the engine, and the girl slowly moved from the side of the road onto the road, after which she sharply increased speed. As she picked up speed and lost the pursuing zombies, her gaze fell on a pendant in the shape of a small Eiffel Tower hanging from the mirror in the car. With a scornful grin, she tore off the decoration and spat it out the open car window. The souvenir creaked and clanked pitifully as it fell onto the asphalt, where it was immediately crushed by a dirty boot covered in dried human blood. Chapter 21. Come out one by one and stand in the corridor facing the wall. Put your hands behind your back. The guard with the machine gun calmly addressed the women. Anna, standing in the doorway, asked indignantly, "What, are we in prison?" Galina's sarcastic voice was heard from behind. "Yes, in prison, or more precisely, in a maximum security colony." Anna gave her an angry look. The other two guards with machine guns stood a little to the side. "I won't take my hands off anything," Anna answered sharply. "If this really is a prison, explain why I was detained." present charges, and provide a lawyer. What did I do to have to endure this abuse? Galina said over her shoulder. Anya, you're a lawyer yourself. Anna exclaimed in response. Shut up already. The guard calmly explained that these were simply rules that had to be followed, and no one was trying to make fun of her. Anna demanded to know why she was being held overnight. The guy replied that he had no right to explain anything, and that other officers would deal with her.
He tried to pull her away from the doorway into the corridor with his hand, to which Anna screamed hysterically, "Take your hands off me immediately, you freak!" Bitter tears of resentment welled up in her eyes. "I didn't even touch you. You need to follow the established rules," the guard replied. "Take your hands off, I said, freak!" Anna insulted again, and suddenly raised her hands, as if by accident. But she hit the guy quite hard in the face.
"Please, don't make me use force,"
he said calmly in response.
"If it weren't for the orders from my superiors, I would have put you down long ago and said—"
"Anya, maybe we shouldn't quarrel with them," asked her friend Galina anxiously. "I'm not used to being treated like that. After all, I'm a woman," Anna cried out loudly with tears in her voice, and furiously attacked the guard with her fists. Insolent idiots. Immediately after that, she was hit with a rubber truncheon, first in the head, then in the kidneys, causing her to fall to the concrete floor and break her face. It seems that Galina got it as a preventative measure, although she did not resist at all and did not intend to do so. Nevertheless, she was also hit on the back with a baton, although not hard, but after the blow she fell on the concrete and quietly whined. It is unclear whether from pain or because her nose was stuck in a dried pool of blood. Anna asked about the guard's colleagues, pointing at others. He only smiled unkindly and remained silent. Then Galina, bursting into tears, intervened again, reminding them that she had a bruise from him. The guard said nothing again. Anna angrily called her friend stupid, and then everyone moved on in silence.
Only in the courtyard did the girl try to communicate again, addressing the young women playing with children in a friendly manner, noting the good weather. But they did not answer. And one even covered her child to hide her from strangers. One of the guards came up, whispered something to her, kissed and stroked the baby, then returned to the group. Anna remained in silence,
overcome with quiet envy. Behind the playground, there was a carefully tended vegetable garden with beds, and next to it, a small garden with fruit and berry plants. This area was looked after by pretty women. With joyful smiles, they exchanged a few short remarks with the guards. Anna almost distorted her face from what she heard and responded with a crooked smile. "How are things going with the search for the child?" One of his subordinates, an Asian man in a military uniform with the rank of colonel, asked gloomily, standing in the neighboring administrative building of the colony by an open window. At that moment, Anna and Galina entered his office. "We are searching. This morning, a group of our best employees was sent to search for the boy," the subordinate reported. "There is no new information yet. As soon as any information appears, I will report it immediately." "Bastards," the colonel muttered. "You can't trust anyone. Did they take the equipment from the blood transfusion station?" he asked. "Yes, yesterday," they confirmed. "On the way, we accidentally came across a wedding restaurant where there were a lot of fresh products left." The Asian nodded approvingly. "This is excellent news. On behalf of the entire colony, I express my gratitude to you." "Who painted you like that?" he immediately asked the women, noticing their appearance. "Here he is," Galina showed the villain, wiping snot from her face and quietly sobbing. "So he had serious reasons for that," the Asian grinned. "My people don't just wave their hands around. Each of them is tested,
and reliable. Although, frankly, there are some downright fools. For example, that same Major Chagrintsev. May he rest in peace. Well, we'll look into your offender a little later, he said with interest and asked, Are you somehow connected with the jewelry industry? He approached the table where the women's belongings, confiscated during the first search, lay and began to examine them carefully. The Sega and Maria's gas pistol were also there. These are our personal valuables, Anna explained. Perhaps, the colonel readily answered. But something here clearly smells of looting, or even particularly large-scale banditry.
What do you mean? These are really our own jewelry.
Anna was indignant.
With price tags and labels from the stores?
The Asian grinned and clarified.
Why did you come here?
Who told you about this place? We were looking for the commune, answered Galina. We thought it was here. And why do you need the commune? The colonel squinted. To live, said Anna. To be useful to society. You will be useful, of course, the Asian said thoughtfully. If you want any help from us, then first feed us properly, said Galina. And create decent conditions, a room with clean linen and a shower. If you think this is a homeless shelter, you are very wrong. In fact, this is a guarded facility with a high level of security. So, dangerous criminals can be here. But we, ordinary girls, can't? Anna was indignant. Where do you see criminals here? The Asian man asked in surprise. But it was a strictly guarded colony? She clarified. That's how it used to be, the colonel replied, but immediately fell silent, not wanting to continue the conversation. At that moment, a slender girl in an expensive tracksuit entered the room, holding an apple in her hand. It was clear from her appearance that this was the daughter. Her eyes seemed unnaturally blue, most likely due to colored lenses. She walked up to the table, picked up the decoration, examined it carefully, and indifferently returned it back to the pile. What? You don't like it? The colonel asked, with a soft smile. I don't wear that, the girl replied with obvious boredom, after which she bit off an apple and, grimacing, threw it into the basket. Sour stuff. Anna stared at the apple piece thrown into the trash for a while, even swallowing her saliva from hunger. Meanwhile, the girl yawned. What happened? Didn't you get enough sleep? The Asian asked kindly, but received no answer. Where did the bruise on your cheek come from? The man frowned, studying the girl's face. I accidentally hit the bar during training, she quickly explained, and hurried out of the room. Oh, what a spoiled girl, she got divorced, Anna muttered, continuing to look at the discarded apple. What? The Asian repeated in surprise, not having seen the word. It's okay, Anna muttered, nodding at the jewelry and weapons laid out on the table, and asking with a hint of challenge in her voice, Will we be able to take our personal belongings? All items found during the search will be confiscated, the Asian man replied. But these are our personal things, Anna said indignantly, offended. Did I say something I didn't understand? The Asian asked calmly. He left a bruise on my finger, Galina intervened again, pointing at the guard and showing the scratch. I need medical attention. I need help too, Anna said, touching her broken face. You'll be heading there right now, the Asian promised readily, then briefly ordered the guards, take them to the medical center. Finally, Galina sighed with relief and demonstratively blew on her sore finger. Yeah, the doctor is already waiting for you, the Asian grinned in response. The conversation was over. Asterix. Where are we going? Asked Maxix, sighing in fear. To my shelter, Jack replied, adding with a wry smile, It's time for lunch. Are you going to eat me? The boy guessed. Jack remained silent at this, but noticeably quickened his pace and squeezed his hand more tightly. In front of two living dead people who met them on the way, he deftly cut off their heads with one cleaver, while holding a child tightly with the other hand. When another, much larger group of zombies appeared nearby, he decided not to engage in conflict.
quickly threw the child over his shoulders and started running. However, they didn't manage to get far. Another crowd of dead people came out of the arch to meet them, and their numbers were already much larger.
Assessing the situation, Jack turned around in a flash and realized that he was trapped, with all escape routes blocked.
"Hold on," he ordered Max, holding out his hands and letting the little boy grab onto the rung of the metal ladder attached to the 4-story stone building of the fire station. "Crawl higher, I'll follow," he added, jumping up, grabbing the metal, pulling himself up with his muscular arms and starting to climb. At that very moment, the void beneath him was instantly filled with the outstretched hands of greedy monsters, trying to grab him. But soon a new problem appeared, which no one expected.
Under Jack's enormous weight, the fastenings of the old fire escape, left over from the last century, began to collapse. He jerked himself up with a sharp movement, but a section of the ladder immediately fell off and creaked to the side, making it absolutely impossible to reach the next flight.
Damn it, it definitely won't hold two, Jack suddenly realized, and froze in place, trying not to move, but it was no use. A few seconds later, another fastening snapped with a crack, causing the ladder to shift sharply, tilt, and only miraculously stay on the ledge of the wall.
Maximka gasped in fear, almost falling down. Meanwhile, the crowd below only grew larger. Zombies were drawn in, attracted by the noise of what was happening.
"I'm scared," Max whined, and Jack looked up thoughtfully, assessing the situation. At that moment, another ladder fastening broke with a loud clang, and the ladder sank even further down. She suddenly tilted to the side, and the child couldn't hold on, broke loose, and flew down. But at the very last moment, he was caught by Jack's strong hand.
"Yes, she definitely can't handle two," Jack muttered quietly, thinking and holding the boy's hand, looking at him still thoughtfully and slightly dispassionately. "Just one."
Maxick looked up at him with complete confusion, and underneath him a multitude of dead hands swayed. The fastening broke with another crack. Jack could have let go of the boy at any moment, and he would have fallen into the arms of the flesh-hungry creatures, but he didn't. He helped Maxie grab the crossbar, and suddenly the stairs, with an alarming creak, moved even lower and to the side.
"Hold on tight," Jack shouted, and let go of his hands.
As he fell, he quickly unhooked his cleavers from his belt, and as if dissolving in a sea of dead bodies, disappeared into the crowd of zombies. Because of this, Maxick thought that he would hardly ever see him again. But suddenly a cry of despair was heard. Jack appeared above the mass of lying bodies, and under his powerful blows, the zombies scattered in bloody fragments, as if they were spun by a hellish centrifuge. After all the dead were defeated, Jack, covered in blood from head to toe, breathing heavily and wheezing, collapsed on the asphalt without strength. Throwing aside the bloody blades, he began to carefully examine the numerous wounds and bites, as if counting them, while barely moving his lips. It seemed that he wanted to cover each one with his palm, but having brought his hand to the wound, he immediately pulled it back. It was impossible to lose count of the bites on his back, so he tensed his muscles, as if trying to break invisible shackles. Jumping to the ground, Maxick sat down next to him and asked sympathetically, "Does it hurt?" He no longer felt any fear of this man. Jack answered honestly, "It hurts. It hurts terribly." Maxick remembered. Uncle Vova was also bitten by the dead. Jack asked in a trembling voice, after a minute of silence, "What happened to him then?" The boy pointed to the scattered remains and answered, "He turned into the same as them." Jack sadly looked around the battlefield and quietly said, "That's it." Maxick continued. First, Uncle Vova's temperature started to drop. Jack quickly put his palm to his forehead. trying to determine his body temperature. Then all the food began to taste bitter. His appetite disappeared, and he stopped eating altogether, the boy recalled. Jack began to chew without any contents in his mouth, trying to taste his own saliva. He spat on the pavement and looked at the boy with fear. However, he couldn't look at Maxic for long. His eyes closed in a strange calm, and trying to yawn, he took a deep breath into his mouth. And then he was suddenly overcome by the desire to sleep. And he woke up a monster. Wow! Scared and giving up the attempt to yawn, the ogre suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, you were talking about a cure from your blood. You're not lying? Is this real? It is possible, the boy confirmed. But for this you need a doctor and special equipment. Chapter 23. The guards brought Anna and Galina to the medical center, located in a separate two-story building with bars on the windows on the territory of the colony. After that, the guards left the premises. Entry 152, said a doctor with dark hair and a nose like a bird's beak into a dictaphone. The experiment is being conducted using antidote sample number 16200. All the most important conditions have been taken into account: temperature, air humidity, artificial lighting, and other factors. These two are now completely under your control. The guard interrupted the doctor. Masha? Anna cried out in amazement, noticing her friend, who had died the day before, tightly held down by belts on the operating table under the cold light of the daylight lamps. Maria raised her head at the noise and gnashed her teeth viciously. There were cataracts in her eyes, and disgusting mucus flowed from her mouth. The simple guy immediately approached the zombie, pulled out a stun gun from his pocket, and shocked the dead man. Give me a new medical mask. Mine is already all dirty, Dr. Galina asked in fear, shuddering in surprise. Are you afraid of infection? The guard sneered. A simple guy approached Galina and handed her a fresh mask. Can I have some gauze? Anna asked the boy complainingly. My face is broken. He tore off a piece of bandage and handed it to her. I need to treat the wound urgently, Galina said insistently, showing the bruise on her finger. Don't interfere, the doctor commanded irritably, continuing the medical procedures, reading information from the monitors and writing down data in a separate notebook. Get them out of here. They're annoying as hell. I'll take you home, the guy announced to the women. With the help of a security guard, he led Anna and Galina into a small room without windows, then went out and locked the door. I thought they were bringing us here for help, but that's not true at all, Galina said with disappointment. Aha. Hope and wait. Here's your damn earthly paradise. Anna fell irritably onto the bench by the wall and added that it was time to get out of here. Where should I run? This is probably the only place without zombies. Well, except for Masha, perhaps. Galina corrected herself. And what next? Run and hide again? It feels like I don't have the strength for that anymore. But you do understand that we are strangers here. Do you like being trapped and deprived of all rights? It's better this way than spending the night on the street and flinching at every sound. But, I hope, you understand that soon they will remove us. After all, remember, that nasty woman in the cell said that the food ration is constantly decreasing. Do you realize what this means? No, Galina whispered. This means that they have serious problems with food, Anna explained. Of course, they have reserves of stolen food, a vegetable garden, and some fruit crops, but the harvest is still far away, and this small land will never be enough to feed the entire group with their families. Therefore, in the near future, they will either eat us like Masha, or use us for experiments, or simply shoot us, like the one with the nose. Oh, and what should we do then? Galina became even more frightened. I'm telling you, we need to run. I don't know yet exactly how, but in any case, the main thing is to keep your head and do everything I say. And trust me, even in the most hopeless situation. Galina spoke with even greater fear. Okay, of course I believe you. Anna whispered quietly, showing the stolen stun gun. Look what I have. Galina exclaimed in surprise. Wow, how did you do that? Anna answered briefly, and with a note of regret in her voice. It doesn't matter. Please forgive me. Galina did not have time to ask why such an apology, and why this politeness, as she suddenly received a punch in the nose, and the dirty medical mask flew off, splashed with blood.
Anna pounded her fists on the door, screaming, "Help! She's turning into a zombie!"
The door swung open, and a guard ran into the room, pointing a gun at Galina.
Galina said shrilly, "It's not true! Don't shoot! I'm not a zombie!"
But as soon as she said the words, the guard collapsed on her, having been hit in the back with a stun gun by Anna. Anna leaned over the writhing man, took his gun, and then a short burst of gunfire rang out. The guard stopped moving, and a pool of blood spread from under his head.
At that moment, a doctor burst into the room, asking, "What's going on?" But, seeing the machine gun pointed at him, he immediately retreated. The simple-looking guy began frantically rummaging through his pockets, trying to find the stun gun, then suddenly stopped, looking at the women in surprise.
"The created creature broke my nose,"
Galina said, in a nasal voice behind Anna's back, and in a fit of anger, wanted to hit her friend with her fist, but was frightened by the weapon she was holding in her hand, and held back. At that time, the doctor was slowly retreating, hiding the scalpel behind his back. Suddenly, he screamed in pain and shouted desperately, because he came too close to the dead man tied to the medical table, and the latter suddenly sank his teeth into the doctor's hand. The instrument fell with a ringing sound onto the cold stone.
"What have you done?" the doctor asked Anna, dumbfounded, tightly clutching her wounded wrist. He looked at her as if she had bitten him, not the zombie on the operating table. "You must tell your superiors to release us from the colony immediately," Anna demanded, adding, "I am not joking." To prove her words, she fired a bullet at the young man, who instantly collapsed to the floor and showed no signs of life. "I need to take an antidote," the doctor replied, swallowing bitter saliva. "Do you really have an antidote?" Anna asked in surprise. "No," the doctor admitted, "but I can at least try some antiviral. It's unlikely that Cagocel or cycloferin will help with the zombie virus, but you can't remain completely inactive." "Then you will agree," Anna said, noticing the commotion in the yard, and immediately explained what would happen. "I will take you hostage, and at gunpoint you will have to accompany us to the gate. As soon as we leave this corner, you will return here and receive all the necessary medical care that you want. The faster we do this, the better for everyone."
"Why didn't you give me first aid?"
Galina screamed angrily and shrilly, showing a fresh bruise on her finger. Her irritation towards the doctor was so strong that during all her anger, she didn't notice how a bloody blister had formed under her nose, which immediately burst. Blood and mucus continuously flowed down her face.
"Open the door!"
Anna demanded, and Galina immediately, obediently headed towards her. "At first, I didn't even realize that this was part of your plan, and I was very offended about my broken nose," she muttered cheerfully. "What about Masha?" she asked anxiously. "Are we leaving her here?"
"Damn, I completely forgot about Masha,"
Anna said, and quickly shot the zombie, smashing her skull into pieces with a short burst of machine gun fire.
"What did she do?"
Galina screamed piercingly. "Did you really think I would drag this dead thing around with me everywhere? I still have a head on my shoulders." When Galina, Anna, and the hostage went out into the yard, they discovered machine guns and other weapons pointed at them from different sides.
"I want the doctor alive,"
said the Asian colonel, watching the whole scene through the open window and giving orders to his subordinates.
"I'll shoot him!" Anna shouted, pointing at the doctor. "I'm not kidding. Just open the way for us and we'll leave forever. We promise."
"We definitely promise," Galina added shrilly. In response, a deathly silence reigned in the colony courtyard. After a short pause, Anna took the silence for consent
and pointed the barrel of her machine gun at the doctor. "Let's go." The doctor raised his hands, one of which was bleeding profusely, and slowly moved towards the locked gate.
She had barely taken a few steps when a shot rang out. Anna jerked sharply under a cloud of dust that enveloped her neatly styled hair and fell to the side. A sniper from a nearby roof took her out without any difficulty.
"You killed him! What have you done?" Galena screamed in fear, but after the bullet hit her, she instantly fell silent and fell.
The colonel nodded approvingly at the open window.
Realizing that the operation to free the hostage was complete, the doctor gave up and hurried to the medical center, where he began to inject himself with various drugs, from antibiotics to antiviral agents.
They wouldn't have been able to leave the area anyway,
The sniper said, climbing to the roof of a nearby building, trying to calm himself. "There are too many zombies outside the gate."
The entire area behind the gates was indeed densely populated with monsters.
Chapter 24.
Balich, how are you feeling? Ilya asked, his voice trembling.
"That's it, I'm leaving," Fyodor answered with difficulty, closing his eyes.
No, Palich, don't go. Hold on. You have no right to die. Look at me, in the eyes.
Ilya grabbed Fyodor by the clothes and, sobbing, began to shake him desperately.
"You, Ilyushka, are undoubtedly a good guy," Fyodor said, weakly opening his eyes. "But your face is definitely not what I would like to see at the last moment." With a weak hand, he pushed the guy away and stared at the sky where the clouds were floating. "This is much better." "So how are you doing?" Ilya asked cautiously after a while. "Bad," answered Fyodor. "And the strangest thing is that I don't understand why all this is happening." "Why, what?" Ilya was confused.
Why all this fuss? Why do we spend our whole lives collecting valuable experience, only to have it all burst like a soap bubble in the end? Ilya didn't know what to answer.
"In general, I decided I will not become a zombie under any circumstances," Fyodor said firmly.
That's right,
Ilya rejoiced.
we must fight. You can handle it. You will definitely recover, and we will go to Siberia. Everything will be fine.
Of course. Fyodor smiled and asked.
"Where is my machine gun?"
"I'll bring it now," Ilya answered, wiping away his tears, and ran for the rifle, handing it to Fyodor.
"Give me the cartridge," he demanded.
Ilya stopped crying, but the tears still did not stop rolling down his face. He began to fuss. "Here, take this. Maybe you need something else?" he asked. Fyodor, inserting a cartridge into the barrel with a weakening hand, asked, "Some water." Ilya rushed to fulfill the request, and barely moving a few meters away from Fyodor, a shot rang out. This was the last shot for Fyodor Pavlovich Gorbunov.
Chapter 25. Jack almost growled, turning to Maxik.
"How to make medicine from your blood?"
Maxik answered fearfully.
"I don't know."
Jack did not give up.
"Who knows?" "Colonel Pavlov,"
answered Maxik.
"Who is he and where can I find him?"
Jack inquired.
"He's not far from Krasnogorsk, in a camp. There's a gas station and a gravel road through the forest. Will you show me the way?"
Jack, having received a nod in response, looked at the Emergencies Ministry fire truck and said,
"Let's go!"
Chapter 26. Rustic asked, "Is it still far to the cave? I'm tired and want to sleep." The teenage girl added, "Are we really going to live in a cave?" Zombie Dad explained, "When I said cave, I meant it figuratively. We're looking for any shelter where we can live for a long time without fear of monsters attacking us." He added that the purpose of the trip was to find a place to wait out the zombie apocalypse until the situation stabilizes. Rustic asked, "Where is that place?" Zombie Mom said, "Definitely not in the city."
"Silence," the father demanded, and listened carefully to the sounds around him. A threatening roar came from the dark underground passage. Then a dog appeared from the shadows and bared its teeth viciously. It did not bark, behaved relatively calmly, but was clearly hostile
to the people disguised as zombies. The next moment, a group of soldiers emerged from the darkness, holding their machine guns at the ready and ready to open fire at any second. "Check the boy," the commander ordered quietly, pointing at Rustic. "Eliminate the rest." "Don't shoot. We are people," the father, dressed in zombie disguise, stood up to defend his family. "What kind of show is this?" The commander was surprised. "We could kill everyone without warning."
It's a way to hide from real monsters, explained the masked man.
"This child is not ours," one of the soldiers looked at the boy. "Are you militia or leadership?" the man asked the military. "Neither one nor the other. We are looking for a 9-year-old boy." The soldier showed a photo fit drawn in pencil.
"No, we have never seen such a child," the father replied, showing no further interest.
The military moved on.
"Wait, what's wrong with us?" the man shouted after them.
"In what sense?" The commander was surprised.
"Isn't it your job to protect civilians?"
"That's not our job," the soldier replied briefly.
"Then tell me where to go. Where can I find safety? Where there are no zombies?"
Instead of answering, the military man simply shrugged his shoulders, which meant only one thing. He himself had no idea how to answer this question correctly.
Chapter 27.
Maxic, examining the area, said, "There's a gas station here, and somewhere nearby there should be a road leading into the forest." Jack, sitting behind the wheel of an emergency rescue vehicle of the Ministry of Emergency Situations based on a commonplace, asked anxiously, "Are you sure you remember this? There can't be any mistakes." Maxic confidently answered that he remembered well. "First, my mother took me there, and then we drove along this road with the military to the blood transfusion station." Jack calmed down a little and put his palm to his forehead, checking his temperature. He looked bad. His face was pale and tired. His head was spinning, and although there was still enough light, it was difficult to look at the road. He constantly rubbed his eyes, as if trying to remove the veil from his face.
At one point he noticed, "There are quite a few zombies here," and crashed into another group of monsters at full speed. The Kamaz not only easily pierced the cars and things scattered on the road, but also easily turned crowds of enemies into mush. Maxic screamed and pointed to a gravel road. "That's exactly it, and then there'll be a high fence." They drove in silence. Jack turned the steering wheel and pressed the gas. The car rushed at full speed. Finally, a high fence with closed gates appeared in front of them. Seeing the gate from afar, Jack began actively sending signals with sound and light, demanding that the entrance be opened. But no one responded to his attempts. It seemed that there was no one left behind the gate at all. At the same time, so many zombies had gathered in front of the entrance that it was pointless to stop the car. For some time, the Kamaz unsuccessfully moved around the area, flashing its headlights and honking, while knocking down monsters in its path. "They won't open the gate," Jack finally realized. "There are too many zombies, and there's very little fuel left. And I'm almost out of time, too," he said, realizing he was starting to lose his mind.
"What should we do?" Maxic asked anxiously.
Jack thought for a while, actively turning the steering wheel, and then suddenly ordered, "Fasten your seatbelt!" And, sharply pressing the gas pedal, crashed into the closed gate at full speed. After a strong blow, he quickly unbuckled the child, picked him up, smashed the cracked windshield, and climbed onto the hood. Kicking off the zombies that rushed at him, he helped the child crawl through the gap that appeared in the gate. Only then did he remember that he had left the cleaver inside the car. He rushed back, trying to get the weapon, but unexpectedly met the gaze of an approaching zombie with a bandaged knee and a t-shirt with an image of a cartoon character.
"Who are you?" he asked, stunned.
Instead of answering, the zombie mockingly hissed at the hole in the gate where the child had managed to hide.
"Go away," Jack croaked, and rushed towards the damaged gate. Realizing that the furious monsters were already rushing after him.
"Attention! Unusual situation. Perimeter security breach," a loud voice rang out across the colony, and an alarm siren immediately began to sound. Jack noticed how people in the territory of the colony were quickly running for cover. Where to run? Where? He asked Maxic. To the hospital nearby! The boy pointed to the side, but terrible creatures were already chasing them. The courtyard of the colony was filled with zombies. They pounced on the soldiers, who did not have time to hide and tried unsuccessfully to fight back. Everything happened too quickly. After a short burst of machine gun fire, desperate screams were heard, which soon died down. Several zombies burst into the open window of the main building, from where screams and gunfire were soon heard, which quickly ceased. Jack, Max, and the Asian girl took refuge in the medical center and locked the doors. I'm afraid this is not the safest refuge, said a nervous and sick-looking doctor in a white coat with a hooked nose. What do you mean? The girl with bright lenses on her eyes was surprised and immediately understood. Are you infected? Exactly, the doctor chuckled. Once the infection sets in, you'll find yourself locked in with a ferocious monster. The boy has immunity, Jack pointed at Max. We can make a vaccine from his blood. Interferon, the doctor said thoughtfully, correcting the conversation. What does this mean? The Asian woman asked curiously. This means that there is a virus or a special substance in the child's blood that can block the zombie strain. If we can isolate this component, we can develop a vaccine that can save humanity. Why aren't you hurrying? Jack exclaimed. Create the vaccine faster! Are you infected too? The doctor asked with a hint of irony as he examined Jack's wounds. Yes, I was bitten, he answered calmly. Then there's no need to worry, the doctor said with the same irony. Neither you nor I will be able to benefit from the vaccine. Why is that? Jack howled. Because even if we isolate interferon from a child, it will be pointless because we are already infected. Do you understand? The virus in our bodies will immediately destroy the interferon introduced. This phenomenon is called interference. The doctor laughed wildly, but the laughter was quickly cut off after Jack lightly hit him in the face, silencing him. I will try to isolate the necessary protein from this child's blood, of course, but there's very little time, the doctor said, calming down, starting to prepare syringes and various test tubes. We need to do a lot of research and numerous experiments. It is simply impossible to create an antidote or a vaccine in a few hours. But I can't sit around doing nothing now, he muttered casually. After all, I am a doctor. We are surrounded, the girl said, looking out the barred window into the courtyard. There are monsters here, and we have no food, no water, no weapons to defend ourselves. It looks like the administrative center has fallen, the doctor said with a grin, quietly adding, turning to the Asian woman, your father was there. The girl remained silent at this, not saying a word. What now? Jack asked hoarsely, still squatting against the wall. Nothing. The doctor answered indifferently. It will all be over soon. For some, sooner. For others, later. Chapter 28. Did you see? What was that? The doctor asked the Asian woman, after noticing a bright flash in the window. You mean the flare? She replied with a smile. Maxic immediately pressed himself against the glass and saw how in the black sky, at a considerable distance from the medical center, another orange signal flare shot up and soon went out. This is a signal. Will they come to help? He exclaimed joyfully. I doubt it, the Asian woman replied. I know who's setting off these firecrackers, but I doubt these guys will be able to get through the zombie crowd here. There are too many of them in the colony's courtyard, and even more outside the gates. It turns out, we're trapped. By this point, Jack was feeling really bad, and the Asian woman locked him in an empty room. He didn't even try to resist. With the last of his strength, he dragged himself to the right place, collapsed on the floor near a wooden bench, and curled up like a child. I think I've seen this woman before, the Asian woman said thoughtfully, looking out the window well past midnight. In the courtyard of the administrative building, illuminated by the flames of the fire, a strange zombie with a bandaged knee and a black t-shirt with a picture appeared and disappeared from time to time among the zombies. This is my mother, Maxic said one day, looking out the window.
My mother was killed. She wanted to escape from the military with me.
I sympathize, the girl replied sincerely.
It looks like she's looking for someone, the Asian woman noted, watching in the yard. Indeed, the zombie with a bandaged knee was restlessly running around the yard in a futile search, raising her head and trying to howl or call someone.
Maybe she's looking for you, the doctor quietly suggested. He was rapidly losing strength and was about to die. Your mother is calling you, he said with a twisted smile.
I don't want to, the boy muttered in fear.
Don't be afraid. I'm next to you, the girl whispered, hugging him.
Soon, that mysterious zombie seemed to have figured out where the boy was hiding and turned all her attention to the medical center. She used short, growling commands to urge the other zombies to attack the building. And soon, all the windows of the medical department were broken. Only metal bars continued to protect the living from the advancing dead.
She's actually demanding that you come out of the building to her, the doctor suddenly remarked, turning to the boy.
The zombie by the window hissed angrily, and it seemed that she was about to attack.
I'm scared, the boy said quietly.
We need to isolate you. You are a potential danger, the girl told the doctor. Once you turn into a zombie, we won't be able to stop you. We don't even have weapons. And No problem, the doctor answered hoarsely, and barely standing on his feet, reached the room where Jack was locked, but did not have time to open the door.
Suddenly, there was a commotion. The revived monster began to rush furiously at the door, threatening to break it down at any moment. The doctor fell to the floor, closing his eyes from fatigue.
The Asian woman looked at him with concern.
Soon the doctor fell silent completely.
The girl came up and checked his pulse, then helplessly spread her arms. The silence in the medical center was not broken for long. When the morning bluish glow appeared on the window, some inexplicable force caused the doctor to go into convulsions. The boy screamed in fear. You know what? The girl whispered, not taking her eyes off the reviving monster. It may not be the smartest plan, but we should go outside together. Maxix sobbed. Why do we need to do that? The girl replied. I can't explain it exactly, but my inner voice tells me that this is what I need to do. Just take my hand and don't be afraid. Together, they slowly opened the door and found themselves on the threshold of the medical center. By this time, it was already getting light in the east. The strange, aggressive creature, noticing them, slowly approached and stopped. Several monsters tried to pounce on them, but were immediately stopped by the zombie's terrible growl. She came close and stared at the boy. He shrank under this gaze and tried to hide behind the girl. However, the zombie suddenly let out an angry scream right in the girl's face. She shuddered in fear but did not retreat a single step.
Then came another scream, filled with some strange mixture of despair and regret.
Don't be afraid, the girl whispered to Maxix. I'm not afraid, he answered quietly, squeezing her hand tightly. For a while, the courtyard of the colony was quiet. Then the zombie girl got angry again and growled, this time at her own people, and a gap instantly formed in the crowd of the dead. Let's go, the girl quietly said to Maxix, taking him by the hand and leading him through a narrow corridor, formed by a crowd of monsters ready to pounce at any moment. After a few steps, their eyes were blinded by the bright light of a motorcycle headlight. It was X. He drove closer, helped the girl and the boy climb onto the motorcycle. Then with a roar, he put it into gear, sharply stepped on the gas, and to the farewell cry of the enraged zombie, quickly sped away. After this, the territory of the destroyed colony came to life in chaotic movement. Zombies again rushed in search of food and new victims. When the sky became a little lighter, a doctor, or rather, another zombie, came out of the medical center. The other creatures did not pay any attention to him, completely accepting him as one of their own. For a dead man, he behaved rather unusually. He hid a test tube with a blood sample in the inside pocket of his leather coat, put on a medical mask in the style of a plague doctor, and, muttering incomprehensible words under his breath, headed towards the gates of the destroyed and annihilated colony.